of the bathhouse lanterns. She leans across the water, the surface rippling as she presses a tender kiss to his forehead, a silent thank you for his bravery in Yokohama. She pulls back slightly, her own cheeks flushed from more than just the heat. "To do this in the baths? You pervert," she whispers softly. Tenka isn't about to be left out, her eyes shining with affection as she moves closer to the flustered boy. She wraps her arms around his neck and plants a kiss on his cheek, the intimacy of the moment leaving Yuuki completely breathless. Tenka whispers into his ear, her voice barely audible over the sound of the running water. "You did well," she tells him warmly. Yuuki's brain seems to short-circuit, his eyes spinning as he tries to process the double reward from two of the most powerful women in Mato. Myra has finally joined them, though she stays as far away as possible in the corner of the pool. "Ah," Yuuki shouts as Tenka suddenly speaks up, I have something to report." Kyoyuka nods. "What is it?" Yuuki begins to recount the strange encounter he had while unconscious, the image of the white void and the horned girl returning to his mind. He tells them of how he met Kusetsu in his mindscape. The three women listen in stunned silence. "So a god's inside you. It doesn't seem like she can cause you any harm, though," Tenka muses, while Yuuki admits, "It's hard to determine if it's just a dream." Kyoyuka looks thoughtful. "Yeah, it's not like I can converse with her now or anything," she says, but Tenka adds a final promise. "I'll also keep a vigilant watch over you." Later that night, the dorm room is quiet, the only light coming from the moon filtering through the paper doors. Yuuki lies back in bed, his hands behind his head as he stares up at the darkened ceiling. Thoughts drift back to the blonde commander. "I'm glad Myra-san was all right," he thinks with a tired smile. But his brow furrows as his mind turns to home. "But, are my sister and her friends okay?" Just as he starts to drift off, a familiar ripple of energy tears through the room, a warp portal opening directly above his bed. A figure steps out of the portal, her silhouette unmistakable in the moonlight as she stands over the sleeping boy. Fubuki leans down, her short hair falling over her face as she presses a finger to her lips. "SHHH," she whispers, her eyes dancing with mischief. She reaches out and gives his hand a friendly, reassuring pat as Yuuki begins to wake up. He blinks up at her, completely confused by her late-night appearance. Huh?" he asks, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. Suddenly, the floor beneath them dissolves into a massive, glowing warp circle that illuminates the entire room. Before he can even yell for help, he and Fubuki are sucked into the portal, vanishing from the 7th Squad dorms in a flash of light. Yuuki tumbles out of the portal and hits the cold, damp ground of a cavern, his eyes squinting against a new light source. He looks up to see three familiar faces waiting for him. Yaba, his sister, beams with joy. "You made it," she cries out. She doesn't give him a chance to speak, throwing her arms around him in a bone-crushing embrace. "Ni-chan, and you too," Yuuki shouts, finally finding the answers he was looking for. But back at the 7th Squad, some things never change. Myra is still in the hallway, shaking like a leaf as she tries to process everything. "It can't be. We don't even have an exchange diary," she mutters, the mystery of the anti-demon core continuing to baffle her. Inside the makeshift recovery room, the air is thick with the scent of sterile bandages and old stone. Yuuki sits on the edge of the bed as the survivors of the first unit gather, their weary frames finally finding a moment of peace. Yuuki looks up with a soft smile, his voice filled with genuine relief. "I'm really glad you're okay. Tenka took care of my coming and going from Yokohama, so it was a breeze," he explains. The survivors listen intently, their eyes reflecting the trauma of the recent battle. "From the information I had, I inferred the enemy's use of stealth. So I figured she might be an enemy of my sister-in-law and her friends," the soldier adds, piecing together the tactical puzzle. Tenka beams, throwing an arm around Kyoyuka with a triumphant grin. "And you were right," she exclaims, the bond between the two commanders stronger than ever after the chaos. On a nearby shelf, the reality of their survival is laid out in plastic and cardboard, water bottles, canned rations, and even a handheld console. Yuuki blinks in surprise as Tenka chirps. "Tenka's also been helping us with daily supplies." Kyoyuka remains the pragmatist, her gaze distant as she considers the political fallout. Having me be the only one involved with them keeps the risk to a minimum, she notes, ever the shield for her subordinates. She turns her focus toward the girls, her expressions softening with rare empathy. But, I thought you might be worried about the safety of your sister and her friends this time, she admits softly. The tension breaks as Tenka initiates a complex, rapid-fire series of high-fives and fist bumps. "Nice one, Tenka," she shouts, her energy infectious even in the middle of a war zone. Yuuki watches them, his eyes wide with a mix of awe and gratitude. He's seeing the human side of the legends he serves, a side that makes the stakes feel all the more personal. Suddenly, Yuuki throws himself into a deep, formal bow, his forehead nearly touching the floor. "Thank you so much," he yells, his voice cracking with the weight of everything they've done for him. Kyoyuka offers a warm, knowing smile that reaches her eyes. "Helping each other out is only natural," she says, reaffirming the code that keeps the defense force standing. Yuuki looks up, his expression one of quiet wonder. He came here as a slave, but he's beginning to realize he's found a family. A gentle tap on his shoulder pulls him back to the present. The girls of the first unit step forward, their faces shining with a newfound respect. The taller soldier nods graciously, her voice steady. "We truly appreciate it," she says, as her younger companion giggles beside her, the darkness of the Yokohama battle finally beginning to recede. The group prepares to disperse. Yuuki catches Tenka's eye. "Tenka, you got a sec?" he asks, his mind already turning toward the next move. Later, as they walk through the winding tunnels of the base, Tenka voices the question that's been gnawing at her. "Won't the demon defense force be going after me? Between the threat of the 8 Thunder Gods and the newly discovered way Shuki can appear." Kyoyuka doesn't miss a beat, her confidence unwavering. "We already have a lot on our plates. I think you'll be fine," she assures her friend with a sly smirk. Tenka considers this, a realization dawning on her. "I guess the demon defense force can't stay the same as it has been," she muses, sensing the coming shift in the world's power balance. Inside the barracks, Yuuki sits with the first unit girls. "How are you two feeling?" he asks. One of them sighs, leaning back. "No injuries, but we're a little sluggish. It's gotten a lot better, though." Yuuki stares at them, a strange sensation prickling at the back of his mind. It's a lingering echo of the power he absorbed during the fight. The young girl stretches, her joints popping with a series of audible cracks. She looks exhausted, the toll of the battle still etched into her muscles. Yuuki's eyes narrow as he watches her. "I might be able to help you," he says, his voice taking on a tone of sudden, unexpected expertise. The girls blink in unison, their heads tilting in confusion. "Huh?" they ask, wondering what a mere janitor could possibly do for elite soldiers. Without another word, Yuuki begins to work. As his hands press into a specific point on her back, the girl lets out a sharp gasp. "Ah!" she cries, caught between shock and relief. Yuuki moves with mechanical precision, his hands finding every knot and tension point with uncanny accuracy. "You sure are good at massages," the girl moans, her body finally beginning to relax under his touch. He doesn't even have to think about it. It's as if his fingers are being guided by an invisible map. Their pressure points, he thinks to himself, his focus absolute. He feels the way their muscles respond, the way their very biology is laid bare to him, the way their bodies work. A cold chill runs down his spine as the truth hits him. For some reason, I'm intimately familiar with them, he realizes, his breath hitching. He looks down at his hands, a terrifying theory forming. Is it because Kusetsu, who had fused with these two, is inside me? Despite the internal crisis, the result is undeniable. The girl leaps up, flexes her arms, and cheers. "I'm so full of energy now." Yuuki can only offer a weak smile. Glad to hear it. But as the high fades, Yuuki's mind returns to the battlefield. He thinks of the near misses and the lives lost. "It mostly turned out okay, but I could have done better during the Battle of Yokohama," he tells himself. He clenches his fist, the fire of ambition reigniting in his eyes. "I have to work harder," he vows. He isn't just a slave anymore, he's the key to survival. Meanwhile, the sun sets over the grand architecture of the Defense Force headquarters, casting long, ominous shadows across the courtyard. Inside the high-security briefing room, the elite of the elite have gathered. The unit commanders sit around a massive table, the silence heavy with the anticipation of a major announcement. One of the commanders flicks through a tablet, her fingers moving in a blur as she scrolls through the latest casualty reports and structural damage assessments. A commander leans back, watching the screen with a critical eye. "I'm surprised how smoothly you can manipulate that thing," she remarks, trying to break the oppressive tension. The response is grim. Since a horde of Shuki descended on a major city, the people are in an uproar, the other commander replies, staring into the digital abyss of public panic. At the head of the table, the Supreme Commander nods solemnly. "Indeed, thank you for your hard work. You've been busy going around to various places to reassure everyone," she says to one of her subordinates. The commander offers a playful, almost predatory smile. "Maybe I'll seek some comfort from you later, Belle," she teases, her confidence unshakable even in the face of disaster. The young commander, Belle, freezes, her face turning a bright shade of red. "Erg," she squeaks, clearly overwhelmed by the Supreme Commander's bold personality. Other commanders watch the exchange with varying degrees of amusement and irritation. "The Supreme Commander sure has a lot she has to do," one muses, while the elder veteran huffs, "Too much for my tastes." The focus shifts back to the mission. "You did a great job protecting the citizens, Myra. We avoided a panic," the Supreme Commander says, her voice echoing in the large room. Myra remains stoic, her eyes shadowed. "I just did what the Demon Defense Force should do, but it showed that on a battlefield where there are many people to protect, even a commander will struggle." A commander blows a small whirlwind from her lips, her expression thoughtful. "It'd be nice if we could limit battles to motto. That way, we can unleash our full powers." Kaioyuka leans forward, her eyes burning with determination. "Supreme Commander, we should take assertive action," she declares, her voice cutting through the room like a blade. The Supreme Commander closes her eyes for a moment, weighing the risks. The room goes dead silent, waiting for the word that will change everything. She opens them, her gaze piercing. Now that there's a greater danger to the human world, the Demon Defense Force will be changing its policies, of course. But there's too much we don't know about the enemy, starting with where they're based. We have to investigate. In the back of the room, Yuuki stands by the door, his heart racing. He thinks of the mysterious entity within him. "Since Kusetsu's inside me, maybe I can ask her." But ever since that first dream, she hasn't shown up again. The Supreme Commander stands, her silhouette framed by the grand window behind her. "For the time being, I will declare a motto state of emergency." The word ripples through the room. A state of emergency. It means total mobilization. It means the war is no longer a secret. Belle gasps, her hands flying to her face. What does that mean?" she stammers, the magnitude of the declaration finally sinking in. The Supreme Commander continues, her tone brook no argument. "We'll be preparing for the threat of the 8 Thunder Gods, and we'll need to maintain close cooperation with the human world." Kaioyuka nods slowly. "Taking those measures would reassure those back home too, is what you're saying," she clarifies, already calculating the logistics. The commanders all share a look of grim acceptance. The era of relative peace is over. The era of the gods has begun. Outside, the sky turns a dark, bruised purple. Shadows move across the rocky terrain of Motto, the sound of distant wings flapping in the wind. Later, in a desolate canyon far from the base, the sound of combat echoes off the cliffs. Kaioyuka and Myra are locked in a fierce training session, their movements too fast for the naked eye. They trade blows with lethal intent, each strike designed to test the other's limits. Yuuki watches from the sidelines, transformed into his monstrous combat form, ready to intervene if needed. Myra and Kaioyuka have been at this for hours, reviewing the battle against Kusetsu frame by frame through their shared experience and muscle memory. They pay extra attention to the moment Myra fell, dissecting every flaw in her defense and every opening the Thunder God exploited. Finally, the session ends with Myra on the ground, breathing hard. "I guess at the end, I shouldn't have gone straight for her, she admits, her voice raspy with exhaustion. Yuuki approaches her, his massive frame casting a shadow over the fallen commander. But that was because you were wiped out from saving all those people, he says, his voice surprisingly gentle. Myra looks up at him, her pride wounded but her spirit intact. I wanted to defeat a god too, as a commander. She stares into the distance, her jaw tightening. In the end, it may have worked out for the best, but I can't be satisfied with that. Yuuki watches her, realization dawning. Even with her amazing skills, Myra-san's still so hard on herself. Myra stands up, brushing the dust from her uniform. She adjusts her cap, her eyes locking onto Kyoyuka with a sudden, intense purpose. Kyoyuka meets her gaze, her own expression turning serious. She can feel the weight of the request before it's even voiced. Myra takes a breath, her voice dropping to a low, commanding whisper. Kyoyuka, lend me your lil bro. Kyoyuka's eyes widen in shock. The request is unprecedented. To share a slave, to share Yuuki's power. It's a gamble that could backfire in 1,000 ways. Myra doesn't flinch. I'm gonna see what his slave form with me is, she states, her curiosity fueled by a desperate need for more power. Kyoyuka hesitates, her protective instincts clashing with her strategic mind. You couldn't give a reward last time, remember? Don't push yourself. Myra smashes her fist into her palm, a spark of her old fire returning. Bring it on, she shouts, her resolve hardening into steel. She looms over Kyoyuka, her presence dominating the canyon. I've made up my mind. I want as many tricks up my sleeve as I can get. Her eyes narrow, focusing on the potential locked within Yuuki. She sees not just a tool, but a chance to surpass the gods themselves. Kyoyuka stares back, the silence between them thick with the unspoken dangers of their path. She knows Myra is right, even if she hates the risk. A drop of sweat rolls down Kyoyuka's cheek. The power dynamics of the entire force are about to shift in a single moment. Myra's gaze remains fixed. The remaining thunder gods are stronger than Kusetsu. People's lives are on the line. Kyoyuka finally looks away, her shoulders slumping slightly. You're right, she whispers, the logic of survival winning over her personal reservations. She looks up at Yuuki, her eyes filled with a complex mix of duty and affection. Yuuki, we have to get stronger. Yuuki nods firmly. Right. Yuuki recalls the moments Kyoyuka stood by him, the moments she treated him like more than just a weapon. I can only do what I do. Because of you, Kyoyuka-san, you said that to me. Kyoyuka offers a small, determined smile. I'll lend you out, so I'll be fine, she asks, though it's more of a statement of trust than a question. High above, the storm clouds swirl with a dark, malevolent energy. The transformation is about to begin. A blinding flash of energy erupts from Yuuki's core, a deafening roar echoing through the canyon. When the smoke clears, a sleek, metallic beast stands in his place. Eternal chains, thunderous roar, Myra shouts, leaping onto the back of the massive motorcycle. Now this is more my style. Time to give him a test drive. Let's hit the road. Meanwhile, far from the battlefield, the Supreme Commander's voice echoes in Belle's mind. Maybe I'll seek some comfort from you later, Belle. Belle is still reeling, her face buried in her hands. Urgh, she groans, the weight of her superior's attention feeling heavier than any demon horde. A few days later, the sun rises over the serene Azuma Manor. The traditional architecture stands in stark contrast to the high-tech nightmare of Mato. Inside the quiet hallways, Yuuki has come to visit during his rare day off. But peace is a fleeting concept for the chained soldier. A sliding door opens, and a pair of hands reach out from the darkness, pulling him in with surprising strength. Yuuki finds himself pinned down by Maya Azuma, her expression one of playful mischief. Going back in time a little, Yuuki visited the Azumas while on his day off, the narrator notes, as the scene shifts to a more personal confrontation. Maya looms over him, her smile wide and inviting. How do you like my Azuma massage? She asks, her voice purring with delight as she begins to work on his tired muscles. Yuuki's eyes bulge, a mix of sheer pleasure and absolute panic on his face. It's great! Now I can train to my fullest, he shouts, trying to maintain some semblance of professionalism. But the relief is too much. His eyelids grow heavy, the tension of months of combat finally washing away. It feels so good, I'm getting sleepy. But he drifts off into a deep, dreamless slumber. Maya watches him, her expression softening. Stay the night here, she whispers as she tucks him into the futon. In the middle of the night, Yuuki stirs. He feels a weight on his chest, a warmth that shouldn't be there. He opens his eyes to find Maya leaning over him once more, her eyes glittering in the moonlight. Yuuki lets out a strangled yell of confusion. Why am I always waking up to being attacked? He cries as Maya pushes him back down. Stay still, she commands. She leans in close, her breath warm against his skin. I'll show you how much better than Himari I am at. But the moment is shattered as the sliding door is kicked open. Himari stands there, her face a mask of absolute fury as she watches her sister's bold move. Wah! Yuuki shouts, caught in the middle of an Azuma-sister war. Himari lunges, and the room explodes into chaos. Pillows fly, voices yell, and Yuuki wonders if the thunder gods were actually the easier enemies to deal with. Maya squeezes her eyes shut as Himari grabs her, the sibling rivalry reaching a boiling point. He's all for it, she squeals, trying to justify her actions. Yuuki can only watch in stunned silence, a single question mark floating above his head as the sisters brawl over him. Taking advantage of the distraction, Yuuki grabs his things and sprints for the exit. I've got a train, so I'm going home, he yells, leaving a trail of dust in his wake. Himari sits on the floor, her face bright red and her heart pounding. She remains silent, the realization of what she just witnessed finally sinking in. Another sister, Hamer, joins the fray, putting Maya in a punishing arm lock. You idiot, if you're gonna attack him, you've gotta go for the kill, she scolds. Gwiit, I'm sorry, Maya cries out. Outside, Yuuki is already miles away, his energy levels through the roof. Yuuki's stamina and spirit were at 120%, the narrator notes with a dry chuckle. Behind the scenes, the creator reflects on the challenge of capturing these moments. Early sketches show a different version of the confrontation, a rougher look at the character's raw emotions. A meeting between the author and the editor reveals the thought process. In this scene where she's pinned down, I want to show Hamer actually scared, so could I ask for a change in her expression? The author asks. The editor nods, suggesting a change in the sound effects to match the new mood. The result is a more nuanced, impactful scene. The squinch of the eyes, the subtle shift in the jawline, it all adds up to a character that feels alive and vulnerable. It's this attention to detail that brings the world of Motto to life. As the writer notes, the combination of expression and art ensures there are no misunderstandings. The war continues, but the heart of the story remains in these small, human moments. High-pitched whines echo across the desolate plains of Motto as speed lines cut through the heavy air. A white motorcycle tears across the cracked earth, leaving a massive plume of dust in its wake. Myra leans into the turn, her blonde hair whipping behind her. You holding up okay? She asks. From the heart of the machine, Yuuki's voice rings out, Yeah, the speed feels great. The wind in Motto ain't bad. Yuuki reflects on the moment, his thoughts drifting. I've always admired motorcycles. I used to imagine going for a ride with a girl on a date. Myra smirks, her eyes locked on the horizon. That's some nice horsepower, now. She grips the handle firmly, her knuckles whitening as she prepares to push the limit. Let's test out your special features. The bike's engines flare, a high-tech hum vibrating through the chassis as energy begins to surge. A massive sonic boom erupts, a circular shockwave blasting outward from the speeding vehicle. The shockwave ripples through the air, distorting the very landscape of the demon realm. Nearby Shuki monsters clutch their heads in agony, their grotesque forms crumbling under the intense acoustic pressure. Myra watches the carnage with grim satisfaction. Looks like the Shuki can't stand the noise. They popped out. She adjusts her stance, the bike's front end shifting like a predator preparing to strike. Sick 'em, she commands. A blinding light erupts from the bike's core, signaling the activation of a devastating offensive form. The motorcycle lets out a mechanical roar, surging forward with enough force to shatter the sound barrier. The momentum carries them forward like a white bolt of lightning. leaving a trail of obliterated enemies behind. Myra maneuvers the bike in a tight, impossible arc, the tires screaming against the rocky floor. A giant Shuki lunges forward, its maw wide and hungry, but it's far too slow for the rider. The front tire lifts, glowing with lethal energy as Myra prepares for the killing blow. Mow him down. The machine slams into the monster, a violent impact that sends gore spraying across the wasteland. With the threat neutralized, Myra doesn't even slow down. A one-hit KO, she notes. Yuuki's determination is unwavering as they continue their run. "I can keep going," he shouts. Myra checks in, "How you feelin'?" She bares her teeth in a grin, exhilarated by the power. "All right, we'll patrol the second squad's turf." The bike rockets away toward a jagged mountain range in the distance. "Okay," Yuuki agrees. The sky over Mato remains a swirl of dark clouds and oppressive energy as the patrol continues. The scene shifts to the outskirts of the Demon Defense Force 2nd Squad dorm, a sprawling traditional estate nestled among the jagged rocks. Suddenly, the metallic transformation begins to crack and shatter, the supernatural energy reaching its limit. The smoke clears to reveal Yuuki slumped on the ground, exhausted. Myra stands over him, removing her helmet. "Nice job keepin' that up all the way back to the dorm." Yuuki wipes sweat from his brow as Myra continues her evaluation. "Plus, it's got power and endurance in battle. Not bad. Drawing out the enemy using sound could come in handy." She leads him toward a garage door, which rumbles open to reveal a standard military jeep parked inside. Yuuki looks confused as Myra points toward the vehicle. "Get in that," she orders. "In the car?" he asks, puzzled. Myra turns and walks away with a swagger. "Looks like the reward's startin'." Yuuki stands alone for a moment, his face flushing as he realizes what might be coming. Inside the jeep, Myra stares him down with an intense, unyielding gaze. "And?" she prompts. The two sit in the front seats, clinking cans of lemon soda together. Yuuki thinks to himself, "The hell kinda reward is this?" He looks out the windshield, trying to make sense of the situation. A date in a car, I guess. Myra freezes, her face turning a bright shade of crimson as the word sinks in. A date, huh? To hide her embarrassment, she throws her head back and takes a massive chug of her soda. She lets out a refreshed sigh, her usual bravado returning. "Well, this ain't as bad as I thought." Myra reaches out, handing her partially finished can toward him. "Here." Yuuki is blindsided. "Huh," he stammers. Myra looks away, sweat beading on her forehead. "Why'd I pass him my drink?" she wonders internally. Yuuki stares at the can, the weight of the gesture finally hitting him. He slowly brings the can to his lips, taking a tentative sip while Myra watches out of the corner of her eye. Myra's internal monologue reaches a fever pitch as she panics. An indirect kiss, so this is what I'm dealing with." She suddenly reaches out and snatches his can right out of his hand. "I'll have some of yours too." Her heart thumps loudly against her ribs, the sound echoing in her own ears. She stares at the opening of the can, the intimacy of the act overwhelming her senses. Taking a deep breath, she tips the can back, drinking it down with forced confidence. "This is pretty damn hard." She manages to finish it, flashing a shaky grin. "Ha, piece of cake." Suddenly, the air in the jeep gets much hotter as the transformation's true cost takes hold. Myra begins to strip off her heavy jacket, her face flushed with heat. Steam begins to rise from her body, her skin glistening with sweat. Yuuki watches, wide-eyed, as she mutters, "Looks like it ain't over yet. Cuh." Yuuki leans in, concerned. "Are you okay?" Myra snaps back, teeth bared in a desperate grimace. "This is nothin' for me." She lets out a heavy breath, her hands trembling as she undoes the wrappings around her chest. Oh boy. Her eyes are hazy with the sheer intensity of the reward's physical demand. "So this is how far I'm gonna go." The fabric falls away, leaving her exposed in the small cabin of the jeep. "I'm baring my body to a guy." Yuuki sits there, completely frozen, his mind unable to process the turn this reward has taken. Myra leans closer, her gaze heavy and filled with a strange, desperate heat. "I'll give you a direct kiss." Yuuki's pupils dilate as he realizes she isn't joking. She reaches out, cupping his face as she moves in. If we go this far, she whispers, Yuuki can only manage a week if. Their lips finally meet in a passionate embrace, the heat within the Jeep reaching a breaking point. If we really go this far. Myra pulls him closer, the world outside the Jeep fading into insignificance. We'll have to take responsibility. A hand slams against the fogged-up glass of the Jeep's window, leaving a damp print. The fingers drag down the pane, the sound of squeaking rubber filling the small space. The hand slips, leaving a long smear in the condensation as the struggle continues within. Later, the night falls over the dorms, the quiet broken only by the chirping of insects. Yuuki sits on a couch, his face buried in his hands as he tries to process the evening's events. A squad member walks up to him, holding a towel. You must be tired. She borrowed you for a long time. The girl looks at him with a soft, knowing expression as Yuuki remains silent. Yuuki takes the towel, wiping his face as he tries to regain his composure. The girl tilts her head, her voice quiet. After you take a break, would you be up for training with me? She looks at him with an intense focus, her resolve clear. Yuuki looks up, surprised by the request. He jumps to his feet, his exhaustion forgotten in the face of a new challenge. Of course, we have to get stronger. The girl blinks, taken aback by his sudden burst of energy. A small, genuine smile touches her lips for the first time. She watches him with renewed interest as he pumps himself up. The scene fades out over the quiet dorm, the caption reading, just as I'd expect, from my slave. The next day, a presence enters the dorm that stops everyone in their tracks. Supreme Commander Ren Yamashiro floats into the room. I had some unexpected time on my hands, so I dropped by, she announces calmly. Ren pauses, her nose twitching as she catches a scent in the air. She looks toward Yuuki, who is dressed in an apron. Were you cooking? She asks. Yes, he replies nervously. A subtle, mysterious smile plays on Ren's lips as she considers the boy. On the table sits a beautifully prepared traditional Japanese meal, complete with grilled fish, rice, and miso soup. Yuuki stands back, watching as the most powerful woman in the force prepares to eat. The Supreme Commander is eating here at our table. What a bizarre scene, he thinks. Ren takes a small piece of food, her expression unreadable. She eats with practiced elegance, every movement precise and deliberate. Yuuki finds himself captivated by the sight. Even the way she eats is beautiful, he muses. Ren finishes her meal and offers a polite nod. Thank you for the meal. Yuuki bows, don't mention it. He looks at the empty plates with a sense of pride. Great, she ate every last crumb. Ren looks at him with a soft gaze. That was a delicious traditional Japanese meal. I could really feel the seasonal taste. She reaches out, her hand hovering just above his shoulder. Ren leans in close, her voice a silk-smooth whisper in his ear. Time for your reward. Sit. Yuuki's brain short-circuits, is all he can manage to think. Her eyes narrow slightly, her tone brooking no argument. I said to sit down. With a sudden, powerful movement, she forces him down into a seated position. Like this. Ren begins to pull at his cheeks with a playful, almost motherly affection. Who's a good boy? She asks. Yuuki can only sputter, She pulls him into a tight embrace, her face radiant with a strange happiness. Yuuki is completely overwhelmed. What on earth? He lies there, his head cradled in her lap as she continues to pamper him. What is going on? Ren's expression shifts, a momentary flash of sadness or longing crossing her eyes as she looks down at him. She stands up abruptly, her playful mood vanishing as she looks away. It's just not the same. She looks back over her shoulder, her gaze cold and distant once more. There isn't any point in doing it, to the ordinary Yuuki Wakura. Yuuki sits on the floor, stunned by the sudden shift in her demeanor. Ren blasts out of the room, taking to the sky in a trail of light. She streaks across the clouds, her thoughts racing. Disciplining him will have to wait until after he's been in slave form. She narrows her eyes, a dark determination taking root. Otherwise. She recalls a past defeat, her jaw tightening. I can't call it my revenge for last time. Ren disappears into the distance, her voice echoing in the wind. I will be back, I swear. The scene shifts to a dark, cavernous underground location filled with massive, ancient roots. Deep within the cave, a massive demon woman known as Juryu sits on a throne of stone, her eyes closed in contemplation. She looks down as a small voice calls out to her, "Why do you enter me?" A smaller demon girl, Shikoku, is snuggled against her. "Because you're so big, Juryuani, and warm." Shikoku giggles, nuzzling into the giant woman's side. "It's cozy." Juryu looks down at the girl, a single tear rolling down her cheek, though her expression remains stoic. A figure cloaked in shadows approaches from the darkness. "Juryu," words come in. The shadowed figure steps forward, revealing a sharp, calculating gaze. The message is clear, and the stakes couldn't be higher. The 8 thunder gods are gathering. Deep within the realm of the Divine Council, a grand, stone-paved path stretches toward a jagged opening in the darkness. 2 high-ranking figures walk in somber silence, the weight of their arrival felt in every heavy step. A shadowed figure waits within the stone alcove, watching them approach with keen interest. "Shikokuni, Juryuani," the observer calls out, offering a formal greeting to the sisters of the elite. Shikoku stops and looks up, her eyes cold and analytical despite the greeting. "So you came to greet us, Jakun," she notes, acknowledging the masked guardian standing before them. Jakun places a metallic, clawed hand over his chest in a respectful, subservient gesture. "It's the least I can do as the youngest," he replies, his voice echoing with a low, synthetic resonance. Jakun gestures broadly with a mechanical arm toward the massive chamber beyond. "The others are here already," he announces, signaling that the meeting of the 8 thunder gods is about to begin. They move deeper into the fortress. Jakun turns his masked gaze toward Shikoku. "Is your research coming along well?" he asks, probing for information on her secretive projects. Shikoku's expression remains unreadable as she stares ahead, her mind clearly elsewhere. "Yes, though there's still so much I wish to know. Truth be told, I'd rather be continuing my studies right now if not for the deplorable demon defense force," she sighs. They arrive at the center of the council, a massive, monolithic wall etched with ancient, glowing runes. The scale of the chamber is humbling, designed to remind all who enter of the god's absolute power. Inside the hall, a warrior god sits in silence, hunched over and lost in thought. He is the image of divine patience, waiting for the signal to act. High above, a hooded devotee floats within the etched patterns of the wall like a ghost. They are the eyes and ears of this sacred space, watching every movement below. Suddenly, a voice booms with irritation, breaking the quiet of the sanctum. "You're late," the armored god growls, his eyes glowing with a faint, dangerous light. The masked devotee looks down, their expression hidden but their posture radiating a quiet, unsettling judgment. The tension in the room is thick enough to choke a mortal man. Without warning, a flash of blinding light erupts at the center of the chamber, catching the tall, horned goddess off guard. A challenge has been issued in the blink of an eye. The air shatters as a high-velocity strike connects, sending shockwaves through the reinforced stone. This isn't a greeting, it's a test of reflexes and raw power. Electrical arcs dance across the skin of the horned goddess as she grits her teeth, her eyes wide with the sudden surge of adrenaline. She barely moved in time to catch the blow. With a violent shove, she parries the attack, her own strength flaring up to meet the aggressor. The floor beneath them cracks from the sheer force of the rejection. Naruheim, a goddess with lightning bolt hair clips and a rebellious smirk, lands gracefully several meters away. "You parried my surprise attack. It would seem grief hasn't made you rusty," she taunts, her eyes gleaming with mischief. The horned goddess doesn't rise to the bait, her hand hovering over her chest as her internal energy stabilizes. "If anything, my power is brimming with rage," she admits, her voice low and dangerous. Naruheim's smirk only grows wider at the response, her eyes narrowing as she sizes up her peer. She lives for this kind of friction among the ranks. She claps her hands together with a sharp sound, sparks flying from her palms. "That's how a thunder god ought to be," she shouts, her excitement for the coming conflict nearly boiling over. The sound of footsteps echoes through the hall, slow and deliberate, drawing everyone's attention toward the darkness of the inner sanctum. "If I had to say," a new voice begins, dripping with authority. The speaker steps into the light, her gaze falling specifically on the black-haired sister. It's Shikokuni who seems quite down, she observes, noting the subtle slump in her shoulders. Shikoku closes her eyes, the facade of indifference finally cracking to reveal a deep-seated pain. I regret my choices. I should never have let Kusetsu go alone, she whispers, the weight of her sister's defeat haunting her. Fukuma, a goddess in a pristine white military uniform, places a gentle, comforting hand on Shikoku's shoulder. Let us wipe out the humans, in honor of her, she proposes, her calm voice masking a genocidal intent. Shikoku looks up, her eyes narrowing as the promise of revenge begins to take root in her mind. The grief is being replaced by something much more productive: hatred. The gods stand together in a loose circle, a collection of some of the most dangerous beings in existence. They are a pantheon divided by ego, but united by their disdain for the human world. Above them, the ceiling of the chamber seems to pulse with light, reflecting the shifting celestial energies that govern their hierarchy. A presence is manifesting at the head of the council. A silhouette appears, draped in flowing, ethereal robes that defy gravity, radiating a light that makes even the gods squint. The true power of the 8 thunder gods is revealing itself. Taekyoku, the eldest and most terrifying among them, stares down at her subordinates with eyes that have seen the birth and death of eons. Her presence alone is enough to bring the room to a standstill. She looks directly at the mourning sister, her voice cold enough to freeze the air. Kneel there, Shikoku, Taekyoku commands, brooking no argument. Without a word, Shikoku drops to her knees, her head bowed in submission before the absolute authority of the eldest. She knows the rules of the council better than anyone. Taekyoku's eyes glow with an inner fire as she speaks. Since I cannot leave Mother's side, I thought in my stead, you would be able to command the forces on my behalf, but the defeat of a god is an unimaginable fiasco, she declares. Shikoku trembles slightly, the weight of the disappointment pressing down on her more than any physical blow ever could. Her failure has put their entire plan at risk. She presses her forehead toward the ground, her voice cracking. I, too, cannot forgive myself, she mumbles, accepting the full burden of the shame. Suddenly, a spray of dark fluid erupts as Taekyoku enacts a swift, brutal punishment. It is a reminder that in this realm, failure is paid for in blood and essence. Shikoku's eyes go wide in shock and agony as she feels her own power being forcibly suppressed. The lesson is clear. Even a god can be humbled by those higher on the throne. A massive stone sword plunges into the ground between them, pinning Shikoku's shadow to the floor as dark energy pools around the impact site. This is a seal, a divine tether that cannot be broken. Taekyoku leans in close, her face a mask of cold fury. In the short while it takes for your wounds to heal, suffer to your heart's content, she hisses, relishing the discipline she has meted out. Shikoku coughs violently, dark droplets splattering against the stone as she struggles to breathe. Then, henceforth, do not dwell on what happened to Kusetsu, Taekyoku orders, demanding absolute focus on the future. The goddess's eyes narrow to slits as she delivers the final blow to Shikoku's spirit. Thus, judgment has been passed upon you, she concludes, her voice echoing through the silent chamber. Shikoku grinds her teeth, wiping blood from her chin as she looks back up with a mixture of fear and newfound resolve. Okay, she manages to choke out, accepting her fate. Taekyoku turns her back on the kneeling god, addressing the rest of the council. Let none of you blame Shikoku any longer either, she commands, the matter officially closed. Jakun and Fukuma watch in silence, their thoughts guarded. They know better than to question Taekyoku, though the brutality of her judgment lingers in their minds. The council members take their places around a massive, circular table. The geometry of the room suggests a perfect order that is at odds with the violent tension currently simmering beneath the surface. Taekyoku takes the head of the table, her robes settling around her like a shadow. Now then, originally we were going to launch a mass attack when all 8 of us had assembled. But now what shall we do, Shikoku? She asks, testing her subordinate's tactical mind. Shikoku stands, her voice gaining strength as she pivots back to the mission. The demon defense force's ability to organize is better than expected. That's why the event planned for after the combined attack, the Day of Purification, will be moved up, she proposes. The armored god's eye flashes with surprise at the boldness of the plan. Moving up the deadline is a high-risk gamble that could leave them exposed if they aren't careful. Naruheim stares intently, her playful demeanor replaced by a sharp, predatory focus. She senses that the game is changing, and the stakes are higher than ever. Shikoku's eyes burn with a cold, vengeful light as she lays out the ultimatum. Once the Day of Purification comes, we will launch our all-out attack, she vows, her words a death sentence for humanity. Jakun nods his head slowly, his mechanical parts whirring as he processes the new timeline. Our combat capabilities will also skyrocket, he notes, seeing the tactical advantage of striking now. Fukuma offers a small, chilling smile. And we'll be able to defeat the demon defense force more thoroughly, she adds, already imagining the total collapse of human resistance. Suddenly, a massive fist slams into the table with a deafening boom, vibrating the very foundations of the fortress. Nonsense! A voice roars, rejecting the measured approach. The warrior god stands, his face contorted in a mask of pure rage. That's the coward's way. How much more preparation must we do? He demands, his thirst for battle overriding all logic. Shikoku looks at him with a gaze that could kill, her patience for dissent wearing thin. I would appreciate it if you watched your words, she warns, her voice like a sharpening blade. Naruheim jumps to her feet, throwing her support behind the call for action. One of the gods has been defeated, we should have our revenge, she yells, her lightning crackling around her. Jurywu, the tall, winged goddess, brings her hands together in a prayer-like gesture of agreement. I agree with Rern and Naruheim, she states, tipping the scales toward immediate escalation. Shikoku looks down, the pressure of the council bearing down on her from all sides. She needs a way to satisfy their bloodlust without compromising the long-term goal. Jakun raises a single, clawed finger to command the room. Well then, how about a compromise? He suggests, his synthetic voice cutting through the noise of the argument. The others quiet down, turning to hear the youngest god's proposal. We'll move forward with Shikokuni's proposal, but we will also launch an attack on the demon defense force, he explains, offering a two-pronged strategy. He gestures toward the devotee floating in the patterns of the wall. The ones we'll send are the devotees of the divine, he reveals, choosing expendable but powerful agents for the first strike. The devotees are former humans, transformed by divine gift into something beyond mortal comprehension. In exchange for power that lets them transcend humanity, they act as the gods' loyal footmen, doing the bidding that is beneath the eight. Jakun points to a specific silhouette in the crowd of followers. The best of the devotees will be promoted to the ranks of the eight thunder gods. Frame it like that, and they'll be delighted to do their best. Right now, that would be this girl, he explains. Shikoku looks toward the designated agent, her eyes widening slightly as she recognizes the background. What's more, she is a former Demon Defense Force commander, she reveals, a piece of information that changes everything. The agent, Yumeji Shimamura, stands perfectly still, her face hidden behind a bird-like mask. She is a traitor to her kind, a masterpiece of divine corruption ready to be unleashed on her former allies. The warrior god relaxes his stance, his anger replaced by a grim curiosity. Very well, let her prove she has power equal to our own, he agrees, finally seeing a path forward that involves bloodshed. Shikoku turns to the others as the meeting begins to wind down. Rern, Fukuma, I have something to speak with you about later, she says, already moving toward her next secret objective. Fukuma looks at her with a knowing, playful glint in her eyes. Your face says you're planning something, she whispers, easily seeing through Shikoku's tactical mask. Shikoku offers a dark, confident smirk in return. If we're going to make a move, we might as well make it boldly, she counters, her resolve fully restored by the council's decision. Rern lets out a harsh, booming laugh of approval. You said it, he shouts, the prospect of an all-out war finally becoming a reality in his mind. A close-up reveals a pair of lips curled into a chilling, perfect smile. The plans are in motion, and the gears of fate are beginning to grind the world to dust. Teikyoku speaks one last time, her voice echoing with a terrifying finality. Mother's wish is for a minimum of 1,000 executions in a day. Let us work to make that day come, she commands. The 8 thunder gods stand together, a terrifying force of divine might ready to descend upon the world. Let them bow before our divine might, they declare, as the shadows of Mato begin to stretch across the human world. Chapter 87. The Skies of Mato. Above the rooftops of a traditional compound, Yakumo holds onto a startled Yuuki as they prepare for a dangerous aerial investigation, her playful energy at odds with the gravity of their mission. Yakumo zooms around Yuuki with impossible speed, laughing as she ruffles his hair. "You're as sensitive as ever," she chirps, enjoying the way his senses react to her overwhelming power. They take flight on the back of a dragon-like summon, soaring high above the jagged, snow-capped mountains of Mato. The air up here is thin and biting, but the view provides a tactical advantage they desperately need. Yakumo leans forward, her eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of the Divine Council's interference. "Kay, let's go!" she shouts, pushing their mount even faster into the unknown. They hit a pocket of turbulent energy, their summon becoming a blur of motion as they spiral through a vortex of wind and light. Yakumo holds on tight, her expression shifting from playfulness to focused intensity. With a dramatic gesture, she pushes through the air, her hand cutting through the pressure as she commands the very winds to obey her. "Gu-uo!" she screams against the roar of the gale. Yakumo reaches out, her hand disappearing into a shimmering rift in reality. She is literally tearing open the path forward, using her raw strength to force the gateway to reveal itself. A massive tornado of energy erupts from her touch, swirling upward toward the darkened clouds. It's a spectacle of power that signals their arrival to anyone, or anything, watching from the shadows. Twilight Dance Troupe, Night Storm. The attack is a masterpiece of destructive beauty, a funnel of pure force that clears the sky and shatters the magical barriers obscuring the horizon. The shockwave clears, leaving a vacuum of silence in its wake. The sky is suddenly empty, the unnatural mists of Mato completely stripped away by Yakumo's sheer will. Yakumo strikes a victory pose as their summon levels out. "There, done, all the clouds blew away. If there were any problems, we can see them now," she announces with characteristic bravado. On a rocky ledge below, 2 other members of the squad watch with binoculars. "There appears to be a gate higher up in elevation and 4 kilometers to the east," one reports, her eyes widening at the discovery. They look up to see the gate, a dark, pulsing circle in the sky surrounded by glowing orbs. "That must be it," Yuuki observes, his heart racing as they approach the source of the anomaly. The gate begins to crackle and splinter, the magical lattice holding it together finally failing under the strain of their proximity. The sound is like breaking glass echoing across the mountains. Yakumo leans down toward their mount, pointing toward the collapsing rift. "It looks like the gate's about to disappear. Okay, make a dash for it," she commands, knowing they only have seconds. The summon looks back with a worried expression, its instincts screaming of danger. "But we might end up at the enemy's base," it warns, fearing they are flying directly into a trap. Yakumo flashes a bright, toothy grin and a thumbs up, her confidence unshakable. "It'll be fine. Yakumo-san's here with you," she reassures him, her charisma pulling them through the fear. With a final surge of speed, the summoned dives head first into the center of the rift just as it begins to implode. Reality bends and warps around them, a chaotic blur of light and shadow. They disappear into the darkness of the gateway, leaving the world of Mato behind. For a moment, there is nothing but the sensation of falling through an infinite void. The portal snaps shut behind them with a silent pop, leaving the skies of Mato empty and still once more. The investigation has taken them across the threshold into the unknown. They emerge on the other side, the dragon-like creature spreading its wings to catch the air as it glides over a bright, shimmering ocean. The atmosphere is completely different, warm, salty, and peaceful. Yakumo checks a device in her hand, her eyes wide with shock. "The human world? It's an uninhabited island near Japan," she realizes, stunned by where the gate has led them. They land on a beach lined with palm trees, the white sand and tropical foliage a stark contrast to the desolate mountains of Mato. It's a slice of paradise in the middle of a war. Yuuki walks toward Yakumo as she sits on a large rock, looking out at the surf. There was nothing unusual to be found here. Looks like it was just a regular gate then, he notes, feeling a sense of relief. Yakumo begins to pull at her boots, the sand clearly irritating her. But at least we know there's nothing amiss in the sky, she adds, trying to find the silver lining in their detour. Yakumo leans back, kicking her legs up and offering a playful, mischievous wink. There, now you can tickle me, she suggests, her tone shifting into something far more personal and teasing. Yuuki stammers, his face turning a bright shade of red. This is my reward. I guess you were inspired watching Mai and Kyoyuka's exchange, eh? He asks, completely blindsided by the request. He looks at her with a mixture of embarrassment and genuine confusion. Yakumo's unpredictability is her greatest weapon, and right now, she has him exactly where she wants him. Yuuki eventually gives in, tentatively reaching out to tickle Yakumo's feet as she lounges on the rock. It's a light-hearted, absurd moment that temporarily pushes the threat of the gods out of their minds. Yakumo's toes curl and her legs twitch as he finds the right spots. She lets out a series of stifled giggles, her playful nature fully on display in the tropical sun. She eventually rolls over, burying her face in her arms as she tries to catch her breath. "MPH?" she mumbles, her shoulders shaking with silent laughter. The mission feels a world away. Suddenly, she bursts out into a full, genuine laugh, arching her back and reaching out toward him. "Ah ha ha, that's giving me shivers," she shouts, her joy echoing across the empty beach. She finally sits up, wiping a tear from her eye with a satisfied sigh. "Phew, that was some great stimulation," she declares, her energy fully recharged by the brief moment of levity. Her expression shifts again, her eyes narrowing with a predator's focus as she leans in toward Yuuki. "In exchange, this time, I'm gonna mess with you back," she promises, her voice dripping with playful menace. Yuuki recoils, his hands up in a defensive gesture. "Huh, isn't the reward over?" he asks, realizing that Yakumo is never truly finished with her games. She lunges forward, pulling him into a sudden, overwhelming embrace that leaves him gasping for air. "Don't get bogged down in details," she laughs, her power wrapping around him like a physical force. A shimmering ring of light appears in the air as another commander warps onto the beach. "I've come to rescue you," she announces, her deadpan delivery acting as a perfect cold shower for the scene. Yakumo lets go of Yuuki and waves a hand dismissively. "Backup sure came fast," she chirps, while the newcomer replies, "That's because the Demon Defense Force is exceptional." The commander grabs them both by the shoulders, her expression stern but not unkind. "Good, now let's all three of us have some fun," Yakumo suggests, to which the reply is a firm, "We're still in the middle of a mission." They prepare to leave. Yuki watches Yakumo zoom around once more, her energy seemingly infinite. Yakumo-san's resilience sure is impressive, he thinks, his mind finally beginning to wander as fatigue sets in. The scene shifts to a quiet riverbank at dusk, the sun hanging low over a peaceful Japanese city. The buildings and the bridge are perfectly preserved, reflecting a world untouched by the chaos of Mato. Yuuki stands alone on the grassy embankment, looking out at the water. There is a strange, ethereal quality to the light, as if this world is made of memories rather than solid matter. He looks around, his brow furrowed in confusion. Where am I?" he asks the empty air, his voice sounding distant even to his own ears. He recognizes the landmarks, the familiar silhouette of the apartment complexes near the river. "This is near my family's house," he realizes, his heart sinking as he senses something is wrong. A casual, familiar voice calls out from the grass behind him. "Sup?" the speaker asks, as if they were just old friends meeting up after school. Yuuki spins around to see Kusetsu lounging on the hill, wearing a neat school uniform and eating a popsicle. "Kusetsu!" he gasps, unable to believe his own eyes. The realization hits him like a physical blow, his eyes going wide with understanding. "That means this must be my mindscape." he whispers, his internal world manifesting his thoughts. He remembers the intense search in Motto and the sheer exhaustion that followed. Oh, right. I was so tired from the aerial search of Motto that I fell asleep, he deduces, his mind finally catching up to his body. He looks at the goddess lounging in his own head, her posture relaxed and unthreatening. This is my chance to gather info, he realizes, his tactical instincts overriding his shock. He takes a seat in the grass next to her, trying to keep his voice steady. Hey, Kusetsu, he begins, attempting to establish a rapport with the creature currently occupying his subconscious. He leans in, his expression becoming serious and determined. Tell me about the 8 thunder gods, he demands, hoping to uncover the secrets of the threat looming over his world. Kusetsu looks up at the sky, her eyes distant and unreadable as she continues to enjoy her popsicle. She doesn't seem to be in any hurry to answer, enjoying the peace of his mindscape. Yuuki presses her for more, his voice rising with urgency. Like where they are and their abilities, he starts, only to be cut off by a flat, dismissive, don't wanna, from the goddess. He stares at her, his eyes twitching with frustration. He exclaims silently, unable to process her blunt refusal to cooperate even in his own dreams. She pulls the popsicle from her mouth with a sharp pop, a playful, mocking glint returning to her eyes. So what are you going to do? She asks, enjoying the way she can still fluster him. She shifts her position, her expression becoming more seductive as she tugs at her tie. Try asking my body, she suggests, her teasing reaching a level that makes Yuuki want to wake up immediately. Yuuki looks at her with a mixture of disgust and genuine concern. He knows that every second he spends here is a second he isn't preparing for the real war outside. He points a finger at her, his voice firm and unwavering. You exist inside me, right? He asks, seeking to define the strange connection they now share. Kusetsu looks at him with a sudden, sharp intensity that pierces through his dream. So if I die, then you will too. He deduces, the logic of their symbiotic relationship becoming clear. She throws her head back and lets out a loud, mocking laugh. I was wondering how you were gonna try to convince me. You went right for the boring way. Spoken like a true virgin, she shouts, her voice echoing through the mindscape. Her laughter fades, replaced by a chillingly serious expression as she leans back once more. It's true that a human can't beat Teikokuni. If you fight her, you'll die, she warns, her words carrying the weight of absolute truth. She looks at him with a small, haunting smile, and reading your memories, there's one of the 8 thunder gods, who you'll be surprised to meet, she hints, dropping a bombshell that leaves him reeling. Yuuki stands up, his voice shouting into the void. What do you mean? He demands, but Kusetsu simply shakes her head. You're not getting any more out of me, she replies firmly. She turns her back on him, her form beginning to blur and lose its definition. The dream is coming to an end, and she is retreating back into the deeper layers of his consciousness. Her voice drifts toward him as she begins to fade into the light. If you end up dead, she starts, her tone almost regretful, but mostly cold and analytical. She looks over her shoulder one last time, her eyes glowing with a faint, dangerous light. Then that's the end of that, she concludes, her image finally dissolving into nothingness. Yuuki stands alone in the center of the white void, his heart pounding against his ribs. The warning lingers in the air, a prophecy of the doom that is coming for him and everyone he loves. With a sudden, violent pop, the mindscape shatters around him. Ah, hey, he shouts, as the peaceful neighborhood is replaced by the harsh reality of the waking world. He wakes up in a cold sweat, the image of Teikoku and the 8 thunder gods burned into his mind. I knew it, the 8 thunder gods seem pretty dangerous, he thinks, the weight of his task finally settling in. He stands as a silhouette against the setting sun, a lone defender against a pantheon of vengeful gods. Where on earth are they? And what are they plotting? He wonders, as the world prepares for its day of purification. Inside the bustling dorms of the Demon Defense Force, Shushu flashes a gleaming video game case with a triumphant grin. Know what this is? She asks playfully, her eyes bright as she shouts, yucky. Yuki stops in his tracks, his mouth hanging open in surprise at the prize in her hands. It's the latest Street Savior game. I didn't know it was out already, he exclaims, while Shushu giggles and suggests, let's play it in my room the next time we have a break. The excitement is momentary as a shadow of duty crosses Yuki's face, his hand moving to his chin in thought. But we have to prepare for the 8 Thunder Gods. He reminds her, the weight of their upcoming battles suddenly dampening the mood. From behind him, a smaller, cheerful figure pops up to offer a bit of wisdom. Be sure to rest when you can, she chirps, knowing all too well that burnout is a soldier's worst enemy. Yuki offers a determined thumbs up as Shushu skips away, her arms raised in celebration. Okay, thanks, Yuki calls out, watching her go as she shouts a jubilant yae down the hall. Later that night, Shushu stands in the privacy of her room, shedding her uniform as she faces a pile of clothes. Now then, she muses to herself, what to wear when I greet him. Her eyes scan through her wardrobe, settling on the most intimate layer of her ensemble. First, to choose my undergarments, she thinks, treating the fashion choice like a tactical operation. She tries on a daring, lace-trimmed set that catches the light, a confident smirk playing on her lips. Maybe I'll try to aim high, she whispers, testing out a more mature look for her upcoming encounter. Seconds later, she swaps it for something far more adorable, complete with a barriered hood that she pulls over her head. Or play up my best qualities, she wonders, her smile wide and innocent as she poses for her reflection. She pauses, her finger tapping her lip as she stares into the mirror with intense focus. It's been so long since we've been alone together. I don't want this opportunity to slip by, she reflects, the weight of her feelings for Yuki driving her indecision. Memories of past failures flash before her, recalling times Yuki seemed oblivious to her charms. But no matter what plan I come up with, I always get blown off in the end. She sighs, her blush deepening at the frustration of it all. Finally, she looks up with renewed resolve, her eyes softening as she makes a decision. I should just be myself. This is my precious time with Yuki. Let's enjoy ourselves like normal, she declares, choosing connection over calculation. The scene shifts to the video game screen, where a pixelated fighter delivers a massive, spinning kick. The combat is fierce, filling the room with the light of digital explosions and high-stakes competition. Yuki leaps up from the floor, a fist pumped into the air as the you-win screen flickers to life. Yes, I won, he cheers, while Shushu sits back, stunned by the loss. Oof, they really rebalanced everything this time, she groans. Determined not to let the defeat stand, Shushu points a finger at him with a fiery glint in her eye. One more round, she demands, as Yuki counters with a confident smirk. Heh, come and get some. They descend back into the game, laughing and shouting as the tension of their mission fades into the background. Ahaha, you're so amped up, Yuki. Shushu laughs, her heart light in the simple joy of the moment. The game continues, Shushu watches him out of the corner of her eye, a gentle smile on her face. Since I don't have to be careful around you, I can't help but goof around, she admits, cherishing the comfort they share. Yuki looks back at her, his eyes wide and honest, radiating a warmth that catches her off guard. Thanks for inviting me, he says, his genuine appreciation making her pulse quicken. Shushu freezes for a heartbeat, her breath hitching as she realizes just how much she's been overthinking things. The simplicity of his gratitude hits her harder than any complex romantic plan she could have devised. Her eyes widen as she looks at him, the realization of her own feelings staring back at her from the depths of her soul. This isn't just a game or a casual hangout, it's everything to her. In her mind, images of the powerful female commanders appear, their strength making them seem almost untouchable. That's right, all the commanders are high level. Just thinking of them as love interests might make him feel intimidated, she reasons, analyzing the field. She imagines a simpler, chibi-styled version of herself and Yuki cheering together under a crown. Whereas I'm a year younger than Yuki and a normal squad member. My approachability is my strength, she concludes, her confidence returning in full force. She leans in, pulling out her phone to show him a vibrant post on social media. Then, I've got one more invitation. Wanna go to the cafe that's doing a collab with this game? She asks, her wink promising a good time. Yuki scratches his cheek, looking a bit hesitant as he considers the proposal. "I'd love to, but I dunno about leaving for an outing," he murmurs, his sense of duty still holding him back. Shashu practically shoves the phone into his face, her excitement bubbling over as she points to the map. "Just look, they're holding it right in Kochi," she shouts, and Yuki's eyes light up. Ah, that's close to the dorm. High above the city, the Kochi castle stands as a silent sentinel over the landscape. It's a bridge between the ancient past and the modern world, a perfect backdrop for the day they are about to share. They walk through the clean, paved streets of the human city, a welcome change from the dark landscapes of Mato. "I sometimes explore around here, so I'll lead the way," Shashu says confidently, with Yuki nodding a simple, "okay." Yuki watches her walk, noticing the way she carries herself with an effortless grace. "I gotta say, you've got a great sense of style, Shashu-chan," he admits, making her beam as she replies, "I never settle for anything less when going into the human world." Yuki smiles, genuinely impressed by her transformation from a fierce warrior to a stylish young woman. It's a side of her he doesn't get to see often, and he finds himself captivated by it. Shashu stops and turns toward him, a playful glint in her eyes. "I can put together an outfit for you too, Yuki," she offers, and Yuki's face lights up at the idea. "That'd be great," he says, ready for the adventure. She watches him, her gaze lingering on his face with a warmth she can't quite hide. Every moment like this feels like a victory in her own personal battle for his heart. Yuki's attention is suddenly drawn away as he hears a distant sound, his instincts as a soldier immediately putting him on alert. He looks toward the source of the noise, his brow furrowing in concern. Ahead, a small crowd has gathered by a tall chain-link fence, their murmurs creating a sense of unease. "Did something happen?" Yuki asks, his voice low as they approach the scene. They push through the group of worried bystanders, their eyes scanning the area for any sign of trouble. Everyone is looking up, their faces etched with a mix of pity and helplessness. The camera pans up the sheer height of the metal fence, following the wire mesh toward the very top. There, perched precariously on the thin metal rail, is a tiny, shivering shape. A small, white kitten clings to the rail with all its might, its eyes wide with terror as it lets out a heartbreaking cry. "Ah, a kitten," Yuki shouts, his heart going out to the stranded creature. Without hesitation, Shashu grabs Yuki's hand, her grip firm and urgent. The physical contact sends a jolt through both of them, but the crisis at hand is more important. She pulls him toward the fence, her face set in a mask of determination. She knows they can't just stand by and watch while a life is in danger, even one as small as a kitten's. She looks him in the eye, her expression serious. "It's hard for me to control my strength, so I'll leave the rescue to you," she says, preparing to use her power in a way she never has before. Yuki gasps, the realization of what she's suggesting hitting him. It's a bold move, one that requires absolute trust between the two of them. He looks back at her with a fierce nod, his resolve hardening. "Got it," he shouts, ready to play his part in this makeshift rescue mission. Shashu glances at the crowd, knowing they need to act fast but discreetly. "Everyone would freak out if they saw my giant form. I'll undo my transformation as soon as we're done," she whispers, preparing to leap. In a sudden burst of light and power, Shashu initiates a *** paradigm shift ***, her body beginning to grow with terrifying speed. She kneels on the pavement, her hand acting as a massive platform for Yuki to stand on. Yuki stands firmly in the center of her massive palm as she lifts him high into the air. He looks down at her through the aura of her power, seeing the concentration on her face. He nears the top of the fence, the kitten looks up in shock, its tiny body trembling as the giant hand approaches. The ground feels a lifetime away for the small creature. With a gentle but swift motion, Yuki reaches out and snatches the kitten from its precarious perch. He pulls it close to his chest, shielding it from the wind as Shashu begins to lower him. Safe on the ground once more, Yuki breathes a sigh of relief, the kitten secured in his arms. "Okay, we're good," he calls out to Shashu, his voice filled with the adrenaline of success. Shashu focuses inward, the lines of her face tightening as she begins the difficult process of reversing her transformation. The power she wields is immense, and bringing it back under control is no easy feat. Her massive form begins to blur and shrink, the air around her distorting from the sheer force of the energy being pulled back in. She collapses toward her normal size with a sharp sound of escaping air. Yuki sets the kitten down gently on the pavement, and it immediately starts to trot away, its tail high in the air as if nothing had happened. The crisis is over as quickly as it began. The crowd around them erupts into cheers and shouts of amazement. "Ooh!" they cry, having witnessed a miracle that seemed to defy the laws of the world they know. Shashu stands there, her hand on her chest as she catches her breath, her face still flushed from the exertion. Just now, phew, she exhales, her heart still racing from the spectacle. She looks down at her fist, a new light of understanding in her eyes. The way I limited my supersizing to a short period of time, I might have just found a new possibility for paradigm shift, she whispers to herself. Yuki steps up beside her, his hand moving to pat her on the back in a friendly gesture. "All right, Shashu-chan," he says warmly, acknowledging her quick thinking and bravery. He beams at her, the joy of the successful rescue radiating from him. "The cat's safe, so let's go to the cafe. Even I'm surprised how much I'm looking forward to it," he says with a wide grin. Shashu looks at him, her eyes bright and full of a newfound confidence. The bond between them has grown stronger today, and she's ready to see where it leads. "Okay," she chirps happily. They continue their date through the city, their steps light as they walk past the modern storefronts. "I'm feeling pretty good about how I'm doing," Shashu thinks, her mood at an all-time high. At the Collab Cafe, they are surrounded by themed decorations and waitresses in cosplay. "I came to Motto looking for a thrill, but..." Yuki muses, his attention focused entirely on the girl across the table. They shop through a clothing store later. Shashu holds up an outfit, her smile infectious. "I can't believe this has got my heart racing so much," Yuki thinks, realizing the human world has its own kind of excitement. Shashu stands bathed in the soft light of the shopping mall, looking like a dream come true. "Whether it's in war or love, I can't lose," she declares to herself, her spirit burning brighter than ever. But in the dark, twisted landscapes of another realm, a far more dangerous power is stirring. A mysterious woman with flowing white hair and a divine presence reaches out, her power rippling through the air. A massive, armored figure watches her with a mixture of awe and caution. "Fukuma, you're taking that form again?" he asks, his voice booming like thunder in the silent hall. Fukuma pirouettes, her white garments flowing around her like a ghostly shroud. "It's pretty, I like it," she says softly, her voice carrying a chilling sense of detached elegance. She shifts her form again, her dark skin and white hair creating a striking contrast as she moves with predatory grace. "This one's nice too," she muses, testing the limits of her new vessel. The armored god scoffs, his attention turning toward a shadowy figure standing in the doorway. "There's nothing special about the rejects," he sneers, his arrogance as heavy as his armor. The figure in the doorway steps into the light, revealing a woman with long black hair and a cold, calculating gaze. "It seems the devotees of the divine are ready to attack," she reports, her voice devoid of emotion. The armored god's eyes flare with a sinister light, his mouth twisting into a predatory grin. The time for waiting is over, and the time for destruction has finally arrived. He stands tall, his massive silhouette dominating the room. "It will be a simultaneous, coordinated strike. Let's get moving too," he orders, the declaration echoing with the promise of war. Back at the Demon Defense Force headquarters, the air is thick with the tension of strategic planning. "The 8 Thunder Gods and the unique Shuki, we must find a way to match the growing strength of the enemies we face," the commander states firmly. She looks over her gathered squad, her expression a mix of pride and concern. "Each of you has been working hard," she acknowledges, knowing the burden they all carry on their shoulders. Shashu listens intently, her face set with determination. "But my master will surely provide excellent guidance for leveling up further," she thinks, her hope pinned on the training to come. The commander's voice rings out with a final command that sets their course. "We're going to the first squad. It's time for joint training," she shouts, the call to action igniting a fire in her soldiers. They arrive at the Demon Defense Force 1st Squad dorm, a traditional and imposing structure that speaks of discipline and ancient techniques. This is where the elite are forged in the fires of training. One of the younger members looks around in awe, her eyes wide as she takes in the sprawling complex. "It's neat that they have a dojo," she chirps, already imagining the battles that have taken place here. A senior member strips off her uniform, revealing the scars of her past battles. "Seems the 1st Squad are the only ones who do," she notes, her voice carrying the weight of years of experience. They prepare for training, the atmosphere charged with a competitive energy. The way MANAGA stayed strong even as she grows older is so awesome. It's like the 1st Squad and 9th Squad each have 2 commanders, one soldier reflects. The squad stands at attention as their instructor addresses them with a stern gaze. This training program is the result of meticulous fine-tuning. "Go out there and take it all in," she commands, met with a resounding, "Yes, ma'am." They step into the dojo, memories of past training sessions flood back. A young girl is seen being knocked back by a wooden sword, her face etched with a stubborn refusal to give up. "The dojo? This brings back memories," she muses. Yuki walks across the courtyard, the traditional architecture making him feel like he's stepped back in time. Everything here is orderly, purposeful, and designed to test the limits of human potential. He reaches out to touch the window frame, his eyes widening in surprise at the pristine condition of the building. "Even the tiniest nooks and crannies are clean." "Whoa," he whispers, impressed by the discipline shown in every detail. From a distance, he spots a girl standing alone in the open field, her eyes closed in deep meditation. She seems completely at peace, yet a hidden power radiates from her quiet form. Suddenly, she explodes into motion, her high school uniform blaring as she delivers a high, snapping kick. Her movements are a perfect blend of grace and lethal precision, her focus unbreakable even as she lets out a sharp HFF. She stops and ties her pink hair back into a high ponytail, a wide, confident grin spreading across her face. "Done switching gears," she announces, her energy suddenly shifting from lethal warrior to cheerful student. She spots Yuki watching her and lets out a surprised, "Oh," as she skips toward him. Her bubbly personality is a stark contrast to the intense display of martial arts skill he just witnessed. Yuki offers a polite smile as she approaches. "I didn't know you were here already. Did you just get back from school?" he asks, trying to reconcile her 2 very different personas. She laughs and strikes a pose, looking every bit the enthusiastic high schooler. "Yep, once school's out, I'm a commander with the Demon Defense Force," she chirps, her pride in her dual life shining through. Yuki looks up at the sky, his mind swirling with the diversity of the people he's met. There really are all different kinds of commanders, he thinks, realizing that strength comes in many forms. An older woman with a scarred face and a stern gaze steps forward, her presence commanding respect from everyone in the area. "Yuki Wakura," she says, her voice as sharp as a blade. She turns away dismissively, leaving Yuki stammering in her wake. "I don't have time to be bothering with you," she huffs, while Yuki bows deeply and shouts, "Thank you for having me today." The elder commander explains the plan for the day, her back turned to them as she focuses on the horizon. "The first half of the program will be less a joint training and more me observing the 7th Squad. You accompany Konomi on patrol." She looks over her shoulder, her gaze piercing and wise. "There's something worth learning. I'll tell Konomi too," she adds, suggesting there's a deeper purpose to this assignment than just a simple patrol. Yuki stands tall, his face a mask of professional readiness. "Yes, ma'am," he shouts, determined to prove his worth to the legendary 1st Squad and their formidable leader. The elder commander watches him run off to join Konomi, her eyes narrowing as she considers the boy's potential. Tovara's taken a liking to him, but, she muses, her thoughts hidden behind a wall of experience. Images of her master flash through her mind, a reminder of the legacy they all serve. Let's just see how much this man is worth. Someday, Yuki Wakura will belong to the Azumas, she declares to herself, her ambition as cold as the morning air. The sun begins to set over the 1st Squad's compound, casting long shadows across the traditional buildings. The transition from day to evening marks the beginning of the real work for Yuki and Konomi. Konomi performs a series of fluid warm-up stretches, her movements animalistic and full of coiled power. She bounces on the balls of her feet, her body ready for the physical demands of the patrol ahead. She bows deeply to Yuki, her demeanor suddenly very formal. "I look forward to working with you today," she says, met with Yuki's equally polite, "The honor is all mine." Yuki scratches his head, feeling a bit awkward with the stiff atmosphere between them. You don't have to be so formal," he suggests, hoping to break the ice with his new partner. Konomi looks at him in surprise, her eyes wide as she considers his request. "But you're older and my senior sisters," she begins, her respect for tradition still guiding her words. Yuki offers a sheepish smile, hoping to put her at ease. "It's just, I feel weird having a commander use polite language with me," he admits, his humility as genuine as ever. Konomi stares at him for a long moment, the silence between them thick with unspoken questions. She's never met a soldier quite like him before, and she's not quite sure how to react. Then a wide, genuine smile breaks across her face, and her entire posture relaxes. "If it would make you feel more comfortable, I'll talk to you like normal." "Okay," she chirps, her bubbly personality returning in full. She leans in closer, a playful glint in her eyes. "In exchange, you don't need to use polite language with me either. Okay, Wakura-kun?" she asks, sealing the pact with a cheerful wink. Yuki smiles back, feeling much more comfortable now that the formalities are out of the way. "Got it, Konomi-chan," he says, already feeling a sense of camaraderie with the energetic girl. Konomi lets out a joyful shout and takes off at a dead run, her feet barely touching the ground. "All right, let's go patrol," she yells over her shoulder, leaving Yuki to scramble after her. The landscape of Mato blurs as they sprint across the rocky terrain, their movements a testament to their training and physical conditioning. The hunt is on, and they are the predators in this dark world. They keep a steady rhythm as they run, their breathing synchronized with the sound of their footsteps. 1, 2, 1, 2, they chant, the sound echoing through the desolate valleys. Yuki struggles to keep up with her relentless pace, his forehead glistening with sweat. She goes running on her patrols? Phew, he thinks, realizing that her bubbly exterior hides a stamina that is truly divine. Konomi looks back at him, her face completely clear of any sign of exertion. "You okay, Wakura-kun?" she asks playfully, while Yuki gasps out a determined, "I'm managing." She stops suddenly and pulls a bottle of water from her pack, offering it to him with a kind smile. "Be sure to drink lots of water," she says, her concern for her partner's well-being overriding her competitive spirit. Yuki takes the bottle with a grateful nod, his hand trembling slightly from the exertion. "Thanks," he mutters, already feeling the cool liquid revitalizing his tired muscles. He drinks, a sudden sound of crumbling rock catches their attention. They both turn toward a nearby cliffside, their senses sharp as they search for the source of the noise. Suddenly, a group of massive, muscle-bound shuki burst from the rocks, their distorted faces twisted into snarls of rage. They charge toward the two humans, their immense weight shaking the very ground. Yuki drops the water bottle and prepares to fight, but Konomi is already ahead of him. "We've got company, get behind me," she shouts, her voice dropping an octave as her warrior spirit takes over. She stands her ground, her eyes narrowing as she focuses her power. "I'm going to use my ability," she declares, her words a warning to both her enemies and her partner. Yuki watches in awe as the air around her begins to vibrate with a fierce, golden energy. "A commander's ability," he whispers, witnessing the birth of a power that few have ever seen firsthand. A massive, ethereal tiger face appears behind her, its eyes glowing with a predatory fire. "Golden Xingyiquan, beast power ***, she commands, the declaration echoing with the roar of a wild beast. The Shuki let out a collective roar of defiance, but it's quickly replaced by a cry of terror as Konomi launches herself at them. She is no longer just a girl, she is the embodiment of the tiger's rage. She moves with a speed that defies the eye, her hands slashing through the air like razor-sharp claws. "Tiger Claw Strike," she shouts, tearing through the front line of Shuki with effortless power. She delivers a series of rapid-fire kicks and punches, each one landing with the force of a battering ram. The Shuki are thrown back by the sheer impact of her strikes, their bodies broken by her overwhelming strength. She leaps over a massive Shuki, her body twisting in midair as she delivers a crushing blow to its head. Every motion is fluid, purposeful, and executed with a level of mastery that leaves Yuki breathless. Yuki can only watch in stunner silence as she systematically dismantles the entire group of monsters. The power she wields is both beautiful and terrifying, a reminder of the true strength of the first squad. The final Shuki towers over her, its shadow engulfing her small form as it prepares for one last desperate attack. But Konomi doesn't flinch, her gaze fixed on her opponent with a predatory intensity. She stomps her foot onto the ground, the impact creating a shockwave that cracks the very earth. The force of the blow sends a ripple through the air, knocking the massive beast off balance. She lunges forward, her body a blur of motion as she closes the distance in a heartbeat. The Shuki barely has time to react before she's upon it, her fist coiled and ready for the killing blow. She delivers a massive uppercut that sends the Shuki flying into the air, its body twisting as it loses all control. The sheer power behind the strike is enough to shatter the beast's armor and break its spirit. Konomi watches it fall, her hand still glowing with the golden light of her ability. She has faced the darkness and emerged victorious, her strength a beacon of hope in this desolate world. With one final, devastating blow, she delivers her signature move, Tiger Crunch Fist. The impact is absolute, ending the threat once and for all as the beast disintegrates into shadows. She lands gracefully back on her feet, the golden aura slowly fading from her body as the last traces of her power return to their source. The silence that follows is heavy with the weight of her victory. She stands perfectly still for a moment, her back to Yuki as she catches her breath. The transformation from a fierce beast back to a young girl is as sudden as the first, leaving her looking almost fragile once more. Yuki steps forward, his voice barely a whisper as he struggles to find the words. "That just now," he begins, his mind still reeling from the display of power he just witnessed. Konomi turns back to him with a cheerful smile, all traces of her battle rage gone. "It's my own personal kung fu, based off of Xingyiquan," she explains, her pride in her technique evident. Yuki's eyes shine with inspiration as he considers the possibilities. The movements of a wild tiger. I might like to adopt that for my slave form, he thinks, already planning for their next transformation together. They walk away from the battlefield, the dust settling behind them as they continue their patrol. Their day has been full of surprises, and the bond between them continues to grow with every challenge they face. But far away, a hand holds a tablet displaying Konomi's picture, a cold gaze fixed on the screen. "So my target is the youngest commander," a chilling voice muses, the threat looming over them like a dark cloud. A group of shadowy figures stand in a dark, cavernous hall, their silhouettes ominous against the faint light. "This will be a fitting comeback for our youngest god being defeated," one figure states, their plan for revenge set in motion. The camera reveals the face of their leader, Yumeji Shimamura, the former commander of the 7th Squad and Kyoyuka's fellow pupil. "I can't wait," she says with a sinister smile, her eyes filled with the cold fire of a betrayal that is only just beginning. The heavy, tiled roof of the training dojo stands firm beneath a sky heavy with gathering storm clouds. Within these walls, a battle of skill is reaching its peak. A blur of movement cuts through the air as Konomi lunges with everything she has. Her speed is impressive, but her opponent is something else entirely. Her fist drives forward, aiming for an opening that seems to vanish before she can even reach it. The air whistles with the force of her strike. With a sharp sound of impact, her wrist is caught midair. The counterattack is already in motion before she can even register her failure. The world spins as Konomi is swept off her feet, the tatami mats rising up to meet her with a heavy slam. The gap in their power isn't just a distance, it's a canyon. Konomi sits on the floor, gasping for air as the sweat pours down her face. Kyoyuka stands over her, barely winded, and says, "I'll take you on as many times as you like, so come at me with all you have." Across the room, Yuuki and Commander Izo watch the session with mixed expressions. Izo pulls out her phone and sighs, "Let's take a break here for now." Kyoyuka offers a hand to help Konomi up, but the moment is cut short as Izo's face turns serious. "A gate's opened up 3 clicks to the north," she announces. The atmosphere in the room shifts instantly from training to the cold reality of war. Kyoyuka's gaze hardens, the warrior within her waking up. She looks toward the horizon, her mind already calculating the variables of the coming conflict. "There's a technique I'd like to test out in actual battle," Kyoyuka states firmly. Konomi wipes the sweat from her brow, her determination returning as she looks at her senior. "Once I've caught my breath, I'll be right behind you," she promises. Yuuki watches them both, realizing that the training they just witnessed was merely a warm-up for the slaughter to come. The stakes in Gotham, no, in this world, are never low for long. Ise lets out a small, knowing chuckle as she watches the 2 girls prepare for the hunt. "You commanders do as you like," she says with a smirk. In the distance, the landscape is scarred by the presence of the Shuki, their twisted forms emerging from the shadows of the rift. The hunt is officially on. Kyoyuka draws her blade, the metal singing as it leaves the scabbard, wrapped in the chains of her unique authority. The time for talk has ended. A massive, muscular Shuki towers over the battlefield, a grotesque grinning face etched onto its bulbous head. Kyoyuka stands before it, looking like a mere insect compared to the Titan. A swarm of smaller monsters surges forward, crawling over one another in a desperate attempt to overwhelm the lone commander. They are a tide of flesh and hunger. Kyoyuka doesn't flinch, instead spinning her blade in a mesmerizing circle of steel and shadow. The energy begins to gather, swirling around her like a localized hurricane. The giant Shuki bulges with power, its faces contorting as it prepares to crush the intruder. It thinks it has already won. Kyoyuka grips her hilt with white-knuckled intensity, the chains rattling as they channel her devastating spiritual energy. The ground begins to crack beneath her boots. The massive fist of the Shuki descends with the weight of a falling mountain, the air screaming as it's displaced by the sheer mass of the attack. She releases the built-up pressure in a single, devastating arc of light. "Sword of subjugation," she cries out as the blade carves through the very air. A massive explosion of light and force erupts as the technique connects, vaporizing the smaller Shuki and tearing into the Titan's flesh. The battlefield is illuminated by the flash of pure power. The smoke clears, Kyoyuka stands victorious, a small smile playing on her lips. "It's a success," she thinks, realizing that even the most powerful thunder gods would struggle against this level of focused destruction. Konomi dashes toward the site of the explosion, her footsteps light as she navigates the rocky terrain. She needs to see the result for herself. She hops from ridge to ridge, her eyes scanning the devastation for her senior sister. The power she just witnessed was unlike anything she had ever felt before. She stops at the edge of the crater, the dust still settling. "The gate's already closed," she notes, the silence following the battle feeling unnaturally heavy. Konomi looks around, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Where did senior sister and Wakura-kun go?" she asks the empty air. She spots a shape further down the valley, tucked away behind a large outcropping of rock. "Oh, there they," she starts, but her voice fails her. Her eyes widen as she catches sight of something she was never meant to see. Her heart begins to hammer against her ribs, a mix of shock and something else she can't quite name. There, in the quiet aftermath of the slaughter, Kyoyuka is locked in an intimate embrace with Yuuki. The intensity of the moment is palpable, even from a distance. Kyoyuka's face is flushed, her eyes half-closed as she leans into the kiss. This isn't just a reward for the soldier. It's a moment of raw, human connection that shatters Konomi's perception of her hero. Konomi stands frozen, her hands clutching her chest as if she can physically hold her world together. She looks like she's seen a ghost. "Senior sister," she whispers, the words barely audible. The image of the rigid blade she admired is being replaced by something far more complex and soft. Later, life returns to its mundane rhythms, though the memory remains. A series of stone arches spans across a peaceful river, a stark contrast to the violence of the demon world. The sun shines brightly over a local high school, where students go about their days, completely unaware of the battles fought in the shadows to keep them safe. Inside a classroom, students are hunched over their desks, the only sound being the scratching of pens on paper. Konomi sits among them, her mind miles away. She stares at the whiteboard, her pen poised over her notebook, but she hasn't written a single word in 20 minutes. Her heart is still back in that crater. She looks out the window, lost in thought. I'd heard they're not romantically involved, but senior sister and Wakura-kun, she muses silently. The image of Kaioyuka's face during the kiss flashes back into her mind. Could it be? The look on her face, she thinks, the realization dawning on her. Love, she wonders, her grip tightening on her pen until her knuckles turn white. The thought sends a jolt through her entire being. She hunches over her desk, her shoulders trembling. She's such an adult. I'm cheering for you, senior sister, she thinks, a strange mix of pride and envy swirling within her. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual pressure erupts in the middle of the classroom. Desks are knocked over, and students scramble back in terror as a light flashes bright enough to blind. Konomi looks up, her eyes wide with shock. The barrier between the worlds is thin, but this is something else entirely. It's a localized disaster. From outside the classroom, the teacher screams, "Tatora, don't release your power during class." Konomi frantically bows, shouting, "I'm sorry, I swear I'm sorry." After school, Konomi walks through the town with her friend, Ima Makura. Ima looks at her with a curious grin and asks, "What happened during class? Were you zoning out?" Konomi looks down at the pavement, her cheeks flushing. "Well," she starts, unsure of how to explain that she was daydreaming about her commander's love life. She tries to play it cool, but the sheer embarrassment of the classroom incident is still burning fresh in her mind. Ima isn't buying the silence for a second. "I was just wondering how it feels to kiss someone," Konomi admits softly, her voice trailing off as she looks away. Ima stops in her tracks, looking at Konomi with utter disbelief. The question is so far out of character for the serious Konomi that it catches her completely off guard. Ima bumps into her playfully, letting out a loud laugh. "What a thing to think about during class. It's just been on my mind," Konomi explains, trying to hide her face. Ima leans in close, a mischievous glint in her eyes. She's found a weakness in her friend's armor, and she fully intends to poke at it. Konomi waves her hands frantically, trying to dismiss the idea. "Don't tell me. There's someone you like?" Ima asks. "It's not like that," Konomi insists. Ima gives her a knowing smirk. "Is it now?" she asks, her voice dripping with playful skepticism. She knows there's a secret hidden behind those blushes. Konomi's mind drifts back to Kaioyuka. "My sister pupil, who's rigid as a blade, I can't help it," she thinks, the contrast between the warrior and the woman haunting her. The memory of Kaioyuka's soft, subdued expression during the kiss lingers in her mind. It's a side of her commander that she never knew existed. Are kisses that amazing? Konomi wonders, her eyes reflecting a newfound curiosity about the world of adults. It's a mystery she's becoming desperate to solve. "Ah, that reminds me of something Commander Izo said," Konomi says, snapping her fingers as a memory resurfaces from their time at the base. She recalls Izo pulling her aside in a hallway, leaning in with a wink and saying, "If you ever have questions about adult stuff, come see me alone." Izo had looked so confident, so experienced. "Not a thing, I swear, I promise I won't do anything," she had said with a playful grin. Konomi stares into the distance, her mind made up. Next time, maybe I'll ask her, she decides, though the thought alone makes her heart skip a beat. Ima looks at her sideways, noticing the intense look on her face. "You're thinking about something again," she points out, sensing another daydream coming on. Ima laughs and throws her arms up. "So you've reached that age too, Konomi. We are in high school, you know," she exclaims, making light of the situation. Konomi stands still, looking down at her school shoes. The weight of her dual life, student and soldier, feels heavier than ever. "If you're curious what it's all about," she thinks. Ima suddenly stops and turns to face her, her expression softening into something more sincere. "Why not try kissing me?" she asks, her voice dropping to a whisper. Konomi's eyes bulge, her mind going completely blank. The suggestion is so unexpected that it feels like the air has been sucked out of the street. Really? Konomi screams, her voice cracking. Ima jumps back, startled by the reaction. You're taking me seriously? She asks, trying to laugh it off. They lock eyes for a moment, the tension between them thick enough to cut. The joke has suddenly become something far more real and uncomfortable. They stand there in the middle of the sidewalk, two schoolgirls caught in the confusion of growing up. But the silence is about to be shattered by something much worse than an awkward question. Konomi's shoulder is suddenly grabbed from behind, her school bag slipping as she's yanked backward. Huh, she gasps, her combat instincts failing to trigger in time. A dark, malevolent shadow looms over her, a figure clad in tattered black robes. Konomi! Ima screams, but the girl is already being pulled into the darkness. The world turns into a blur of motion as Konomi is shoved roughly to the ground. She rolls, her eyes searching for the source of the attack, her mind racing to comprehend the threat. Steel clashes against steel with a ringing sound. Konomi looks up to see a stranger standing over her, their blade held in a stance that speaks of years of deadly experience. Konomi scrambles to her feet, her skirt fluttering as she assumes a defensive posture. She's no longer just a student, she's a target. And the predator is standing right in front of her. The air whistles as the mysterious attacker lunges, their blade moving in a blur of black energy. The attack is relentless, designed to kill in a single, efficient motion. The attacker dances around Konomi's frantic attempts to defend herself, their movements fluid and terrifyingly precise. Ima watches from the ground, paralyzed by fear as the fight unfolds. The dark figure pauses, the tip of their blade dripping with malicious intent. That was my way of saying hello, they say, their voice cold and mocking. Konomi's eyes narrow as she recognizes the armor beneath the tattered robes. This person, she's a former commander, she realizes, the stakes of the confrontation reaching a fever pitch. The former commander smirks, their eyes glowing with a dark, divine power. Let's see how our abilities compare. A former commander with the power of the gods versus a current commander, they challenge. Konomi reaches for her hidden weapon, her face set in a mask of grim determination. I'm going to restrain you, she declares, knowing that the real battle is only just beginning. Meanwhile, in another part of the world, a very different kind of intensity is unfolding. Inside the back of a military vehicle, a discarded shirt lies on the seat, the prelude to a very different reward. Yuuki sits in the cramped space, his face bright red as Myra leans in close. This is bad, he thinks, the air in the jeep feeling dangerously thin and hot. Myra looks at him with dilated pupils and a flushed face, her tongue flicking over her lips. I'm gonna pass out from embarrassment at this rate. Yuuki groans as she continues her reward. Suddenly, the air in the jeep erupts with a series of pops. Myra isn't alone anymore. Using her unique abilities, she has summoned several clones, all of them focused on a single target, Yuuki. The Scarlet Regiment, all-killing technique is in full effect. Heh, might as well bring my ability into this while I'm at it. The original Myra laughs as her clones surround the boy. Yuuki is completely overwhelmed, his eyes spinning as he's pressed from all sides. It's so crowded, he gasps, realizing that the reward has become a chaotic endurance test. He's buried under a mountain of Myras, his mind can't help but drift back to another time he was in over his head. It seems he has a talent for finding himself in these situations. He remembers the events in the bath, where he was caught between two other powerful commanders. The steam, the heat, and the sheer proximity of it all haunt his memories even now. Back in the jeep, the Myras are relentless, their touches and whispers turning the small space into a localized hell or paradise, depending on who you ask. Yuuki's senses are firing on all cylinders. This is even more tightly packed. He thinks, his breath hitching as the sheer number of Myras makes it almost impossible to move or even think straight. Everywhere he turns, there's another Myra, another pair of eyes, another touch. It's a sensory overload that's pushing him right to the edge of his sanity. The Myras are laughing, their voices blending into a single, teasing chorus as they continue their assault. They aren't just rewarding him, they're testing the limits of his composure. "I'm drowning, in Mayura-san." Yuuki cries out in his mind, his vision blurring as he finally succumbs to the sheer absurdity and intensity of the moment. The military jeep sits quietly in the garage, its suspension creaking occasionally as the training session inside continues long into the evening. The soldiers on guard have no idea what's happening just feet away. Yuuki sits back, his eyes spinning and a dazed look on his face. "That's how Yuuki wound up like this," the narrator notes as the bonus chapter comes to a close. "The war may be hard, but the rewards are far more dangerous." In the middle of the debris, Yumeji stands tall between two towering, grinning Shuki. He looks toward his opponents with chilling calm. "I don't think restrain is going to cut it," he remarks dismissively. Himari's eyes widen as she takes in the scale of the monstrosities before her. Beside her, Ima is frozen, the sheer pressure of the situation starting to weigh on her. Yumeji flashes a predatory smile while fanning out a set of strange cards. "You see, I'm not exactly human anymore," he confesses, his voice dripping with malice. With a sudden rush of air, the two hulking monsters lunge forward. The girls prepare for the impact, but the speed of the beasts is unlike anything they've faced before. Himari doesn't hesitate, meeting the first beast head-on with an explosive strike. She calls out her technique, Golden Xingyaquan, Beast Power, as her fist connects with raw force. The impact sends a shockwave through the monster's massive frame. Himari follows up instantly with a high, snapping kick that finds its mark against the creature's thick hide. Watching from the side, Yumeji remains unmoved by the display of strength. He begins to move, his form blurring as he prepares a countermaneuver of his own. A massive stone blade is suddenly hurled through the air, cutting a path toward Himari. Yumeji watches the projectile with keen interest, testing the young girl's reflexes. Himari pivots midair, her claws extended as she shreds the incoming weapon. "Penetrating tiger fang?" she shouts, shattering the stone into 1,000 harmless pieces. Yumeji watches the dust settle, his mind already analyzing her fighting style. "So that's her ability. It's simple but powerful," he muses to himself, completely unfazed. But Yumeji isn't interested in a fair fight. Behind them, a masked figure in black robes suddenly snatches Ima from the ground, lifting her by the throat. Himari spins around, her heart sinking as she sees her friend in danger. "Ima-chan," she screams, but Yumeji's voice cuts through the air. "I'm going to make this easier for myself." Ima gasps for air, her eyes wide with terror as the masked man's grip tightens. She looks toward Himari, her struggle becoming more desperate by the second. Yumeji brings a cigarette to his lips, his gaze cold and calculating. "Make one move, and your friend dies," he warns, the threat hanging heavy in the air. Himari stops dead in her tracks, her body trembling with a mixture of rage and fear. She can see the life fading from Ima's eyes as the masked figure holds firm. The villain calmly flicks a lighter, the small flame casting shadows across his face. He ignores the battle entirely, focusing only on his smoke. He looks directly at Ima, his expression one of mock pity. "Got any last words? I'll convey them to Kyoyuka and the others," he offers with a sneer. Ima's eyes snap open, a sudden spark of defiance replacing the fear. She isn't ready to die, and she isn't as helpless as she looks. Suddenly, thorns begin to sprout from the masked man's neck. He recoils in shock, his grip on Ima finally loosening as he feels the sharp sting of her power. Ima lands on her feet, her hands glowing with a green aura as massive briars erupt around her. "Bow of peach wood and arrow of thistle, thorn power," she declares with newfound strength. The masked assassin stares in disbelief at his hands, which are now riddled with painful, growing thorns. He didn't expect the quiet one to be a threat. Taking advantage of the distraction, Himari launches herself across the clearing. She isn't going to let this opportunity go to waste. With a single, powerful strike, Himari crashes into the masked man, sending him flying backward. The sound of cracking stone echoes as he hits the ground hard. Himari rushes to Ima's side, grabbing her shoulders to steady her. "Are you okay?" she asks, her voice frantic with concern. Ima takes a shaky breath, looking down at her hands. "Yeah, after all," she starts, a small, determined smile forming on her face. She looks up at Himari, her resolve hardening. My dream is to join the demon defense force, she says, finally finding her voice. Himari smiles back, seeing the transformation in her friend. They are no longer just targets, they are warriors fighting for their futures. From the shadows, the slow sound of rhythmic clapping begins. Yumeji steps forward, looking genuinely impressed. Well, well, he mutters. The villain spreads his arms, gesturing toward Ama. You've got quite the gem there, he says, though his tone remains mocking. Himari clenches her fists, her anger boiling over. You'll pay for this, she shouts, her body tensing as she prepares to finish this once and for all. In the distance, the serene mountains stand in stark contrast to the violence below. But the peace is about to be shattered across the entire region. Elsewhere, far from the conflict, a hidden hot spring offers a moment of tranquility. Several women relax in the steaming waters, unaware of the looming threat. One woman sighs contentedly as she leans back against the stone. What a bath! It was well worth the trip here, she says with a peaceful smile. The peace is shattered instantly as a naked assassin bursts from the water, brandishing dual pistols. She targets the unsuspecting women with a manic grin. Another figure rises, her hands glowing as she gathers dark energy above her head. The vacation has turned into a survival struggle in the blink of an eye. A third attacker swings a massive battle axe, her eyes glowing with the same eerie light as Yumeji's card summons. This is a coordinated strike. A spear cuts through the air with lethal precision, heading straight for one of the defenders. The attack is swift, ruthless, and perfectly timed. In the chaos of the hot spring, the water turns into a battlefield. The defenders are forced to fight for their lives while completely caught off guard. Kaioyuka stands tall, holding a massive cross spear as another woman rushes through the sliding doors behind her. Mother! The newcomer cries out, her phone in hand. The woman checks her device, her expression turning to one of pure horror. It seems the demon defense force is under attack in every region, including the very dorms of the 3rd and 8th squads. Kaioyuka's face darkens. This isn't just a skirmish, it's an all-out war designed to cripple their entire organization in a single night. She looks down at the defeated assassins floating in the water. Then these two must be assassins, she whispers, connecting the dots of the conspiracy. Kaioyuka's eyes flash with cold fury. No matter how you attack us, our elite soldiers won't lose. It's on 8 thunder gods, she declares to the empty air. Back at the hot spring, Kaioyuka stands with her spear, listening to the grim updates. We're being overwhelmed with reports from elsewhere, her companion notes. Suddenly, a strange movement catches Kaioyuka's eye in the pool. Something is rising from the depths, but it isn't human. A massive, muscular figure emerges, its skin pale and its eyes void of life. It crouches like a beast, ready to pounce on anything that breathes. Kaioyuka's companion is suddenly shoved aside as a dark mass zooms past them. Mama! The woman screams, seeing the danger too late. Massive, fleshy tentacles erupt from the ground, wrapping themselves around the older woman. She is lifted into the air, struggling against the constriction. She looks down, her eyes wide as she sees the face of her attacker. It is a grotesque parody of a human, a monster born of dark magic. Kaioyuka's hand tightens on her weapon, the knuckles turning white. She has to act now if she wants to save her comrade from being crushed. With a blinding flash, Kaioyuka strikes. Her blade cuts through the air, delivering a series of lightning-fast slashes against the monster's limbs. The tentacles fall away, hitting the ground with a sickening thud. Kaioyuka stands ready, her spear held low as she assesses the damage. The monster groans as its severed limbs begin to twitch. It stares at Kaioyuka with mindless hunger, its body already beginning to knit itself back together. Kaioyuka's companion gasps as she watches the transformation. A person is turning into a shuki, she cries out. Kaioyuka nods grimly. So these are the 8 Thunder Gods' new soldiers. Back at the first battlefield, Himari and Ama face off against Yumeji, who is still casually smoking. The defeated masked man lies on the ground nearby. But the victory is short-lived. The masked figure slowly begins to rise, his body jerking with unnatural movements that defy human anatomy. Himari's jaw drops in shock. They can still move. she shouts, realizing her previous strike wasn't enough to stop them. Yumeji suddenly dashes forward, moving with a speed that is almost impossible to track with the naked eye. He is closing the distance in a heartbeat. Himari's eyes go wide as she realizes the threat. Ah! She gasps, her reflexes barely kicking in as Yumeji reaches for her. A sudden blur of movement intercepts the villain. Himari skids to a halt, watching as a new force enters the fray with crushing momentum. A massive, armored monster crashes into the scene, its presence changing the entire dynamic of the fight. The ground cracks under its enormous weight. The force of the impact is so great that it creates a shockwave, sending dust and debris flying in every direction. The battle has escalated once again. Kyoyuka arrives on the scene, riding atop a massive armored beast, accompanied by an elderly woman. Himari sighs in relief. Thanks for the backup. Kyoyuka's gaze narrows as she looks at Yumeji. That girl, she must have pushed an emergency buzzer or something back then, she thinks, analyzing the situation. Yumeji smirks as he sees his old acquaintance. Here already? Long time no see, Kyoyuka, he says, his voice full of mock familiarity. The elderly woman beside Kyoyuka glares at him with pure hatred. Yumeji-san, she whispers, her voice trembling with barely suppressed rage. Kyoyuka doesn't waste time on pleasantries. What is your purpose for attacking the demon defense force, Yumeji? She demands. Yumeji just chuckles. So familiar. How long do you plan to keep the mentor act up? Eyes begin to glow with a terrifying golden light. Right now, I have the power of the 8 thunder gods, he reveals, the air around him crackling with energy. Kyoyuka's companion looks at him with disgust. So this is revenge for losing the position of commander to Kyoyuka? She asks, cutting to the heart of his betrayal. Yumeji flicks his cigarette away, his expression hardening. That's right, he admits, no longer hiding his petty motivations behind a mask of mystery. Energy crackles at his fingertips as he makes a terrifying promise. I'm going to crush Kyoyuka at her best, he says, the power of a god surging through him. Kyoyuka closes her eyes for a moment, steeling herself for the battle ahead. She knows this man, and she knows exactly what he's capable of. She steps forward, her boots hitting the pavement with a final, heavy thud. You are now my enemy, Yumeji Shimamura, she declares solemnly. She draws her sword, the blade gleaming in the light. I'll fight you just like you want. In motto, that is, she says, challenging him to a duel far from innocent lives. Yumeji's feet slowly lift off the ground, his body floating into the air with eerie grace. No need to go all the way there, he counters with a smirk. He looks down at the buildings below. Let's take it to the mountains so you don't have to worry about civilians, he calls out, though his consideration feels more like a threat. With a sudden burst of speed, Yumeji shoots into the sky, becoming a small black dot against the vast white clouds. Kyoyuka and her team watch him go. Kyoyuka watches him fly, her thoughts drifting back to the man he used to be. I've always wondered what she was up to after she quit, she thinks, a brief moment of doubt clouding her eyes. She turns back to her team, her voice firm. We'll defeat Yumeji, then go provide backup. We can presume Yumeji is part of it as well. This must be the 8 thunder gods doing. A police car pulls up to the scene, its lights flashing. Kyoyuka gestures toward the vehicle. Ah, the police are here. Ima-chan, go with them, she orders her friend. Ima looks at Himari, a silent understanding passing between them. She knows she's done all she can for now, and that the coming battle is beyond her level. Himari gives her a reassuring look, her eyes promising that they will see each other again when the dust settles and the danger has passed. The two girls share a final moment of solidarity. Leave it to me, Himari shouts, while Ima pumps her fist in the air. You go beat that menace. High above, Yumeji continues his flight toward the jagged peaks of the mountains. He moves with effortless power, a dark omen soaring through the sky. He looks back over his shoulder, a bored expression on his face as he waits for his pursuers to catch up. He is in no hurry to end the game. Kyoyuka and the elderly woman race through the forest, their armored beast jumping over logs and undergrowth as they chase the flying villain. Yumeji watches them from his vantage point, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Looks like I have all the prey I could ask for, he whispers to himself. He pulls several cards from his sleeve, holding them in a fan as he prepares his next move. These aren't just toys, they are conduits for destruction. The markings on the cards begin to glow with a dark, pulsating light. He is ready to unleash a tide of shuki that will drown his enemies in blood. He tosses the cards into the air, where they scatter like dead leaves. As they fall, the images on the cards begin to take on three-dimensional forms. A massive shuki bursts from one of the cards, its muscular body expanding until it towers over the forest floor. It lets out a mindless roar of hunger. A hand suddenly reaches out from the void, grabbing one of the glowing cards before it can touch the ground. Kaioyuka has arrived, her eyes fixed on the villain. With a sharp shunk, a needle-like blade is driven into the ground, pinning another card in place. The defenders aren't going to let him summon his army so easily. Yumeji skids to a halt, his boots carving deep furrows in the dirt. He looks around, seeing that he is no longer alone in this remote mountain clearing. The entire team has gathered, surrounding him from all sides. Kaioyuka stands at the center, her sword already drawn and her spirit burning with resolve. Yumeji looks at them with a mixture of amusement and contempt. He isn't worried about being outnumbered, he's worried about being bored. One of his eyes flashes with a golden glint, signaling the activation of his true power. He is no longer holding back, and the air begins to hum with static. Suddenly, a massive impact shakes the ground as Kaioyuka launches her attack. She strikes with the force of a falling star, her blade crashing against the earth. The shockwave sends the smaller combatants flying. Kaioyuka recovers quickly, her eyes searching for Yumeji through the rising cloud of dust and debris. She skids across the clearing, her hand on her sword hilt. "I'm fine," she calls out to her team, her voice steady despite the intensity of the exchange. Yumeji snaps his fingers with a smug grin. "That position is perfect," he says, revealing that the entire engagement was just a setup for his true trap. Kaioyuka's eyes narrow as she realizes the danger. Her ability output has increased. Is it the power of the gods? She wonders, her mind racing for a solution. A card on the ground suddenly erupts with purple lightning, the energy arcing upward to connect with others hidden in the trees. The trap has been sprung. A massive cubic barrier of violet energy forms around the entire clearing, sealing everyone inside. "Violet Thunder Barrier," Yumeji shouts, his voice echoing through the enclosure. Himari and the armored beast are thrown back as they hit the energy wall. "This is," she gasps, feeling the immense power flowing through the barrier surface. Kaioyuka and the old woman stare at the shimmering walls in disbelief. "A barrier?" the woman cries out, realize they are now isolated from all outside help. Kaioyuka touches the energy wall, her hand recoiling from the shock. "It's similar to what the Demon Defense Force uses," she observes, her voice laced with dread. She slashes at the barrier with her sword, but the blade only produces a shower of sparks and a metallic clang. "It's tough," she grunts, her effort wasted. Yumeji watches from across the enclosure, his form shadowed against the purple light. "It's a new product by the 8 Thunder Gods. You won't be able to help each other out for a while." He steps closer to Kaioyuka, his face a mask of sadistic glee. "Watch as I butcher your slave and sister pupil, Kaioyuka," he threatens, his voice a low growl. Kaioyuka's fury boils over. "Have you really fallen so far, Yumeji?" she screams, her spirit flaring with a brightness that rivals the barrier itself. Suddenly, several massive shuki emerge from the shadows, their forms twisted and grotesque. They begin to close in on the trapped defenders, their growls filling the air. Yumeji watches the carnage begin, his eyes cold. "Take out your anger on those shuki," he suggests, clearly enjoying the chaos he's created. Kaioyuka grinds her teeth in frustration. "Ka!" she hisses, realizing that fighting these mindless beasts is exactly what the villain wants them to do. The elderly woman steps forward, placing a hand on Kaioyuka's shoulder. "Calm down, Kaioyuka," she says, her voice remarkably steady amidst the danger. She claps her hands together, a powerful aura beginning to swirl around her. "Let's get this over with quickly and find a way to take down the barrier." Her eyes narrow as she focuses her power. "White, Mausoleum, she chants, calling upon a forbidden and ancient technique that has been passed down for generations. A blinding flash of white light erupts from the woman's hands, illuminating the entire interior of the barrier and forcing everyone to look away. A massive, traditional Japanese gate slowly begins to manifest in the middle of the clearing, its wooden pillars solidifying from the white light. The heavy doors of the gate begin to creak open with a slow, ominous sound. Something powerful is coming through from the other side. A dark silhouette appears in the doorway, the sheer presence of the figure causing the air to grow cold and the shuki to hesitate in their tracks. A samurai in traditional white robes steps out, his hand resting on the hilt of a katana. He looks toward the enemy with a gaze that has seen 1,000 battles. The shuki let out a chorus of enraged shrieks and lunge toward the lone warrior. They see only another target to be torn apart by their mindless hunger. The samurai's hand moves in a blur. Before the monsters can reach him, he draws his blade, the steel catching the light with a lethal, shimmering gleam. In a single, fluid motion, the samurai slashes through the front line of shuki. They are halved before they even realize he's moved, their dark blood spraying the ground. The force of the strike is so absolute that it creates a shockwave, clearing the immediate area of all threats. The warrior stands calm, his blade held ready. The elderly woman follows up, her own movements perfectly synchronized with her summoned warrior. Together, they are a whirlwind of destruction against the monsters. Kayuko watches the display of power with genuine awe. Amazing, as always, she cries out, seeing a path to victory in the face of impossible odds. The woman stands back to back with the samurai, a fierce smile on her face. I get fired up with my husband by my side, she says, her spirit and the white mausoleum working as one. The air cracks with a sickening sound as Konomi drives her fist into the beast. This isn't a normal encounter. The impact feels like hitting a wall of reinforced steel. Konomi recoils slightly, her breath hitching as she looks at the creature before her. The monster barely seems bothered by the strike that should have shattered its bones. The creature's face is a mask of unsettling indifference, its single eye tracking her every move with a predatory focus. It's wrong, unnatural even by the standards of this world. Konomi grits her teeth, the sweat beginning to bead on her forehead as the gravity of the situation sinks in. These shuki have been enhanced solidly, she observes under her breath. The clearing erupts in a cacophony of monstrous roars and the crackle of energy. Standing amidst the chaos is a figure draped in shadows, looking down at the girl with a chilling sense of superiority. Konomi turns her head sharply, trying to track the source of the oppressive aura that just filled the woods. Something is coming, and it's far faster than she anticipated. The figure reveals himself, a man with cold, piercing eyes and a smirk that says he's already won. He stands over his monster like a god presiding over a sacrifice. A sudden jolt of alarm flashes through Konomi's mind as her body refuses to respond. It's as if the very air has turned to lead, pinning her in place. She struggles against the invisible weight, her pupils dilating in shock. I can't move a muscle, she thinks desperately. It must be the enemy's ability. The forest seems to whisper its own secrets as the narrator explains the terrifying truth of the situation. To put it simply, the voice begins, setting the stage for a revelation. The man above is Yumeji Shimamura, and his power is a nightmare manifest. Yumeji Shimamura's ability is a type of telekinesis called Tyrant's Edict, Imperium. But every god has a weakness, and Yumeji's edict is no different. Since it's based on the mind, it's possible to resist if you have enough willpower. Konomi lets out a guttural roar, her spirit catching fire as she shatters the invisible chains. With a burst of speed, she slices through the creature that dared to stand in her way. Yumeji watches the display of raw strength with a flicker of genuine curiosity on his face. So you can break through a light binding, he says, his voice dripping with condescension. Konomi doesn't waste time on words, already shifting her focus to the real threat. Wakura-kun, I'm leaving the shuki to you, she shouts over her shoulder. Roger, the boy responds. She launches herself through the air, a blur of motion aimed directly at the man on the hill. The ground beneath her seems to explode as she pushes her physical limits. Yumeji doesn't flinch, his eyes locked on her as he prepares his own countermaneuver. The distance between them vanishes in a heartbeat, the atmosphere thickening with killing intent. They collide in a shower of sparks and force, their fists meeting in a deadlock that shakes the ground. It's a clash of willpower versus divine authority. Fists fly like lightning, a rhythmic thudding of knuckles against bone and cloth echoing through the trees. Neither side is willing to give an inch in this dance of death. Konomi pushes through a flurry of blows, her eyes scanning for any opening in Yumeji's impenetrable defense. She's fighting like a beast possessed. Yumeji laughs, the sound cold and hollow as he pushes her back with a sudden surge of power. "I'll show you, the power vested in me by the gods," he bellows. From the sidelines, a veteran commander watches the battle with a stoic expression. She notes that Konomi has indeed gotten stronger to be able to hold her own against such an opponent. But the commander knows the truth that Konomi is about to find out the hard way. Strength alone isn't enough when you're fighting someone who doesn't play by human rules. Yumeji slides back, his feet carving grooves into the earth as he prepares to escalate. Konomi's techniques are not to be underestimated, he admits, but the mystery of his next move looms large. He leaps into the air, his silhouette cutting against the pale light of the sky. Konomi watches him, her breath coming in ragged gasps as she realizes the real fight is just beginning. A high-pitched whine fills the air, a sound that grates against the nerves and signals a gathering of immense energy. Something is coming from above. Yumeji lands with a thundering impact, his divine staff striking the ground with the force of a falling star. The earth ripples outward, threatening to swallow Konomi whole. He twists his staff, the rings jangling with a sound that heralds doom. "It doesn't matter if she has a weapon," he shouts, a manic light in his eyes. The real fight starts now. The staff clangs against Konomi's defense, the vibration traveling up her arms and rattling her teeth. Yumeji's face is inches from hers, a mask of pure, concentrated malice. He unleashes his trump card, the air exploding in a blinding flash. "Electric discharge," he screams, the current arcing through the clearing and illuminating the darkness. Konomi's instincts scream a warning as she stares into the heart of the storm. Here comes a strong one, she realizes, her world turning to white noise and pain. The force of the blast sends her reeling, her school uniform scorched and her body battered. She gasps for air, her senses reeling from the sudden onslaught. Before she can recover, a strange sensation takes hold of her body. It's a slow, agonizing twist that she has no control over. A sickening creak echoes in her ears as her own muscles betray her. "My neck is twisting on its own," she thinks, panic finally beginning to seep through her resolve. She strains against the invisible force, her teeth bared in a snarl of agony. "I can't break out of" her telekinesis. Yumeji watches her struggle with a sadistic pleasure, his fingers dancing in the air as if he's pulling the strings of a marionette. "Twist," he whispers with a cruel smile. Konomi lets out a choked cry, her vision blurring as the pressure on her spine reaches the breaking point. She's a warrior being dismantled from the inside out. With a final, violent flick of his wrist, Yumeji sends her spinning through the air. Her body becomes a blur, a victim of a power that mocks the very concept of martial arts. She hits the ground with a heavy thud, the dirt kicking up around her as she slides across the clearing. The silence that follows is heavy with the scent of ozone and defeat. Yumeji steps forward, his staff clicking against the stones. "I'm impressed you could move," he admits. She rotated her body along with her neck to avoid it twisting off. Konomi pushes herself up, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her eyes are wide with a new kind of realization. "Was that the power of the gods?" she asks, her voice raspy. Yumeji stands tall, the shadow of his staff stretching across the earth like a dark omen. "That's right. I gained the ability to generate electricity." He raises the weapon, the metal gleaming with a lethal light. "And this kakara is a weapon of the gods that augments my electric output." The smirk returns, wider and more confident than ever. "One touch, and it's game over for martial artists like you." Konomi stares back at him, her spirit refusing to break even as her body fails. "I'm not done yet," she screams into the wind. She taps into a reservoir of power she's been holding in reserve, her aura flaring outward like a sun. Golden Xingyiquan, beast power, output boost. Yumeji's eyes widen as he senses the sudden shift in the air. For the first time, a shadow of doubt crosses his face. He didn't think she had this left in her. She lunges with the ferocity of a predator, her hands forming claws of pure energy. Tiger Claw Strike, she roars, the force of her movement tearing up the ground. Yumeji barely has time to raise his staff as she descends upon him. The impact is staggering, a collision of human will and divine arrogance. He grunts in pain, blood spraying from a fresh wound on his face. She extended her aura, he realizes, his voice tight with shock. She can do such a thing. Konomi lands in a low crouch, her eyes glowing with an ethereal light. She's no longer just a girl, she's the embodiment of the tiger she imitates. She tenses her muscles, her hands hovering near the ground. But, she thinks, the mystery of her next move hanging in the air like a bated breath. A tree nearby begins to groan, the wood splintering as it's subjected to an immense, invisible pressure. Yumeji is reaching out with his mind once again. The trunk snaps with a deafening crack, the massive weight of the oak becoming a projectile under Yumeji's command. He's through playing fair. He hurls the trees at her, the forest itself turning against the young warrior. Konomi is forced to weave through a rain of timber and leaves. Yumeji's laughter is a ragged thing now, his face streaked with blood and madness. Now that I've seen what your martial arts can do, I've got your number. Your aura attacks won't work anymore either. Konomi's ear twitches, catching the sound of his movement through the debris. She's locked in, her focus narrowing down to a single point. The commander watches with bated breath, her brow furrowed in concern. This is bad, she mutters, seeing the trap that Yumeji is setting. Yumeji strikes, his staff swinging in a wide arc that aims to end the fight here and now. Take that, he screams, putting everything into the blow. But Konomi is already moving, her body twisting in a way that defies physics. I'll counter it, she resolves, her eyes ablaze with defiance. A massive flash of energy erupts as their powers collide once more, the shockwave flattening the grass for yards around. The struggle for dominance has reached a fever pitch. Debris and wood chips fly through the air as they carve a path of destruction through the clearing. The fight has moved beyond simple strikes, it's a war of attrition now. Yumeji disappears into the shadows of the falling trees, using the environment to mask his next strike. He's a ghost in the machine of his own making. Konomi stands her ground, her senses heightened to the point of precognition. I see you, she whispers, her gaze cutting through the dust. She lunges forward with a punch that carries the weight of a mountain. Tiger Crunch Fist, she bellows, the air itself seeming to scream as she strikes. Yumeji is sent sprawling, his body skipping across the earth like a stone on water. He hits the ground hard, but the smirk never leaves his face. Konomi stops, her chest heaving as she stares at her opponent. Something is wrong. The glint in his eye tells her that he's exactly where he wants to be. A massive column of dust and energy erupts where she stands, the ground giving way beneath her. The explosion is so powerful it can be felt from the distant mountains. Konomi is slammed into a massive tree trunk, the impact knocking the wind from her lungs and leaving her dazed. She slumps to the ground, her strength fading fast. From the distance, a voice calls out in pure terror. Konomi, it's the sound of someone who knows they're watching a friend die. Yumeji stands over her, lighting a cigarette with a casual flick of his fingers as if he hasn't just been in a life-or-death struggle. I've got you figured out, he says coolly. A massive, shimmering cube of energy has been erected over the battlefield, a divine cage that cuts them off from the rest of the world. The mountains stand as silent witnesses to the coming judgment. Meanwhile, the other Shuki continue their mindless assault, their bodies twisted and enhanced by the same dark power that fuels Yumeji. They are the Legion of the Damned. The other members of the defense force are fighting a desperate battle of their own, trying to reach Konomi before it's too late. But the monsters are endless. Yumeji looks down at the battered girl, his voice regaining that terrifying calm. In recognition of your skills, I'll give you a chance to survive. He leans in closer, the smoke from his cigarette curling around his head like a crown of gray thorns. Become a servant of the gods, Konomi Tatura. Konomi looks up at him with a gaze that is pure, unadulterated fire. Like I'd ever, she spits, the words costing her a fresh wave of pain. Yumeji exhales a long, slow cloud of smoke, his eyes drifting as if he's recalling a distant, unpleasant memory. He's about to share his origin story. They stand in the center of the clearing, two warriors from different worlds. Back when I was in the Demon Defense Force, I worked with my sights set on becoming Supreme Commander, he begins. He admits his flaws with a chilling honesty. I wanted the authority that came with the position, but I was rough with my people. I had a conflict with Kyoyuka and lost everything. The memory shifts to a moment of pure despair. I found myself lost until a god appeared before me. A figure of blinding light and ancient power stands in his mind's eye. The transformation was instantaneous. Once I became a devotee of the divine, I gained great power without lifting a finger. He raises his hand, electricity dancing across his palm. Eyes fixate on Konomi, his face warping into a mask of zealotry. It's a marvelous feeling to surpass humans, you should try it. Konomi bows her head, her hair shielding her face from his view. I don't need that shady power, she says, her voice low and steady. Yumeji's eyes narrow, his patience finally beginning to wear thin. He doesn't understand why a mortal would choose to suffer when a god offers them everything. Konomi takes a single, deliberate step forward, her shoe grinding into the dirt. The way of the warrior is walked one step at a time. Yumeji lets out a sharp, mocking laugh. Kaka, please, this is the era of working smarter, not harder. You'll be laughed at for being so old-fashioned. Konomi places her hand on the ground, her fingers digging into the soil as she settles into a new, predatory stance. I don't care what people think of me. She looks up, her eyes burning with a resolve that makes even Yumeji hesitate. This is the path that I chose. The silence that follows is deafening, a taut wire ready to snap. Yumeji's teeth are clenched so hard his jaw muscles bulge. He drops his cigarette and crushes it underfoot. Oh yeah, then die, he roars, charging forward with a sudden, violent speed. Konomi's aura shifts again, her spirit taking on a more lethal, calculated form. Golden Xingyaquin, beast power, scorpion, she intones. Yumeji freezes for a fraction of a second, his brain trying to process the shift. A scorpion, he repeats, his voice cracking with disbelief. Konomi whips her body around, her leg coming up like the stinger of a desert predator. It's a move that targets the soul as much as the body. A massive arc of energy trails behind her kick, a stinging lash that carves through the air with a terrifying hiss. Yumeji is forced to dive out of the way. He smashes his staff into the ground to steady himself, his breath coming in sharp, angry bursts. He's being played, and he knows it. He grits his teeth as she lands gracefully, already preparing her next move. So she doesn't only have tiger moves, he realizes with a growing frustration. Eyes dart around the clearing, looking for any edge. He's no longer the master of this battlefield, he's just another fighter in the ring. Konomi slides across the ground, a massive tree trunk snapping in half behind her as she dodges a telekinetic crush. She's too fast, too fluid to pin down. Yumeji stares at the empty space where she was just standing, his mind reeling. She dodged my telekinesis, he shouts, his voice rising in panic. Konomi's eyes lock onto his, a cold sense of triumph beginning to surface. I've figured out your moves too, she counters, her voice a whip crack in the clearing. She launches herself into a flurry of motion, her strikes coming so fast they become a single, continuous line of force. She pivots on one hand, her feet coming around in a wide, lethal arc. Scarlet Stinger, she cries out, the force of the move threatening to tear the sky open. The kick connects with his staff, the shockwave shattering the divine wood into 1,000 jagged splinters. The sound of its destruction is like a dying scream. Yumeji stares at the broken pieces of his power, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated shock. Gah, he gasps, his world collapsing around him. Konomi doesn't give him a moment to recover, her hand already shifting into a new, fluid form. Golden Xingyaquin, beast power. Snake, she finishes, her body taking on a lithe, serpentine grace. A massive, spectral viper appears behind her, its eyes mirroring her own. She unleashes a barrage of rapid-fire strikes that mimic the lightning strike of a viper. Mighty snapping viper, each hit is a needle of concentrated force. Yumeji is pelted by the blows, his defense crumbling under the sheer speed and precision of the attack. He's being torn apart by 1,000 cuts. He grits his teeth, trying to analyze her rhythm even as he's beaten back. It's still the same ability. If I consider the animal she's imitating, I should be able to figure out a pattern. Konomi's hands blur as she pulls them back, her breathing becoming rhythmic and deep. She's preparing for the final transition. She surges forward, the spectral image of a massive ape appearing behind her as she channels raw, primitive power. Golden Xingyiquan, beast power, slave. Yumeji sees her coming and leaps into the air, his body a dark silhouette against the chaos below. "So anything goes, huh?" he shouts, his voice filled with a desperate rage. He dives from the sky, aiming to crush her with the sheer force of his descent. "I'll finish her off with telekinesis from above." Konomi looks up at him, her eyes wide as she sees him coming. But instead of fear, there's a flicker of calculation. She's already one step ahead. She spreads her arms wide, her aura expanding into the shape of massive, leathery wings. Golden Xingyiquan, beast power, pterosaur. She takes flight, her body cutting through the air with the grace of a prehistoric hunter. Yumeji's eyes bug out as he realizes his prey is now the predator. They meet in midair, Konomi carving through his defense with a strike that carries the momentum of her flight. The impact sends him spiraling toward the earth. Yumeji hits the dirt with a bone-jarring crash, blood coughing from his mouth as he struggles to comprehend how he lost. The girl stands over him, her victory nearly complete. From a distance, the commander smiles, a rare look of pride on her face. "That's my Konomi. She can utilize the Xingyiquan of any animal seamlessly." She continues her silent praise. "She's a tough child who won't lose. I was worried she was focusing too much on tiger forms, as it's her favorite, but she was able to correct herself and use other animals." Yumeji pushes himself up from the mud, his breath coming in ragged, bloody sobs. "Ha, ha," he gasps, his body broken but his mind still filled with poison. He begins to rip his clothes off, his muscles bulging and shifting in a way that defies nature. He's discarding his humanity entirely to find a new kind of strength. Eye bulges with an insane pressure as he roars his final challenge. "I'll take you on with my power at full blast." He merges with his massive shuki, his upper body emerging from its head like a grotesque parasite. "This is the true power of the gods," he bellows, his voice shaking the forest. Konomi doesn't hesitate, launching herself at the titan with her hands curled into massive, heavy fists. Golden Xingyiquan, beast power, ape. She strikes the creature's head, the blow carrying the power to level a building. But the monster doesn't even flinch, its massive bulk absorbing the impact effortlessly. The shuki swats her away with a casual flick of its massive arm. Konomi is sent flying back, blood spraying from her lips as her bones scream in protest. She hits the ground hard, her head snapping back as she gasps for air. "Gah!" she moans, the world spinning in shades of gray and red. She skids across the earth, leaving a trail of broken branches and blood in her wake. The sheer scale of the enemy has changed the rules of the game. Yumeji laughs from atop his throne of meat and bone. "Brute force won't be enough to take me down in this form," he mocks, looking down at her like an insect. Eyes narrow, the divine light within them turning into a cold, killing glare. "You're just a little fledgling," he roars, his voice carrying the weight of a god's judgment. He leans forward, the monster beneath him preparing to end the fight. "You'll never reach my level." Suddenly, a voice rings out through the cube, clear and commanding. "Grab Yuuki's chains, Konomi," it screams. It's Kyoyuka offering a final lifeline. Konomi looks up, her eyes clearing as she sees Yuuki rushing toward her, the chains of his power trailing behind him like a tether to reality. Yumeji pauses, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. He doesn't understand what's happening, and in this battle, a moment's confusion is a death sentence. Kyoyuka watches the exchange with a desperate hope. The slave form they take may be able to turn the tide, she thinks, her own spirit fueling the gamble. Konomi reaches out, her hand trembling as she prepares to accept the power that could save them all or destroy her body in the process. Yuuki glares at the massive monster, his face set in a mask of grim determination. He's no longer just a boy, he's the key to the lock of their destiny. Konomi looks directly at him, her eyes burning with a new kind of intensity. She's ready to become something more than just a martial artist. The chain snaps into her hand, and the world explodes in a blinding, white light. The final transformation has begun, and God help anyone standing in its way. Amidst the swirling mists of the battlefield, Konomi Tatara stands transformed. This is the eternal chains, supreme garb, a fusion of her spirit and Yuuki's essence that coats her in shimmering, biological armor. Deep within the armor's consciousness, Yuuki's voice resonates with a new sense of purpose. "Konomi-chan, I'll fight alongside you," he declares, his presence acting as the very foundation of her power. Konomi stares up at the mountainous Shuki piloted by the sadistic Yumeji. "Unleash your moves with all your might," Yuuki encourages, and Konomi braces herself, shouting back, "Got it." From the sidelines, Kyoyuka Yuzun watches the scene with wide-eyed disbelief. Yuuki became armor, so he can change like this too, she thinks, realizing the potential of her slave is far greater than she imagined. Yumeji looks down from her massive perch, a mocking smirk crossing her face. "Big deal," she sneers, unimpressed by the flashy display of light and metal. Her expression shifts instantly, her eyes narrowing into a sharp, predatory glare as she prepares to crush the tiny warrior before her. Konomi doesn't wait for the giant to move first, sinking her weight into her stance as the ground beneath her boots begins to crack. With a sound like a thunderclap, she vanishes, leaving nothing but a cloud of dust where she stood a microsecond ago. She becomes a blur of silver and pink, skidding across the dirt with impossible speed to evade the monster's reaching claws. Konomi lunges forward, her armored arm glowing with a radiant, golden hue. "Golden Xingyaquin, beast power, yellow dragon," she cries out. A spectral dragon head erupts from her fist as she unleashes the Dragon Fang Assault, a barrage of strikes that hammer into the giant Shuki with the force of falling meteors. Inside the cockpit of her beast, Yumeji is jolted violently, her head snapping back as she coughs out a pained "Gah." Konomi feels the surge of adrenaline as her attacks connect with pinpoint accuracy. "My strength combined with Wakura-kun's is effective," she thinks, her confidence soaring. Yumeji's face twists into a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. "How dare you?" she screams, her pride wounded more than her body. The massive, central eye of the Shuki glints with a dangerous, telekinetic light, tracking Konomi's every movement. Konomi continues her high-speed dance, moving so fast that she leaves afterimages trailing behind her like ghosts in the forest. Multiple eyes on the beast's torso snap open, focusing their baleful gaze on her. "You cheeky little," Yumeji yells, her voice distorted by the beast's power. The monster erupts with a shockwave of psychic energy. "Omnidirectional telekinesis," Yumeji commands, forcing the very air to thicken and solidify around her opponent. Konomi is caught mid-lunge, her body suddenly jerking to a halt as if she's been encased in invisible concrete. "Ka!" she gasps, her limbs refusing to obey. Yumeji's laugh is jagged and cruel. "I got you now," she gloats, sensing her victory is close at hand. Konomi struggles against the crushing pressure. Yumeji turns her attention to Kyoyuka. "Now, Kyoyuka, behold, your sister pupil's defeat," she shouts with maniacal glee. Konomi's teeth grit so hard they might shatter. I can't move." She realizes, the weight of the telekinesis threatening to snap her bones. But Yuuki is not just a passive observer. "I can still move. Her telekinesis is only holding Konomi-chan," he realizes from within the armor's core. Suddenly, a massive limb made of condensed hair and spirit energy erupts from Konomi's side, lashing out at the unsuspecting villain. Yumeji's eyes bulge in pure shock as the unconventional attack zooms toward her face. "You damn man!" she shrieks, realizing she underestimated the slave. The force of the sudden movement shatters the telekinetic hold, the ground exploding outward from the sheer kinetic release. Konomi is free, and her eyes burn with a new, feral intensity. Golden Xingyiquan, beast power tiger, she bellows, her aura taking the shape of a prowling predator. She focuses all her remaining energy into a single point of impact. Now to end it, she whispers to the wind. Yumeji's face pales as she feels her control over the Shuki disintegrate. Shit, my telekinesis broke, she screams, her defense completely gone. Konomi launches herself forward, a silver streak of vengeance aimed directly at Yumeji's skull. The collision is cataclysmic, sending a massive shockwave rippling through the mountain trees. Yumeji's mask shatters upon impact, her face bruising as she is violently ejected from her monster's core. But Konomi isn't finished yet, her eyes locked on the falling villain with absolute resolve. She leaps high into the air, her fists glowing with an overwhelming golden light. Tiger Crunch Fist, she roars, descending like a god of war. The impact is absolute, crushing the massive Shuki into the earth and creating a crater that rattles the entire mountain range. Yumeji is slammed into the dirt, coughing up blood as her body finally gives way to the overwhelming damage. The giant beast lies broken and motionless, its single eye dimming as the forest falls into a sudden, eerie silence. Konomi stands amidst the rubble, her breath coming in ragged gasps as the adrenaline begins to recede. She feels a sudden drain in her spirit, her eyes widening as the golden light around her begins to flicker and fade. With a sound like breaking glass, the supreme garb shatters, hundreds of armor pieces dissolving into thin air. Konomi and Yuuki are left standing in the center of the clearing, steam rising from their skin as they return to their human forms. Yuuki looks down at his trembling hands. I guess it's more powerful but doesn't last as long, he muses. Konomi is stunned. The transformation wore off, she exclaims. But the danger isn't over. Another massive Shuki looms out of the smoke, its jagged teeth bared in a silent snarl as it reaches for the exhausted pair. Yuuki lunges forward to shield her. Look out, he yells, but he knows he has nothing left to fight with. Suddenly, a thin line appears across the monster's face. In an instant, the beast is sliced perfectly in two by an unseen blade. The old master stands behind the falling monster, his katana already halfway back in its sheath, his expression cold and professional. Konomi breathes a sigh of relief as her allies finally arrive. Master, senior sister, she calls out. Kyoyuka steps forward, her eyes scanning the debris. Sorry we're late, she says calmly. Yuuki and Kyoyuka lock eyes for a brief moment, a silent exchange of relief and duty passing between them. The old man looks at Konomi with a rare nod of approval. That was a job well done, he says. Myoga, the elderly woman beside him, smiles. It's time for the reward, I know. I'll take care of the nearby Shuki. Kyoyuka remains quiet, her gaze fixed on Konomi's battered uniform and the dirt smudged across her face. Kyoyuka turns to Konomi with a stern but fair look. Konomi, you'll also have to partake in this since you borrowed him, she commands, referring to the inevitable reward Yuuki must receive. Konomi pumps her fist with a determined look. Of course, you saved me big time, she agrees, though her cheeks flush at the implication. Suddenly, the old master points into the shadows. Hurry up, Yumeji's disappeared, he bellows, realizing their target has slipped away. A dark trail of blood weaves through the grass, leading deep into the impenetrable mountainside. The realization hits the group like a cold wind. What? She must have escaped when we weren't looking, Konomi growls, her hands tightening into fists. Kyoyuka shakes her head and looks at Yuuki. Let's get this reward over with. Yuuki stands up straight, his face turning bright red. Oh, okay, he stammers. Without another word, Kyoyuka pulls Yuuki toward her and presses her lips against his in a deep, desperate kiss. Konomi is caught in the crossfire of their intimacy, watching from mere inches away as the two share a passionate moment. Her eyes are wide, her heart hammering against her ribs as she whispers, "Senior sister." The kiss is long and intense, a primal exchange of energy. Without taking a breath, she keeps kissing him, Konomi thinks, mesmerized by the display. Konomi's breathing becomes shallow, the heat in the clearing suddenly feeling overwhelming. She focuses on Kyoyuka's closed eyes and the way her hands grip Yuuki's shoulders, feeling a strange pang of envy. The sounds of their breathing and the soft contact of their lips fill the quiet mountain air, creating a tension that could be cut with a knife. Finally, Kyoyuka pulls away, leaving a dazed and breathless Yuuki staring back at her. Kyoyuka isn't done, leaning her head against Yuki's neck and breathing in deeply, her eyes slipping shut in exhaustion and relief. Yuuki can feel the heat radiating from her. She's so passionate, he thinks, his heart skipping a beat. Konomi watches them from a distance, clutching her weapon tightly as a storm of conflicting emotions swirls in her chest. Kyoyuka lingers for a moment longer, her lips brushing against his skin, marking him as hers once again. She pulls back and straightens her uniform, her strength seemingly restored. "There, I can move now," she says, her voice regaining its command. Without looking back, she sprints toward the trail. "I'll go after Yumeji first. We're not letting her get away," she yells. Yuuki calls out after her, "Be careful." Now alone in the silent clearing, Yuuki and Konomi stand together, the awkwardness between them growing by the second. Konomi fidgets with her ponytail, looking down at the grass. Wakura-kun," she says softly, breaking the silence. She looks up at him with a sudden, fierce determination. "I'll also give you a reward," she declares, her voice trembling slightly. She reaches out and takes his hand, her fingers interlocking with his in a firm, meaningful squeeze. Konomi's face is a deep shade of crimson as she looks away. So," she begins, struggling to find the right words. They stand hand in hand in the quiet woods. "It looks like my reward for you is a date," she says with a small, hopeful smile. Yuuki blinks, his mind racing. "A date," he repeats, the word feeling strange and exciting on his tongue. Nearby, the old master continues his grim work, his sword flashing through the air with lethal grace. He carves through a horde of minor shuki, black blood, spraying across the trees, as he clears the area for the young couple. Yuuki gestures to the carnage surrounding them. "Is a bit hard, huh?" he asks with a nervous laugh. Konomi sighs, "A date under these circumstances." MANAGA appears on top of a fallen beast, her expression full of maternal mischief. "Don't worry," she tells them. She points her finger at the two of them. "Leave the shuki to us. Focus on your reward," she advises with a wink. Yuuki looks at the rugged terrain. "Still, we're too deep in the mountains for a date," he points out logically. MANAGA laughs. "What are you talking about?" She looks back at them with wisdom in her eyes. "If the two of you have a nice, enjoyable talk, then that's a date." Yuuki looks at Konomi, seeing the vulnerability and the strength in her face, and finally smiles. Konomi pulls gently on his hand. "Let's go for a little walk," she suggests. "Okay," he replies, following her lead into the forest. They walk beneath the shifting shadows of the trees, the sounds of battle fading behind them as the mountains grow quiet. The master and MANAGA watch them go, a sense of peace settling over the battlefield for just a moment. "Sorry about this," Konomi says, her voice soft and apologetic. Yuuki shakes his head. "Don't be, I'm happy to be here." Konomi thinks back to the feeling of the transformation. "When I was wearing you as armor, I felt so warm," she confesses, looking down at her boots. Yuuki looks at her with a warm, genuine smile. "Konomi-chan," he whispers, moved by her honesty. She looks at him curiously. "Did you ever go on any dates when you were in high school, Wakura-kun?" she asks, trying to break the tension. Yuuki blushes and looks away. "Not even once," he admits, his voice full of self-deprecation. Konomi lets out a small laugh. "Then we're alike. I figured you were popular, Konomi-chan," Yuuki adds with a grin. She looks ahead, her expression softening. "It's because everyone knows my identity as a commander," she explains. Yuuki realizes, so the guys get scared off. Yuuki turns to her, his tone becoming more serious. "Why did you join the Demon Defense Force?" he asks, truly curious about her origins. Konomi stops walking, her eyes reflecting the memories of a distant past. "When I was in elementary school, a shuki appeared while I was walking home," she begins, the scene shifting to a dusty road years ago. A young Konomi stands her ground with a simple wooden stick, protecting two of her friends from a towering monster. Her friends are huddled on the ground behind her, sobbing and paralyzed with fear as the shadow of the beast looms over them. The little girl's hands are shaking, sweat dripping down her face, but she refuses to drop her makeshift weapon. The shuki snaps its jaws, its dark, empty eyes fixed on the small child standing in its path. But Konomi doesn't run. She glares at the beast with a defiance that defies her age, ready to fight to the very end. Suddenly, MANAGA descends like a bolt of lightning, slaying the beast in a single blow. She looks at the brave little girl and smiles. "You're a brave girl," she tells her softly. Back in the present, Yuuki nods in understanding. "So you were scouted by MANAGA-san." Konomi confirms with a quiet "yep." Yuuki looks at her with admiration. "It's amazing that you're a commander when you're still in high school." Konomi sighs. "I still have a long way to go." She looks at her hands, her voice full of doubt. "I said the way of the warrior is walked one step at a time, but I ended up relying on your strength, Wakura-kun." Yuuki suddenly grabs her hand and lifts it high. "You're going to get way, stronger. I just know it," he says with absolute conviction. Konomi looks at him, her eyes shining with joy. She lets out a bright, cheerful thanks, her heart feeling lighter than it has in years. In the distance, the master continues his relentless assault, his blade whistling through the air as he cuts down the remaining monsters. Yuuki hears a distant roar and laughs. "Sure is lively around here." Konomi giggles beside him. "Why yeah?" Yuuki stops and looks at her. "How about we use our imagination?" he asks, a playful glint in his eye. Konomi tilts her head, intrigued. "What do you envision when you think of a date?" he asks. She muses, tapping her chin. She imagines them in normal school clothes, sitting in a quiet library. "Studying at the library, I guess?" Yuuki smiles. "How diligent of you." She continues the fantasy. "That's because exams are coming up. What about you, Wakura-kun?" she asks, turning the question on him. Yuuki imagines her in a karaoke room, belting out songs with total abandon. "I've always wanted to go do karaoke after school. I love singing with people," she exclaims in the vision. Konomi adds to the list, her eyes sparking. "A movie would be fun too. I like action and kung fu movies." Yuki laughs. "Me too." She leans back against an imaginary railing overlooking a shimmering city skyline. "And I know it's pretty cliché, but enjoying the night lights would be nice as well." Yuki nods. "Ooh, I adore that." The wind dies down, leaving the mountain pass quiet and still as the sun begins to set. Yuuki looks around, the atmosphere shifting into something much more intimate. "It suddenly got quiet," he whispers. Konomi reaches up and slowly unties the ribbon holding her hair. "Hey, Wakura-kun," she says softly, her voice filled with a new emotion. Her hair cascades down her shoulders as she tilts her head back, the light of the dying sun catching the copper strands. She looks at him with an intensity that makes his breath hitch. "Will you put your arms around me?" she asks, her eyes searching his. Yuuki's heart pounds against his chest. "Like when you were my armor," she finishes, her voice barely a whisper. Yuuki hesitates for a second before reaching out, his hands trembling slightly as he moves to embrace her. He pulls her back against his chest, wrapping his arms tightly around her, holding her as if she might disappear if he let go. Konomi grips his forearms, a soft sigh of contentment escaping her lips. "I knew it," she thinks, closing her eyes. She leans her head back against his shoulder. "He really is warm," she whispers to herself, finally letting her guard down completely. Konomi turns in his arms, her face inches from his. "Wakura-kun," she breathes, her gaze fixed on his lips. They slowly lean in, and as their lips finally touch, the world around them seems to vanish into a blur of light and warmth. Konomi loses herself in the sensation of the kiss, her eyes fluttering shut. "So this is a kiss," she realizes, her heart soaring. Their spirits connect, a surge of energy ripples through them. "My body is," she thinks, the connection deepening beyond the physical. In their shared consciousness, they are naked and vulnerable, floating in a sea of pure, golden light. "Getting warmer," she whispers into the kiss. Konomi's eyes open slightly, a single tear escaping as the intensity of the bond threatens to overwhelm her. "Ha, ha," she pants softly. Her gaze drifts to the faint mark on Yuuki's neck, the one left by Kyoyuka earlier that day. Her pupils contract as a sharp pain of jealousy and regret pierces through her. Even though, She begins to think. The tears come faster now, her voice thick with emotion. I said I would cheer you on. She admits to herself, realizing her feelings are far more complicated than she let on. She pulls him into another deep, tearful kiss, clutching him tightly as if to apologize to her senior sister in her heart. Senior sister, I'm sorry, she sobs silently. Meanwhile, Kyoyuka continues her relentless search through the forest, her sword drawn and her eyes sharp as a hawk's. Deep in the dark heart of the mountains, Yumeji leans against a tree, gasping for breath. Huff, huff, ha, she grunts, her body broken and bloody. She looks down at her ruined armor and spits blood into the dirt. What a mess, she growls, her eyes burning with a promise of revenge. Deep within the shadows of a hidden sanctuary, the humid air clings to the skin of Naruheim as she bathes in ritual waters. This isn't a moment of relaxation, but one of preparation for a coming storm that will shake the foundations of the world. A sharp, rhythmic clicking echoes through the stone halls, the sound of heels signaling an arrival. Each step carries a weight of authority that demands attention from anyone within earshot. Naruheim emerges from the mist, her expression cold and focused. She has no time for pleasantries when the ultimate goal is finally within her grasp. A figure clad in an obsidian visor watches her every move. Headed to the ritual, Naruheim, he asks, his voice muffled by the helm but carrying a clear note of curiosity. That's right, to speed up the coming of the day of purification, she declares, her eyes burning with a zealot's fire. The masked man remains seated, his posture relaxed despite the magnitude of her words. The masked man holds up a finger, a silent gesture for restraint. Naruheim, please lower your volume, he requests calmly, though his words only seem to irritate her further. Naruheim points toward a swirling vortex, a window into another realm. Have the devotees of the divine attacked yet? She demands, watching as the portal reveals a quiet, unsuspecting town. She turns back to her companion, her teeth bared in a feral grin. Will your experiment to turn humans into shuki produce results? She asks, the very thought sending a shiver of anticipation through her. The masked figure stares into the void, his own motivations hidden behind the black glass. In the end, will they remain human? Or will they surpass their humanity? I can't wait to find out, he replies with a chilling detachment. Meanwhile, far away in the 7th Squad dorm, Himari lies in bed, the silence of the night doing little to quiet her racing mind. The peaceful atmosphere feels like a thin veil that could tear at any moment. She stares at the ceiling, her thoughts drifting back to her recent battles. Come to think of it, I haven't trained with Yuuki lately, she whispers to herself, the absence of their shared routine gnawing at her. A long break from combat can be refreshing, but for a soldier, it often feels like a prelude to something worse. Taking a long break could mean a long build-up, she muses, her instincts screaming that the peace is temporary. The thought of Yuuki brings a flush to her cheeks as she imagines the intense training they once shared. That would be bad. It would result in an indecent reward, she thinks, her face buried in her hands to hide her own embarrassment. She shifts beneath the covers, trying to shake the distracting thoughts from her head. More than anything, I need to train to master my ability. She reminds herself, her resolve tightening even as she squirms against the sheets. The door suddenly bursts open with a thunderous bang. Himari-san, we have a crisis. A squadmate screams, her panic immediately shattering the quiet intimacy of the room. Himari sits up instantly, her eyes wide with shock. An army of Shuki is attacking. We're positioned at the reverse ogre gate direction. That's not rare, she points out, trying to find logic in the sudden chaos. The panic-stricken girl holds up her phone, the screen flashing with alerts. But the other squads are also under attack. Ah, even the 6th and 2nd squads have an army of Shuki at their door, she cries out. Another squadmate leans against the doorframe, a twisted smile playing on her lips. This is clearly a coordinated assault. How thrilling, she remarks, her eyes gleaming with a thirst for the coming violence. Himari clenches her fist, the fear in her heart replaced by a burning determination. Fine by me, I'll show them the fruits of my training, she declares, her voice steady and full of promise. Outside the 6th Squad dorm, the air is thick with the growls of monsters and the scent of ozone. The invaders have arrived in force, and the battle is already well underway. A lone warrior stands amidst the chaos, her eyes cold and analytical. She doesn't see a threat. She sees a target that needs to be neutralized with clinical precision. She clasps her hands together, the subtle movement a trigger for a devastating counteroffensive. The calm before her storm is as terrifying as the Shuki themselves. The Shuki horde surges forward, their twisted forms a testament to the horrors unleashed by the gods. They move with a singular, mindless purpose, to consume everything in their path. A massive cyclone of energy erupts in the center of the battlefield, tossing Shuki aside like dolls. The defense force isn't just holding the line, they are tearing the invaders apart. A Shuki hits the ground with a sickening thud, its life force extinguished in an instant. The earth trembles under the weight of the carnage, but the warriors do not flinch. A shadowy figure looms over the fallen creatures, his presence a dark blot on the landscape. "I don't know who the hell you are," he begins, his voice dripping with disdain for the enemy's lack of quality. A girl laughs as she checks her weapon, her eyes filled with a manic joy. "But don't think you can win against a time manipulator," she warns, her finger resting lightly on the trigger. From the shadows, a hooded observer watches the clash, his single eye glowing with a malevolent light. He is the architect of this chaos, and he is far from finished. Projectiles tear through the air, leaving trails of destruction in their wake. The battlefield is a symphony of violence where every note is a scream and every beat is an explosion. The earth explodes as a massive force strikes the center of the fray. "Watch out!" Someone screams, the warning barely audible over the roar of the ongoing combat. Konomi lands gracefully amidst the debris, a confident smirk on her face. "You gotta finish the job, Yakai," she calls out, her eyes scanning for the next target. Yakai grunts as she recovers her footing, her brow furrowed in concentration. "NGH," she exclaims, the pressure of the battle finally starting to weigh on her physical limits. A digital crosshair centers on the warriors, a silent predator marking its prey from a distance. The threat is no longer just from the monsters in front of them, but from the unseen eyes above. The sniper's rifle rests on a rocky outcrop, the barrel cold and unforgiving. "I can't believe they rushed out immediately," the sniper muses, marveling at their reckless bravery. High above the battlefield, the sniper lies prone, a shadow against the gray sky. Below, the 5th Squad dorm sits vulnerable, surrounded by the swirling masses of the enemy. The sniper adjusts the scope, his eye fixed on the prize. "Foolish targets, I'll finish you off with my dead line," he whispers, his voice devoid of any hesitation or mercy. A special ability activates, the scope glowing with an eerie intensity. The longer he observes, the more certain the kill becomes. His patience is his most lethal weapon. Suddenly, a warp gate shimmers into existence right behind the sniper. "I knew I'd find someone here," a voice rings out, turning the predator into the prey in a split second. A hand reaches out and gently pats the sniper on the shoulder. It's a gesture of mock affection that carries the weight of a death sentence. The warp gate begins to close, its job done. The battle has shifted again, and the hidden threat is about to be dragged into the light for all to see. The sniper is yanked through the portal, his rifle falling uselessly to the ground. Sahara and Konomi watch from below, their eyes wide as they see the enemy's master plan unraveling. "Sahara," Konomi yells, her voice full of urgency. They need to capitalize on this opening before the enemy can regroup and launch another surprise. The two girls dash forward with incredible speed, their forms blurring as they close the distance. They are no longer just defending, they are hunting the heart of the invasion. A powerful impact creates a shockwave that ripples through the air. The sound of tearing fabric and breaking bones echoes as the front line of the Shuki army is pulverized. The sniper grunts in pain as he hits the ground, his face contorted in a mask of agony. "Kuh!" he gasps, struggling to comprehend how his perfect ambush was so easily dismantled. Konomi and her allies descend like vengeful spirits, their strikes landing with the weight of mountains. The Shuki are being pushed back, their numbers no match for the sheer will of the defense force. A Shuki is sent spinning into the air by a massive kick. The creature collapses in a heap, its twisted limbs flailing uselessly as the battle rages on around it. A warrior stands over the fallen monster, her posture radiating a calm but deadly aura. She doesn't need to look at her enemy to know that the fight is already over. The sniper looks up, blood trickling down his chin. "You felt my gaze. From that distance?" he asks, his voice trembling with a mix of fear and genuine disbelief. The warrior closes her eyes and smiles faintly, the wind tossing her hair. "I guess I've become more sensitive," she replies, her tone almost conversational despite the surrounding carnage. She stands tall, her uniform pristine despite the chaos. "You'll understand. If you ever fall in love," she adds with a wink, leaving the sniper stunned by her casual confidence. The warrior glances toward the horizon, her eyes narrowing as she senses a new threat. "Ooh!" Konomi exclaims, following her gaze as a fresh wave of dust rises in the distance. A massive horde of Shuki stomps across the rocky terrain, their collective footsteps sounding like a rolling earthquake. "More enemies incoming," a soldier warns, the situation growing more desperate by the second. The leader turns to her squad, her face set in a mask of grim determination. "I want to go provide backup for the others, so let's wrap this up as fast as possible," she commands. She stares directly at the oncoming wave, her eyes cold and merciless. "This enemy is clearly a different breed from my sister-in-law and her friends. I'll slaughter them without reservation," she thinks to herself. A Shuki is struck with such force that its face caves in, blood and ichor spraying across the dry earth. The defense force isn't just fighting for survival, they are fighting for total dominance. The warriors move with a synchronized grace, their attacks weaving together into a tapestry of destruction. Every movement is calculated, every strike meant to end a life in the most efficient way possible. A war cry echoes through the canyon as the defense force charges into the heart of the enemy. They are outnumbered, but they move with the confidence of those who know they cannot lose. At the second squad dorm, a different kind of preparation is underway. Two figures stand on the roof, their eyes fixed on the distant battles while they plan their own move. "My clones are getting a handle on their abilities. We'll attack as soon as we confirm 'em," one soldier reports. "Think this is related to the terrorist attack from before?" her companion asks, her brow furrowed. The soldier with the face mask narrows her eyes. "Are they trying to manipulate and trick us into fighting among ourselves?" she muses, the suspicion of a deeper conspiracy taking root in her mind. The captain of the second squad looks out over the landscape, her expression fierce. "We're just gonna have to capture them and find out," she decides, her voice brooking no argument. A hand holds a glowing tablet, displaying a list of squads currently engaged in battle. "So the other squads are under attack too," the user observes, the full scope of the invasion finally becoming clear. A close-up of a warrior's face reveals a deep-seated worry hidden behind a wall of stoicism. "Yuuki, don't you dare get hurt," she whispers, her eyes filled with a silent prayer for the one she loves. The camera pans over a desolate mountain range, the jagged peaks standing as silent witnesses to the coming conflict. This is the calm before a storm that will change everything. Deep in the woods, a lone figure leans against a massive tree, his posture relaxed despite the danger lurking in the shadows. He is waiting for something, or someone, to arrive. The figure's face is covered in scars, a map of the many battles he has survived. His eyes are hard and unforgiving, the look of a man who has seen too much and done even more. A warrior emerges from the trees, her sword drawn and ready. She doesn't hesitate as she faces the man, her expression one of cold resolve. "I'm taking you in," she declares, her voice echoing through the quiet forest. She doesn't see a person, she sees a traitor who needs to answer for his crimes. The man looks at her and smirks, a dark amusement dancing in his eyes. "To the Onmyu Bureau, you mean?" he asks, his voice dripping with a dangerous confidence. Flashback to a brighter time as a young Kyoka Yuzin stands before her superiors. "I'm Kyoka Yuzin, my dream is the annihilation of all Shuki," she announces, her voice full of youthful passion. Yumeji watches her with an appreciative look, a mentor seeing potential in a new recruit. "I like the look in your eyes," he remarks, his words a validation of everything she has worked for. Yumeji tosses a sleek metallic object to Kyoka. A present to commemorate your entry into the squad. Take good care of it, he says, a rare smile touching his lips. Kyoka looks at the lighter in her hand, a look of confusion on her face. No, but I'm not old enough to smoke. She points out, her innocence a stark contrast to the world they inhabit. Yumeji takes a cigarette out of his own mouth and winks. It's a tool to bond with me, he explains, his tone playful but his eyes remaining focused on the task at hand. Kyoka stares at him, her expression unreadable. This man is her commander, her hero, and she would follow him to the ends of the earth if he asked her to. She clicks the lighter open, the small flame flickering in the dim light. It's a symbolic moment, the passing of a torch from one generation of warriors to the next. The flashback continues as Kyoka watches her commander with a look of deep respect. She wants to be exactly like him, a beacon of strength for the entire squad. Yumeji exhales a cloud of smoke, his eyes fixed on the horizon. Here in the 7th Squad, it's an all-you-can-hunt shuki buffet since so many of them show up, he says with a dark chuckle. He grabs a young girl by the head, a gesture of rough affection. I'm gonna train you, so have your revenge to your heart's content, he promises, his voice full of a mentor's pride. The squad charges into battle, a line of warriors moving with a singular purpose. They are a family forged in the fires of war, and they will fight for each other until the very end. A young warrior leaps onto the back of a shuki, her blade slicing through the air. Time to submit, she cries out, her eyes glowing with the thrill of the hunt. Haruno Q stands poised, her hand outstretched as origami cranes swirl around her. Haruno Shikigami, origami, she chants, the delicate paper creations hiding a deadly potential. The paper cranes transform into streaks of light, piercing through the shuki with incredible speed. It's a beautiful but lethal display of power that leaves the enemy in pieces. The shuki are torn apart by the relentless onslaught, their bodies dissolving into shadows. The defense force is winning, but the cost of the victory is starting to become apparent. Later, the warriors relax in a communal bath, the steam rising around them. Me, second in command? Kyoka asks, her face flushed from both the heat and the news. One of the older girls laughs and splashes water at her. Kyoka-chan as second in command? I'm all for it, she exclaims, her voice full of genuine support for her friend. Kyoka looks around the bath, her eyes filled with a quiet contentment. Motto's a good place, she muses, the camaraderie of her squad feeling like a shield against the horrors of the outside world. Yumeji looks at her, his expression unreadable. I used to live in a ditch, and yet I was able to become squad commander, he says, his voice carrying a hint of a dark past. He leans closer to her, his eyes burning with a dangerous intensity. So long as they hunt down a lot of shuki, even a new recruit can become second in command, he adds, his words carrying a hidden meaning. Kyoka looks at him with admiration. Let's keep going strong, she declares, her hand in a determined salute. Yes, ma'am, he responds with a smile that doesn't quite reach his eyes. Back in the hallway, Yumeji stands alone, reading over a report. His posture is rigid, the look of a man who is carrying a burden that is far too heavy for any one person. Since Ni joined, our shuki kills have increased even more. We have the highest number of hits out of all the squads this month, he thinks to himself, his ambition growing with every success. A sinister smile spreads across his face as he looks at the numbers. I could even aim for a higher position than commander, he whispers, the seeds of betrayal finally beginning to sprout. The peaceful atmosphere of the dorm is a lie, a thin veneer of normalcy hiding the rot that is growing within the heart of the 7th Squad. Yumeji-san, someone calls out, breaking his dark reverie. Yumeji walks down the hallway with a group of soldiers, his expression one of bored arrogance. Haruno-san collapsed due to overuse of her ability. Ni and the others are also growing exhausted, someone reports, their voice full of concern. Please go back to the old pace. The squad is suffering, they plead, but Yumeji doesn't seem to care. We won't beat the other squad's numbers if we do. This is about protecting the people and killing shuki. Buck up, he snaps back. Kyoka stares at him with a look of growing shock. This is not the man she respected. This is a stranger who values numbers over the lives of his own people. I'm not backing down this time, she shouts. Yumeji turns to her, his eyes cold and calculating. The loser leaves the demon defense force without complaint. Are you game? This ought to shut her up, he thinks, his ego finally overriding his reason. Kyoka doesn't hesitate. I accept, she says, her voice full of a quiet, terrifying resolve. The battle for the heart of the squad has begun, and there will only be one winner. Yumeji looks at her with a mix of surprise and genuine anger. You, he begins, his face contorting in a mask of wounded pride as he realizes that his control over her is gone. I will stop you before everyone gets driven into the ground. Kyoka screams, her eyes burning with a fire that even Yumeji cannot ignore. She is no longer his student, she is his judge. The flashback ends, and we are back in the forest where the two former allies stand face to face. The trees around them are silent, as if holding their breath for the coming conflict. Yumeji looks down at the ground, a self-deprecating smile on his lips. The reason I lost to you before was because I didn't actually want to kill you. I was half-hearted back then, he claims, his voice full of a desperate lie. Kyoka stares at him with a look of pure disdain. The biggest reason for your defeat is your habit of looking down on others, she replies, her words cutting through his excuses like a sharp blade. Yumeji hangs his head, the weight of her judgment finally starting to sink in. He has lost everything, and he has no one to blame but himself and his own insatiable greed. Looks like it, even with full killing intent, I still lost. Konomi's a first year in high school, but her potential is limitless. She grew even in the middle of a battle, he admits, finally showing a spark of honesty. Kyoka points her sword at his throat, her expression cold and unforgiving. You abandoned your humanity, so I'm not bringing you to the police. I'm taking you back to Mato, she decides. Yumeji looks up at her, a dark light returning to his eyes. I have information on the gods, like the location of their hideout, he offers, trying one last time to bargain for his survival. He smirks, a look of triumph returning to his scarred face. I'll tell you all about it, so you best treat me well, he adds, his voice dripping with a newfound arrogance. Kyoka looks at him with a mix of pity and disgust. What a shameful way to cling to life, she muses, her heart breaking for the man he used to be. She begins to walk away, her sword still drawn. But I definitely want that information, she adds. Don't touch me just yet, you'll get caught in it, Yumeji warns, his voice full of a strange urgency. Kyoka stops and looks back at him, her brow furrowed in confusion. What is he talking about? Is this another one of his tricks, or is there something she has missed? Yumeji's hand begins to tremble as a dark energy starts to radiate from his body. Any minute now, he whispers, his voice full of a terrifying certainty that something is coming for him. He stands tall, his eyes fixed on the sky above. The god's wrath will be upon me. I know it, he says, his voice carrying the weight of a prophet who knows his own doom. A close-up of his eye reveals a deep-seated fear that even he can no longer hide. Heal me, and save my life, he pleads, though it's unclear who he is speaking to. Kyoka stares at him, her expression one of growing horror as she realizes that he is telling the truth. The gods he served are not going to let him betray them so easily. Why did you side with such gods? They say they want to destroy humanity, she asks, her voice full of a genuine sorrow for the path he chose. Yumeji looks down, the fire finally going out of his eyes. He has no answer for her, only the cold certainty that his end is finally here. Nobody in this world ever looked at me, he begins, his voice full of a lifetime of loneliness and rejection. He wasn't born evil, he was made that way by a world that didn't care. He looks out over the landscape, his vision blurring. So I won't look at the world either, that's all there is to it, he adds, his voice trailing off into a whisper. He takes a final drag from his cigarette, the smoke curling around his face like a shroud. This is his final act of defiance against a world that has already forgotten him. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning strikes him with incredible force. The air crackles with a divine, terrifying energy as the curse of the gods is finally unleashed. Yumeji grunts as the energy tears through his body, his form flickering like a dying candle. He gasps, his final moment marked by a stubborn refusal to beg for mercy. The lighter he gave Kyoka lies on the ground, a silent testament to the bond that they once shared. The small flame flickers out, leaving nothing but shadows in its wake. Kyoka stands over him, her sword still drawn but her heart heavy with grief. She has captured her enemy, but she has lost the man she once called her hero. Kyoka, Yumeji whispers, his voice barely audible over the crackling energy. He looks at her with a look of pure, unadulterated longing, the mask of the traitor finally falling away. "I was always looking at you," he says, his final words a confession of the one truth he could never admit to himself or anyone else. Kyoka's face contorts in a mask of pure, unadulterated pain. "That's why I scolded you so much," she cries out, her tears finally beginning to fall for the man she could have saved. Yumeji looks up at her, his eyes wide with a mix of shock and genuine gratitude. He didn't expect her to care, and the knowledge that she does is his final reward. A small smile touches his lips as he closes his eyes for the final time. He is at peace, the many battles he fought finally over, and the long night finally begun. "Hesh," he whispers, his final breath a small, defiant laugh against the gods and the world. He lived his life on his own terms, and he will die on them too. Suddenly, his body explodes into a fountain of blood and shadow. The god's wrath is not just a death sentence, it is a total erasure of the one who dared to defy them. Kyoka watches in horror as her former commander is torn apart from within. The seal on his chest glows with a blinding intensity, the mark of a divine execution. "This is," she gasps, her voice full of a terrifying realization. The gods aren't just powerful, they are petty, and they will stop at nothing to maintain their control over the world. Yumeji's broken form hits the ground with a sickening splat, blood soaking the dry earth. "The god's wrath," Kyoka whispers, the full magnitude of the threat finally sinking in. The forest is silent again, the only sound the rustling of leaves and the distant calls of birds. The battle is over, but the war has only just begun. Kyoka stands over the remains of her commander, her eyes burning with a new, terrifying purpose. She will not let his death be in vain, she will find the gods and make them pay. She grabs his broken form and pulls it toward her, her hands covered in his blood. "You used to live in a ditch," she screams, her voice full of a desperate, grieving rage. She pulls him into a tight embrace, her face buried in his chest. "So show me that will of yours to live," she pleads, though she knows he cannot hear her anymore. A final, pained cry echoes through the forest. "Gwa!" It sounds like a man dying, but also like a spirit finally finding release from its earthly bonds. Kyoka looks down and gasps as a strange energy begins to flow from Yumeji's body. Something is happening, something that even she cannot explain or understand. "Her telekinesis is activating," she muses, watching as his organs begin to glow with a soft, ethereal light. Even in death, he is still fighting to stay with her. An interior view reveals his heart still beating, kept alive by a sheer force of will. She could do that to her own body. It's keeping her organs going, Kyoka realizes, her heart filled with a mix of wonder and horrific awe. Kyoka cradles him in her arms, her eyes fixed on the distant horizon. "I can't wait for the medical team to get here," she says, her voice full of a new, desperate hope. She begins to carry him back toward the dorms, her posture radiating a fierce protectiveness. They'll probably transport her to the Onmyu Bureau, she thinks, her mind already planning the next step. "I'll get information on the 8 Thunder Gods and the inner workings of the Onmyu Bureau from you. I won't let you die," she vows, her final resolution made in the heart of a blood-soaked forest. In a special bonus story, we find Konomi and Yuuki alone in a quiet clearing. The battle is over, and it's time for a reward that is far more personal than a medal or a promotion. Konomi wraps her arms around him, a look of pure, unadulterated joy on her face. "Jiwoo," she squeals, the sound of her embrace echoing through the quiet woods. She pulls back and looks into his eyes, her face flushed with excitement. "What did it feel like when you became my armor?" she asks, her voice full of a playful curiosity. Yuuki looks away, his face turning bright red as he remembers the sensation of being so close to her. "I was a little distracted, but if I had to say, my body remembers," he begins, his voice trailing off into a shy whisper. He looks back at her, his eyes filled with a sudden, intense longing. The sensations of Konomi-chan's every nook and cranny, he finishes, his words sending a shockwave through her entire body. Konomi stares at him, her eyes wide with shock. She didn't expect him to be so honest, and the sheer audacity of his confession has left her completely speechless. "No, let's drop this topic," Yuki screams, his face turning an even darker shade of red. "Ah, you don't have to be shy," Konomi teases, her laugh sounding like silver bells in the quiet woods. She leans in closer to him, her breath warm against his skin. She knows exactly what he is thinking, and she is enjoying every single second of his obvious embarrassment. She begins to unbutton her uniform, her eyes never leaving his. "I also felt," she begins, her voice low and full of a dangerous promise that Yuki cannot possibly ignore. "You all over me," she adds, her final word a whisper that is felt more than heard. She is taking control of the reward, and she is far from finished with him. She stands before him in her striped underwear, her eyes glowing with a manic, playful light. "How does it look now?" she asks, her posture radiating a feral confidence that leaves Yuki breathless. She leaps onto him again, her arms wrapped around his neck. "The reward isn't over yet," she whispers into his ear, her voice full of a promise that will be kept for a very long time. They share a deep, passionate kiss as the world around them fades away. There is no war, no gods, no Shuki. There is only the two of them and the reward that they have earned with their own blood and sweat. The camera pans out over the forest, the peaceful scene a stark contrast to the violence of the earlier battles. This is the reward for those who fight, a small moment of peace in a world that is far too full of darkness. Ryu and her husband watch from a distance, their eyes filled with a quiet pride for the daughter they have raised. "Konomi, you are truly a fearsome child," Ryu observes, the final word on a battle that has only just begun. Yuki lies motionless in a futon, the silence of the room only broken by his shallow breathing as he remains lost in a deep slumber. Kaioyuka sits beside him, her hand supporting her chin as she gazes down at him with a soft, rare smile while the title cards drift across the screen. Chapter 98.5, Anomaly. But Yuki's rest is anything but peaceful, his face flushed with heat and beads of sweat forming on his brow from an internal struggle. Kaioyuka's expression shifts to sudden concern as she notices just how high his temperature has climbed during his rest. She checks the digital thermometer, and the screen blinks with a reading of 37.3 degrees Celsius. Kaioyuka stands up, her mind racing as she tries to recall his baseline health. 37.3 degrees, Yuuki-kun's normal temperature. She looks back at the bed, her eyes narrowing as she realizes the discrepancy. "Is 36.3 degrees," she exclaims to herself. While his body rests in the dorms, the world inside Yuuki is undergoing a transformation that Kaioyuka cannot see. In a steaming hot spring of the mind, Kusetsu clings to him, her skin slick and her eyes wide with mischief. "Hey, Kusetsu, what are you?" Yuuki gasps out. The eighth thunder god pins him down, a predatory grin spreading across her face. "You can't move, and it's useless to struggle," she whispers into his ear. She leans in even closer, her proximity overwhelming his senses as she explains the link between their souls. The you in the real world has started to develop a light fever due to fatigue. Yuki's eyes widen in shock as she reveals that his physical state is a direct reflection of their mental bond. She continues to press her body against his, her intent becoming clearer with every passing second. So, by doing this, she begins to move with a rhythmic, ethereal grace, her presence saturating his mind. "I'm smearing my godly essence all over your body, to heal you." Back in the physical world, Kaioyuka continues her vigil, placing a cooling, damp cloth on his chest. The care he's receiving on the outside seems to be just what his body needs too. She watches him intently, noticing the moment his breathing finally begins to stabilize. He'll probably recover, she thinks with a sigh. She checks the thermometer again, and the numbers have finally dropped back to the healthy 36.3. Kaioyuka lets out a long, shaky breath of relief. "Phew," she whispers, showing just how much this kid actually means to her. The strange link between them remains a mystery, but the result is undeniable. Yuki felt fine when he woke up later. He doesn't remember the details of the dream, only a lingering sense of warmth that feels entirely foreign, yet strangely welcoming. Meanwhile, a different kind of heat is scorching the battlefield at the Demon Defense Force 3rd Squad dorm as smoke rises from the ruins. The wind howls over the scorched earth as the remnants of a brutal, one-sided assault settle over the barracks. Bodies of fallen soldiers are scattered across the courtyard, a grim testament to the overwhelming power of the 8 Thunder God's followers. Another defender lies face down in the dirt, her strength completely spent after a desperate last stand. Himari Fuyu stands alone amidst the carnage, her breath coming in ragged gasps as she clutches her side in pain. The title card appears over her battered form. Chapter 99, The End of the Fierce Battle. She raises her pistol, but her hands are trembling with pure exhaustion. 3 monstrous figures loom in the distance, their silhouettes dark and terrifying against the twilight sky. The winged sister sneers, her eyes glowing with a sickening malice. Most abilities are powerless in the face of divine speed. The horned brother steps forward, his voice a deep, vibrating rumble that shakes the ground. We 3 sisters are the strongest of the devotees of the divine. The hulking, armored brother slams his massive fists together with a sound like a thunderclap. The barrier has been broken. All that's left is the commander. Himari fires her last rounds. The muzzle flashes lighting up her desperate face as she pours everything into a final defiance. But the bullets simply spark off the giant's skin, falling harmlessly to the ground like pebbles. "My anti-Shuki bullets," she gasps in horror. The brute laughs, his muscles bulging with an unnatural density that ignores her weaponry. This body repels all attacks. Himari's gun clicks empty, and she tosses the useless piece of metal aside with a look of grim determination. Then, she braces herself, her eyes flickering with a final, suicidal resolve. Can it repel this too? She activates her ultimate gambit. Attack mode, laughing god of longevity, Canopus, she screams at the top of her lungs. A brilliant light erupts from her center, causing even the speedster sister to flinch back in temporary blindness. The tank brother growls, shielding his eyes from the intensifying glow. Part of her body's glowing. The brute realizes the danger and prepares to counter from range. Take the commander down from a safe distance. The speedster sister takes flight, hovering just out of reach of the impending, localized blast. Himari realizes the fatal flaw in her final strike. It won't work if I'm too far away, she thinks, despair finally setting in. Before she can adjust her position, a massive stream of caustic fluid erupts from the 3rd sibling's mouth. Life liquefier. Himari's eyes widen in terror as the corrosive wave rushes toward her, threatening to melt her very existence away. A massive explosion of dust and steam follows the impact, the ground itself dissolving under the intensity of the acid. The monster screams in triumph, savoring the presumed kill as the smoke clears. Not even your bones will remain. But a voice cuts through his celebration, dripping with sudden, paralyzing fear. "Wait!" the speedster cries, her eyes fixed on the sky above. High above the carnage, a figure descends with effortless poise, holding a stunned Himari in a protective, one-handed embrace. Himari looks up, her vision blurring as she recognizes the unmistakable profile of her savior. Supreme Commander," she stammers. Ren Yamashiro looks down at her with a gaze that is both icy and reassuring, her presence instantly shifting the weight of the battle. The 3 siblings recoil in shock, their plan falling apart in the presence of a living legend. "It's Ren Yamashiro. Why is she here?" The tank brother growls, his teeth bared in frustration. The plan was to keep her busy there. What's the team attacking the Demon Defense Force HQ doing? Ren lands softly, her boots clicking against the cracked stone courtyard. They've already. She glances back at the distant horizon with a look of utter boredom. Been taken care of. The monsters can't believe it. They thought they had the tactical advantage, but the Supreme Commander has just upended the entire board. The brute mutters to himself, his voice shaking. "I thought we had sent those who specialized in stalling for time to their HQ." Ren sets Himari down gently on her feet. I had a bad feeling about the third squad, so I flew over, and it was just as I expected. Himari bows her head, hot tears of frustration and relief stinging her eyes. I'm sorry. Ren gives her a faint, almost playful smile despite the situation. I'll punish you later. Suddenly, the speedster sister blurs into motion, becoming a streak of black and white death. Divine speed strike. She moves faster than any human eye should follow, a killing blow aimed directly at Ren's exposed throat. But Ren doesn't even flinch. She simply shifts her weight, her movements a liquid grace that defies physics. You call that divine speed? The monster freezes in midair, her eyes wide as she realizes she's been completely and utterly outclassed in her own domain. With a motion too fast to track, Ren delivers a devastating kick that sends the speedster crashing through the courtyard floor. The impact craters the ground, a massive shockwave of dust and debris erupting into the air as the villain is buried. Ren stands amidst the settling dust, a halo of divine symbols manifesting behind her head. The gods. She looks directly into the soul of her next target, her power radiating like a sun. Are surprisingly slow. The tank brother panics, his armor-plated skin hardening even further as he prepares for the worst. An attack's coming. He lunges forward in a desperate bid to close the distance, hoping his sheer mass will be enough to stop her momentum. Ren simply raises a single hand, her power focusing into a point of absolute destruction that glows with terrifying intensity. Divine steel body. The monster roars, bracing himself for an impact he believes he can survive. A beam of pure, concentrated energy tears through him, bypassing his defenses as if they were made of paper while he screams in agony. The blast continues on for miles, carving a path of destruction through the landscape and vaporizing everything in its way. The dust begins to clear, revealing the shattered and smoking remains of the once proud warrior of the gods. Ren's voice remains calm, devoid of any pity or effort. That's enough, Ren Yamashiro, she says to herself as she considers the carnage. The third brother is still standing, but he's shaking violently, holding a bruised and battered squad member as a human shield. I'm glad I kept one alive. He pulls her closer, his clawed hand pressing hard against her throat as he backs away, just in case something like this happened. Ren stares at him, her expression turning into one of pure, unadulterated contempt that makes the monster's blood run cold. How cute. She doesn't even look at the hostage, her confidence in her own power absolute. You think a hostage will work on me? The monster's eyes widen as he feels the ground beneath him begin to tremble with a power he can't comprehend. What? A massive pillar of light erupts from the earth, consuming the villain and sparing the captive in a feat of surgical precision. Haya. The explosion is blinding, a final testament to why she holds the title of Supreme Commander over all others. When the light fades, the monster is a charred ruin, and the hostage is safely on the ground, gasping for air. Whoa, she cries. Ren stands over the crater, her power slowly receding into her frame as she surveys the silent battlefield. The last devotee gasps for a final breath, his body broken beyond any hope of repair. Ha. Ren walks toward him, her silhouette blocking out the sun as she delivers her final judgment. So. Her voice is like absolute ice, weak. The arrival of the Supreme Commander turned the tide against all the devotees of the Divine that had dared to attack her squads. The threat to the third squad has been neutralized, but the cost to the defenders is becoming painfully apparent in the aftermath. Filling in for the missing commanders, Ren Yamashiro and Tenka Izumo have finally secured the area for medical transport. Later, back at the facility, a young soldier runs up to Kyoyuka with a beaming smile and tears in her eyes. Thank you for the backup. Kyoyuka nods, her eyes softening as she sees her squad safe and mostly intact. As usual, the 7th squad showed great courage. Nearby, several large, pulsating white pods rest in the hall, their surfaces humming with a soothing, magical energy. Deep within the high-security walls of the Onmyu Bureau, a silent tension hangs in the sterile air. A lone woman lies exposed within a complex ritual seal, her body serving as a grim testament to a battle that shouldn't have been possible. Supreme Commander Ren Yamashiro stares down at the unconscious captive. So she was no good either, she notes with clinical detachment. The old healer sighs, her voice heavy with the weight of failure. I thought she made it in time to be treated, but she just wasted away. The healer leans closer to the woman's face, focusing on a strange mark. I speculate the seal on her forehead has a curse-like effect. Ren's eyes narrow as she considers their options. Can it be removed? Have you tested out abilities aside from healing? She asks. The healer shakes her head slowly. Even if the body part itself is excised, the seal reappears as soon as it's removed. Ren adjusts the ribbon in her hair, a dangerous glint appearing in her eyes. A bothersome trick worthy of a god. Meanwhile, in a separate wing of the facility, the reports continue to come in. Of the 14 captured, the only survivor is Yumeji Shimamura. Yumeji lies hooked to a breathing apparatus, her life tethered to the world by flickering monitors and plastic tubes. Ren enters the room, her presence demanding attention even from the dying woman. Ren looks toward the staff monitoring the vitals. How is she? The assistant looks down at her charts. She remains unconscious, but she's holding on. Suddenly, Ren reaches down, her fingers digging into Yumeji's shoulder with surprising force. Ren leans in close, her voice a sharp blade cutting through the hum of the machines. The Supreme Commander's here. Spill what you know, Yumeji. Yumeji's eyes flutter beneath the mask, the trauma of her condition visible in every shallow breath. Ren's voice drops to a threatening whisper. Prove your usefulness, and we should be able to save you. For a moment, there is only the silence of the hospital room, a desperate struggle for a single word. Then Yumeji's hand twitches, her fingers grasping weakly at Ren's sleeve. The assistant gasps as the captive's lips begin to move behind the plastic mask. The grip tightens, a final surge of life force manifesting as a desperate message. Ren doesn't pull away. She leans in further, her face a mask of focus as she listens to the dying rasp. The message is rhythmic, mechanical, and entirely unexpected. The healer watches in shock. She's telling you something. Ren pulls back, her eyes wide as she processes the revelation. Kyoyuka, their numbers. Ren recites the sequence carefully. 35140. Kyoyuka realizes the significance instantly. Coordinates. Without wasting a second, Ren turns and strides toward the door. Kyoyuka, stay with her. Inform us as soon as you learn anything new. Kyoyuka nods firmly, her resolve hardening even as the commander leaves the room. Ren's final command echoes down the hall. Keep Shimamura alive by every means. Hours later, the sun rises over the sprawling cityscape of Tokyo, where the mundane world remains oblivious to the coming storm. Inside the heart of the government district, a secret assembly is being called to order. High-ranking officials sit across from Ren in a sterile meeting room. Though you were under a full-scale attack, there were 0 casualties, as expected of the Demon Defense Force. Ren sits with perfect posture, her eyes scanning the room. We also gained information on the enemy from a captive. She delivers the ultimatum with terrifying calm. We will be eliminating the 8 Thunder Gods. Is that all right? The officials exchange uneasy glances, the sheer audacity of the plan leaving them speechless. The Prime Minister stares out the window, her mind calculating the risk. If we could negotiate with the gods, it could be a chance to gain more resources. Another official leans forward, sweat beading on her forehead. But Prime Minister, no matter how much we've tried to establish talks with them, we've gotten no response. Ren's expression remains unmoved as the official continues. Worse, they have stated that they will wipe out humanity. The politicians slowly rise from their seats, the reality of their situation finally sinking in. So we have no choice but to defeat them. They bow deeply to the woman who represents their only hope for survival. Please do what you must. Supreme Commander Yamashiro. Ren offers a faint, chilling smile. The mission is officially sanctioned. The sun begins to set over the reinforced headquarters, where the gears of war are finally in motion. Later that night, the atmosphere is far less formal in the private hot springs of the Bureau. And so, the government has high expectations of us, Ren explains. Belle, a younger soldier, looks down at the water, her voice trembling. Then, please, demote me from commander. Ren turns her head slightly, watching the girl through the rising steam. Belle's eyes well up with tears. If we have to fight the 8 thunder gods, I'll be the first one to die. Ren's gaze is sharp, analyzing the fear in her subordinate as if it were a tactical flaw. Ren stands up, the water splashing as she moves with predatory grace. You're too weak-willed, Belle. She looms over the girl, her silhouette imposing against the soft light. There's nobody who can kill you, aside from me, that is. Ren leans in, her voice intimate yet laced with ice. And, I wouldn't kill my friend. Belle looks up, her eyes wide as she searches for any sign of warmth in the commander's face. Ren's hand reaches out, her thumb brushing against Belle's cheek. Come on now, have confidence, and smile, Belle. Belle is frozen, trapped between the comfort of Ren's words and the terrifying intensity of her gaze. The young girl can only tremble, her mind racing as Ren's hands cup her face. Ren's smile remains fixed. What's the matter? Smile. She pulls on Belle's cheeks, forcing the girl's expression into a mockery of happiness. Belle lets out a sob, the forced smile creating a heart-wrenching image of despair hidden under obedience. Ren watches her, satisfied. She knows exactly how to manipulate the hearts of those around her. The steam rises into the night air, obscuring the manipulation taking place within the walls of the spring. Far away, in the desolate mountain ranges of Mado, the true enemies await under a darkened sky. Ren and her elite squad stand on the edge of a massive crater. The coordinates from Shimamura are 155 meters below the ground here. The squad is tense, their weapons ready as they stare into the abyss. One of the commanders adjusts her cap, her eyes fixed on the target zone. Ren remains calm, the central point of the operation. Belle looks terrified, her eyes darting around as she anticipates an ambush. A blonde commander watches Ren carefully, waiting for the signal. The shorter-haired soldier nods, her jaw set in determination. Kyoyuka stands by, her gaze alternating between the crater and her leader. Yuuki Wakura watches the scene with a mix of wonder and dread. Every member of the squad knows that this mission could be their last. But for Ren Yamashiro, failure is not a concept that exists. Ren breaks the silence. I'll charge in with the first strike. She turns back to the group. The rest of you follow as soon as you hear from me, or if 10 minutes pass, whichever comes first. Belle steps forward, her voice shaky. You're going in alone, but that's too, Ren cuts her off. It'll be better on my own. Suddenly, Ren releases her spiritual energy, the ground cracking beneath her as a vortex of power swirls around her. Ren points a finger toward the sky. That way, I can unleash my full power. The squad watches in awe, the sheer magnitude of her strength pushing them back. All right, Belle stammers. Ren's eyes snap toward Yuuki. But I'm bringing equipment, Yuuki Wakura. Yuuki stands at attention, his voice ringing out. Yes, ma'am. Ren leans in, her eyes glowing with anticipation. Take your slave form with me, and dig a hole to the underground. Yuuki is taken aback by the command, his eyes widening. In an instant, he transforms, his humanity stripped away as he becomes a savage beast under Ren's control. The other squad members protest immediately. I object. He'll get caught in your attack. I can check out the situation with one of my clones. Ren chuckles, dismissive of their concerns. It's all right. His injuries heal instantly in that form. Yuuki, now in his monstrous slave form, prepares to launch the assault. Let me do it, he growls through bestial teeth. Ren looks down at her hands, her mind focused on the gods waiting below. Yuuki clenches his fists, the power of his form surging through him. If we don't act against the 8 thunder gods, we'll never have peace. He roars, his voice echoing across the mountains. If there is anything I can do, I'll give it my very best. The squad can only watch as Yuuki leaps into the air, his silhouette blotting out the moon. With a thunderous crash, he slams into the crater floor, his bestial claws tearing through the stone like parchment. Ren rides on his back, her expression one of cold focus as they plummet into the dark. The squad commanders watch them go, the sound of the descent fading into the depths. The tension is unbearable. the fate of the mission now resting on the shoulders of one woman and her slave. Deep below, the shadows begin to shift, reacting to the intrusion. Yuuki reaches the bottom, the impact kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Ren steps off his back, her eyes scanning the underground cavern for the first sign of life. The silence is oppressive, the air thick with the smell of old earth and ancient power. Suddenly, a voice rings out through the darkness, mocking and clear. A massive energy blast erupts from the center of the cavern, lighting up the ancient architecture in brilliant white. Columns of stone crumble as the shockwave rips through the chamber. Through the smoke, a massive silhouette emerges, a being far beyond human understanding. Ren stands atop the slave form of Yuuki, her cape fluttering in the wind created by the explosion. Two figures emerge from the shadows. A dark-haired woman in a kimono smiles widely. "Hey there, welcome." Behind her stands a massive warrior with white hair and horns, his presence radiating pure hostility. Ren's eyes narrow. "Aren't there 7 of you? This isn't our home base. We'd never tell such an essential location to a mere human." The woman in the kimono giggles. "In fact, we'd been planning on demolishing this place, but with the enemy's supreme commander coming here on her own, we figured a greeting was in order." Ren looks down at her. "Greet me, right, you want to destroy humans, don't you?" Suddenly, the air pressure in the room shifts as Ren prepares to move. Ren gestures broadly to the cavern. "Japan, and namely I will be managing motto, you gods are dismissed." The woman's smile falters, her eyes flashing with anger. "I see, she's rather easy to read." She turns to her companion, "Juryuu." Ren doesn't wait for them to finish. "Yuuki Wakura." The massive god Juryuu roars, his eyes glowing with divine energy as he lunges forward. He swings a massive fist, the force of the strike shattering the air around them. Ren dodges with impossible speed, her movements a blur as she positions herself behind the god. The woman in the kimono watches in shock as Juryuu's strike hits nothing. "I didn't even know that was breakable. How powerful." Yuuki lunges in his bestial form, clashing with the massive god in a display of raw power. Juryuu snarls, his fist glowing with a white aura as he prepares a specialized attack. He strikes Yuuki dead on, a wave of energy rippling through the slave's body. The shock wave knocks them both back, the cavern floor cracking under the pressure. Ren leaps into the fray, her movements as elegant as they are deadly. She delivers a flurry of strikes, each one aimed at a vital point on the massive god's body. Juryuu grunts in pain, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Nice attack." Ren's boot slams into the god's face, the impact sending him flying backward through a stone wall. Debris falls from the ceiling as the chamber begins to collapse under the intensity of the fight. Yuuki recovers instantly, his healing factor knitting his wounds back together as he prepares for the next round. Ren's eyes scan the battlefield, her mind working through 1,000 tactical permutations. Is it possible to cancel out godly attributes with ability nullification? The woman in the kimono flies through the air, her dark energy swirling around her in a deadly vortex. Ren doesn't blink, her focus sharpening as she prepares to face the true power of the gods. Juryuu charges back in, his body wreathed in light as he prepares his ultimate move. Ren smiles at the challenge. "A god confident in her strength, are you? An indirect approach would probably be most effective, but..." Ren lunges forward, her spiritual energy condensing around her fist until it glows like a miniature star. "I'd much rather use brute force." She slams her hand into the dark woman's chest, a sickening sound of impact echoing through the cavern. The woman gasps, her form flickering as the raw energy of Ren's attack disrupts her divine essence. Ren's gaze remains cold, her focus unwavering as she prepares to finish the fight. Juryuu roars, his arm transforming into a massive, stony claw. Earth-crust dragon fist. The woman in the kimono counters with her own move, the shadows swirling into a crushing sphere. Dark ripple. Ren stands between the two gods, her presence dwarfing their combined might. It's time to commit deicide. She stomps her foot, the ground exploding in a wave of force that knocks both gods back. In a flash of light, she is behind the woman, her hand already moving for the killing blow. The impact creates a shockwave that levels the rest of the chamber, smoke and dust obscuring everything. Ren stands in the center of the destruction, her breathing steady even after such an exertion. Suddenly, she feels a presence behind her, a cold wind that shouldn't be there. She turns just in time to see the dark-haired woman standing unharmed on a pile of rubble. "Ka," Ren grunts. The woman vanishes into a dark portal, her laughter echoing through the cavern as she escapes. Ren lunges for the portal, but it closes just before she can reach it. She stands in the silence of the underground, her eyes scanning for any sign of her prey. Suddenly, a realization hits her, the fragments of the battle finally making sense. Ren looks at the spot where the god was standing. It's a fake. She turns her gaze toward the shadows, her senses on high alert. A figure emerges from a distant corner of the cavern, just as I'd expect from the Supreme Commander. The real dark goddess steps into the light, Juryu standing behind her. "We've given our greetings, so we'll take our leave." She smiles one last time before stepping back into a massive shadowy maw. With these words, "I've laid the groundwork." Ren lunges forward, her fist ready to strike, but she is too late. The portal vanishes, leaving only the sound of falling dust and the heavy breathing of the victors. Ren stands still, her eyes fixed on the spot where the gods disappeared. They escaped. She looks around the devastated chamber. No other enemies around. The dust begins to settle, revealing the full extent of the destruction. Ren lets out a short, sharp laugh. "Heh, having fought them directly, now I know for sure." She looks toward the ceiling, her eyes burning with an unshakable conviction. "Even gods cannot defeat me, for I am Ren Yamashiro." Yuuki reverts to his human form, falling to the ground as the transformation wears off. The spiritual energy dissipates, the silence of the cave returning as the battle ends. Yuuki groans, his body aching from the intensity of the struggle. "Irk." Ren stands over him, her shadow looming as she reaches into her pocket. "First, let's settle this score." She pulls out a heavy leather collar, the metal buckle glinting in the dim light. Ren smiles down at her subordinate, a look of pure dominance in her eyes. "I'll make you understand who the real dog here is." The collar clicks shut, a sound that signals a new chapter in their twisted relationship. The dust clears, the secrets of Ren Yamashiro's power are only beginning to surface, and the gods have only just begun their games. Underground in the Onmyu Bureau, the air is thick with tension as Supreme Commander Ren Yamashiro stands over a seated Yuuki Wakura. Ren looks down at him, her curiosity piqued as she asks, "When you were in your slave form, did you retain your consciousness?" Yuuki looks up, the memories of the transformation still hazy and overwhelming. "I managed to hold on through sheer determination until I started to dig," he admits, his brow furrowed in concentration. He pauses, a look of genuine confusion crossing his face as he tries to recall the missing pieces of his own history. "And then, I remember nothing once we got to this underground." He trails off, unable to find the words. Ren closes her eyes with a satisfied smirk, her hand resting on the belt at her waist. "I knew you were well trained after all," she notes, her voice carrying a hint of dark pride as she adds, "but I was able to control you fairly well with the chain." Suddenly, her expression shifts into something far more predatory and intense. "Next is training you in your human form," she declares with a chilling smile, her eyes locking onto his as she promises, "I'll make sure you know your place." Ren pulls a toy bone from her cloak, holding it up like a prize in a twisted game. "Fetching this bone, barking like a dog, I'll have you do that much," she commands, her voice dripping with mockery. Yuuki recoils, his face paling as the reality of her demands sets in. "Be but," he stammers, pointing a finger in disbelief while Ren remains stoic, waiting for his submission. Eyes widen as he realizes the trap he's fallen into, the weight of the contract pressing down on him. "You've experienced the force of the reward's compulsion, right?" he thinks, the fear of losing control becoming all too real. Ren turns her back to him, her long hair swaying with an ethereal grace as a strange energy begins to hum around her. "That's a good question," she muses over her shoulder. "I've taken measures to combat the coercive power." Her eyes snap open, revealing glowing sigils etched into her pupils. By lodging the same ability in both eyes, I can up the output, she explains coldly, her power manifesting as a physical pressure in the room. Yuuki can only stare in shock, his jaw dropping at the sheer impossibility of her technique. "How's that, posse?" he starts to ask, but the words die in his throat as the air grows heavy around them. A thin, dangerous smile plays across Ren's lips as she watches his reaction. "You're the first person to ever broaden my abilities," she admits, leaning in with a look of genuine intrigue. "I praise you for it." She grips the belt in both hands, her silhouette cast in deep shadow as her eyes flare with light. "Now, let us begin," she commands, the scene darkening as the true training session starts. Suddenly, the dynamic shifts entirely as Ren fastens the collar around her own neck. Her expression goes blank, her eyes glowing with a dull, hypnotic light as the click of the buckle echoes through the silent chamber. Yuuki is frozen in place, his pupils shrinking as he tries to process the sight before him. He expected a battle, but this is something far more bizarre and unsettling than he ever imagined. Ren looks down at the collar, her cheeks flushing with a hint of red. The Supreme Commander of the Onmyu Bureau has just surrendered herself to the very instincts she sought to control. Yuuki scrambles back on the floor, his hands waving in front of him as he tries to maintain some distance. What is the meaning of this?" he shouts, his voice cracking with panic while Ren stands silently, waiting for a command. He reaches out, his palm open as if to ward off a ghost or a curse. He's looking for answers, but all he finds is the cold, silent stare of a commander who has discarded her humanity. Ren's eye twitches, her pupil dilated as the coercive power of the reward begins to take full effect on her mind. She isn't just acting anymore, she is becoming the role she chose to play. Yuuki's hand remains suspended in the air, a bridge between a master and a servant that has suddenly been reversed. The tension in the air is palpable, a silent countdown to the next move. With a sudden, fluid motion, Ren drops into a squat, her hands curled up like paws. The transition is so complete, so instinctual, that it leaves Yuuki breathless as she waits for his next command. Yuuki tentatively reaches out, his fingers brushing against Ren's cheek. To his shock, she nuzzles into his hand with a soft, affectionate whine, her face lighting up with a blush as she accepts the gesture of a pet being loved. But within that moment of submission, a dark realization flickers behind Ren's eyes. Once again, "I'm the one who's being pet," she thinks, her internal fury rising against the very compulsion she invoked. Yuuki's face is a mask of pure terror, his mouth agape as he realizes he is petting the most powerful woman in the world like a common puppy. He tries to speak, but the words fail him completely. Hand trembles as he continues to stroke her hair, the sheer absurdity of the situation sinking in. He knows he should stop, but the training has taken a life of its own, and there's no turning back now. In a moment of pure, unadulterated chaos, Yuuki leans over her, rubbing her head vigorously. "Ah, who's a good girl?" he coos, his own embarrassment overshadowed by the sheer momentum of the act. Ren's internal monologue is a scream of frustration as her body refuses to obey her will. "What is wrong with this ability?" she rages mentally, while Yuuki shouts back in a panic, "I don't know either." Driven by a sudden surge of primal energy, Ren lunges forward, her body a blur of motion as she pins Yuuki to the ground. The playful facade vanishes, replaced by an aggressive, overwhelming hunger for the reward. She looms over him, her face inches from his as her breath hitches. The power of the compulsion has turned a simple training exercise into a desperate, intimate struggle for dominance between the two. Ren presses her face into his, her eyes wide with a frantic, unyielding intensity. She is no longer the Supreme Commander. She is a beast seeking its due, and Yuuki is caught in the center of the storm. The sounds of the chamber are filled with the wet, frantic noises of her hunger. She licks and bites with a desperation that defies logic, her tongue moving with a life of its own as she claims her prize. The intimacy is raw and overwhelming, a display of primal instinct that shatters the boundaries between them. Ren's tongue sweeps across him, a relentless force that leaves Yuuki gasping and pinned beneath her weight. Ren straddles Yuuki, her body arched in a display of pure animalistic power. Supreme Commander. Yuuki manages to wheeze out, his face a bright crimson as she continues her relentless assault of affection. Yuuki tries to shove her back, his hands pressing against her shoulders in a desperate bid for sanity. "Please calm down," he shouts, his voice echoing off the stone walls of the underground chamber. But the struggle only brings them closer together, their bodies entwined in a chaotic dance of limbs and fabric. On the floor nearby, the plastic bone lies forgotten, a silent witness to the madness unfolding. Suddenly, Ren freezes, her gaze locking onto the toy bone with a terrifying clarity. Her pupils shift, the icons of the bone literally appearing in her eyes as the most basic of dog-like instincts takes over her mind. "Don't tell me," she thinks. A joyful, manic light breaks across her face as she barks out a loud ruff. Her transformation into a loyal, excited pet is complete, and she shouts, "I'm fetching it." She dives for the bone, her jaw snapping shut around the plastic with a sharp sound. There is no dignity left, only the pure, focused drive of a creature completing a task for its master. With the bone firmly in her mouth, she zooms back toward Yuuki, her body a blur of speed and excitement. Yuuki can only watch with a look of stunned disbelief, his world having turned upside down in a matter of minutes. Ren slides to a halt in front of him, the bone held proudly in her teeth as she looks up with shimmering eyes. "Woof!" she exclaims, tail-wagging energy radiating off her while Yuuki can only offer a weak, thanks. But beneath the surface, Ren's conscious mind is a boiling cauldron of humiliation and rage. "Curse you, Yuuki Wakura!" she seethes, her teeth grinding against the plastic bone as she vers vengeance. Suddenly, a sharp, electronic beep pierces the air. 1 minute until everyone arrives, an automated voice announces, causing Ren to jump in terror. The training was supposed to be secret, but time has run out. Ren's face turns a ghostly white as the reality of her situation sinks in. "In 1 minute?" she whispers, her eyes darting around the room as she searches for a way to hide her shame. She imagines the horror of the other commanders walking in on this scene. The various leaders of the Demon Defense Force, Kyoyuka, Himari, Shashu, and Ni, would never let her live this down. The thought of them seeing her on all fours, tongue out and panting, is a nightmare come to life. See me like this, and they'll all, she thinks, the fear of losing her authority becoming a physical weight. Yuuki looks at her, the gravity of the situation finally overcoming his own embarrassment. He sees the panic in her eyes, the desperate need to preserve the image of the Supreme Commander. Expression hardens into one of intense focus. He isn't just a slave or a trainee anymore, he's the only one who can save Ren from the social catastrophe of her own making. Yuuki steps forward, grabbing her by the shoulders with a sudden, firm authority. "It's okay," he shouts, his voice grounding her in the middle of her panic attack. Ren looks up at him, her eyes wide and pleading. She's vulnerable in a way she's never been before, her pride stripped away by the very power she tried to wield. Yuuki takes a deep breath, his hands trembling slightly as he prepares to commit to a reckless plan. "I'll do high-speed petting, to wrap up this reward in under a minute," he declares, his resolve absolute. Ren's eyes fill with a strange mix of hope and fear as she hears his name. "Yuuki Wakura," she whispers, the reality of what's about to happen finally settling over her like a heavy shroud. Yuuki tackles her to the ground with a sudden flop, pinning her down to begin the accelerated reward process. "Here we go," he yells, while Ren can only let out a confused "huh." He doesn't hesitate, his hands moving with a speed that defies the human eye. He grabs at her clothes, his fingers finding the edges of her uniform as he begins the frantic, high-speed petting Ren needs to satisfy the contract. The fabric of her uniform slips as he pulls it back, his movements precise and relentless. There is no time for grace or subtlety, there is only the raw, urgent need to finish the reward before the doors open. Ren lets out a sharp gasp, her face a mask of shock and sensory overload as Yuuki's hands move across her. The intensity of the contact is unlike anything she's ever felt, a whirlwind of tactile sensation. Her eyes roll back, her breath coming in short, ragged bursts as the reward hits her with full force. The clock is ticking, and every second feels like an eternity in this desperate race against time. Yuuki's hands are a blur, his focus entirely on the task at hand as he massages and pets her with a frantic energy. Even if I have no choice, Ren thinks, her mind drowning in the sheer volume of the physical reward. He reaches for the clasp of her undergarment, the metal clicking open with a sharp sound. It's a moment of total vulnerability, a boundary crossed in the name of satisfying the power that binds them both. Ren's body reacts instinctively, her skin glistening with sweat as the intensity of the reward peaks. I knew it, she thinks, the sheer scale of Yuuki's devotion and effort finally becoming clear to her through the fog of pleasure. She is completely overwhelmed, her body trembling as she lets out a series of frantic, animalistic noises. Yipe! Woof! She cries, the Supreme Commander reduced to a state of pure, unbridled reaction. He's just a beast, she realizes with a final, staggering thought. Later, the scene shifts to the main hall where the commanders have gathered for the debrief. Ren stands at the front, her posture perfect and her voice steady as she reports. Of the 8 Thunder Gods, 2 were present, and we engaged them in battle. She looks out over her subordinates, her expression an impenetrable mask of military discipline. The enemy fled from me in fear, she states coldly, hiding the chaos of the previous hour behind a wall of professional stoicism. The other commanders discuss the news, their chibified forms showing a range of emotions from curiosity to pride. Of course you'd send multiple gods packing. One cheers, while they all agree to hurry up and analyze the location for more info. The meeting breaks up. Ren watches Yuuki from a distance, her hand drifting to her throat where the collar once rested. She sees him talking with the others, a silent tension still vibrating between them that no one else can see. Outside, the sky is dark and foreboding, a single bolt of lightning illuminating the jagged horizon. The victory against the gods was significant, but the internal struggles within the Bureau are far from over. The Onmyu Bureau headquarters stands tall against the night, a fortress of tradition and power. Within its walls, secrets are being kept that could tear the organization apart if they were ever brought to light. Ren sits alone in a grand meeting room, the empty chairs around the long table a reflection of the isolation her position demands. Yuuki stands before her, the two of them alone once again to discuss the aftermath of their training. Ren stares at him, her gaze heavy with unspoken questions. You wish to support Kyoyuka in becoming Supreme Commander, she states, her voice echoing in the vast, empty space. She leans forward, her eyes narrowing as she challenges him. Did you not think the earlier situation would be a good opportunity to undermine my authority? She asks, testing his loyalty and his motives. Yuuki meets her gaze without flinching, his eyes clear and honest. Even without relying on that, I think Kyoyuka-san can win against you fair and square, he answers, his belief in his captain absolute. Ren says nothing for a long moment, her eyes searching his for any sign of deception. She finds none, only the quiet, steady fire of a man who knows exactly where he stands. She turns her head away, her expression softening just a fraction. So that high-speed petting was for my sake, she asks, the vulnerability of the underground chamber threatening to resurface. Yuuki nods, a small, awkward smile touching his lips. I figured you didn't want everyone to see you like that, he admits simply, a gesture of unexpected kindness in a world defined by power and hierarchy. Ren's eye twitches, her pride stung by his pity even as she realizes the truth of his words. She stares at him with a cold, piercing intensity that would make most men crumble, but Yuuki remains standing. The silence in the room is deafening as they lock eyes. The Supreme Commander is unused to being saved by anyone, let alone a subordinate who has seen her at her absolute lowest point. Suddenly, Ren stands up, her boots clicking sharply against the floor. How impudent, she spits out, her voice regaining its edge of command as she closes the distance between them with a sudden, purposeful stride. She jabs a finger into his chest, her face inches from his as she delivers a final warning. I'll make sure to return this favor, and also put you in your place, she vows, her eyes flaring with a renewed sense of purpose. She walks away, her white cloak billowing behind her. A dark shadow crosses her face. I will never forget this second humiliation, she whispers to herself, her resolve to dominate Yuuki becoming more personal and dangerous than ever before. Deep in the forest, a massive waterfall thunders down, a roar of white water and mist. In the middle of the deluge, a figure sits in perfect meditation atop a rock, the sheer force of the nature testing their resolve. The water crashes around them, a relentless pummeling of energy. It's a scene of intense focus and spiritual discipline, a far cry from the political maneuvering and hidden shame within the Bureau's walls. The chapter title card appears over the rocky terrain. Chapter 103, Demon Defense Force Personnel. The story is moving forward, and the stakes are about to be raised for every member of the squad. Kyoyuka sits perched atop Yuuki's back in his slave form as they trek through the woods. How was meditating under the waterfall while in slave form? She asks casually, her hand resting on the chain around his neck. Good, it cooled my head, Yuuki replies. Yuuki's monstrous eyes look forward, reflecting the inner turmoil he's been battling. I've been feeling a bit agitated lately, he admits, his voice a low growl that echoes through the quiet forest trails. Kyoyuka looks thoughtful, her mind drifting to the battles they've faced. You mean how the upgraded Shuki gave you a hard time? Its amazing master and the others could defeat them in one blow. They saw through the enemy's weakness, she notes, her tone professional. She reaches down, giving him a supportive pat on his armored shoulder. It's a matter of experience. Kyoyuka-san, Yuuki says, acknowledging her wisdom while she looks ahead with a determined gaze. Kyoyuka's eyes narrow, her voice filled with a fierce, competitive fire. The reason you were thrashed by the gods is because the Supreme Commander didn't know how to handle you, she declares, her conviction unshakable. She pulls on his chain, her face illuminated by a sudden surge of confidence. You'll be okay with me holding your reins, she shouts, and Yuuki can only respond with a loyal, yes, ma'am, as they charge forward. Her eye catches a glint in the distance, a flicker of something that breaks her concentration. The forest is full of eyes, and not all of them are friendly towards the 7th Squad and their peculiar methods. They arrive at a secluded building, a traditional-style house nestled among the trees. Someone is waiting for them on the porch, a silent figure whose presence feels both familiar and out of place in this remote location. The woman waves with a gentle, knowing smile. Her short, styled hair and fashionable clothes contrast sharply with the military uniforms Kyoyuka and Yuuki wear. She is Haruno Q, a key member of the away team. Kyoyuka looks at her with a mix of surprise and suspicion, her guard slightly up. Seeing a member of a separate team here so early can only mean that information is moving faster than she anticipated. Yuuki shifts back into his human form, dust clinging to his clothes. I thought you were coming in the morning, Kyoyuka says, to which Q replies with a casual shrug, I finished work early. Q's expression turns serious as she addresses the gravity of their mission. Time is of the essence. Let's share the info we have on the Onmyu Bureau, she suggests, her eyes carrying a weight of secret knowledge. Kyoyuka hesitates, her hand resting on her hip. Then, wait just a moment, she requests, her mind already racing through the implications of what Q might know about the organization's inner workings. Q laughs, her hands balled into fists as she brings up a topic that Kyoyuka clearly finds exasperating. It's fine, I'll be giving a reward too, of course. She cheers, while Kyoyuka screams, how is that fine? The sliding doors of the room are shown. A thin barrier between the public discussion of military strategy and the private, chaotic rewards that define the lives of the Demon Defense Force personnel. The scene within is one of utter sensory overload for Yuuki. Kyoyuka and Q are both in their lingerie, lounging on a massive bed. So today's reward is lying together. Good thing the bed's so large, they tease, leaving Yuuki stunned. Yuuki lies face down between them, his face buried in the pillows as they both massage his back and legs. He's exhausted, Kyoyuka notes with a soft smile, while Q muses, this is a rather tame reward. The conversation shifts to more pressing matters as they continue the massage. Yumeji will live, but she's not waking up. Looks like it'll take some time for her to recover, Q explains, her voice dropping to a somber tone. Kaioyuka looks down at Yuuki, her hand resting gently on his head. But everything basically worked out, right, Kaioyu-chan? Q asks. Yeah, I'll go visit her soon, Kaioyuka replies, her thoughts clearly elsewhere. A shadow of concern crosses Kaioyuka's face as she looks out toward the window. There's a chance the enemy will come to attack her, she warns, her grip on Yuuki tightening slightly as she feels the impending threat. Q unzips Yuki's shirt, her hands moving with a casual intimacy that leaves him speechless. For security purposes, I was told about the structure of the Onmyu Bureau, all except for the basement, she reveals, her voice low and focused. She pulls the fabric away, her eyes glistening with a hint of mischief. I knew the basement was suspicious, she notes, the mystery of the Bureau's hidden depths finally coming to the forefront of their investigation. Q leans in close, her gaze turning sharp. I've been getting to know someone on the inside, she whispers, a memory of a serene, dark-haired woman appearing in a flash of light as the key to their next move. The three of them are squeezed together in a tangle of limbs and heat. She told me the basement's packed with secrets and heavily guarded by abilities, Q explains, her breath warm against Yuki's ear. We have to figure out a way to check what's down there. Outside, the Bureau headquarters looms in the darkness, a silent monolith of secrets. The path forward is clear. They must find a way to infiltrate the very heart of the organization they serve. Back at the main headquarters, Ren Yamashiro sits in her throne-like chair, her silhouette sharp against the massive viewscreen. Ni Okiragawa stands before her, waiting for the Supreme Commander's orders. Ren's face is cold, her eyes reflecting the glowing data on the screen. It's time to revamp the squad, she declares, her voice carrying the weight of a decision that will change the balance of power within the DDF. Ni looks up, her eyes wide with a mix of shock and anticipation. A revamp usually means a shift in strategy, or even worse, a change in leadership that could leave her vulnerable. Ren looks at a file on the screen, a picture of Haruno Q appearing. Part of the away staff will be called back to work with your squad. Haruno Q is currently one of its members. The away team is a separate team with the goal of harvesting Mado peaches, she explains. Ni lets out a sigh of relief, a bright smile breaking across her face. Phew, that's so reassuring, she exclaims, her anxiety vanishing at the thought of having such a capable ally by her side. But Ren's expression doesn't soften. Go to the 7th squad to train your body and soul, she commands, her voice cutting through Ni's moment of relief. Ni can only let out a stunned, huh. Ren turns away, her face a mask of bored indifference. When I train you, I end up being too soft, she admits, while Ni begins to sweat, her fear of Ren's training resurfacing with a vengeance. Ren's eyes narrow as she looks back at her subordinate. There's a dangerous glint in her gaze, the same predator from the underground chamber returning to the surface for just a moment. Ni flinches back, her body trembling as she senses the shift in atmosphere. Don't make that face, Ren warns, the sound of her own pride being challenged echoing in her voice. Ren grabs Ni in a sudden, firm embrace, pulling her close. You need to be punished, she whispers, her hands resting on the girl's shoulders as she prepares to deliver a lesson in discipline. The scene captures a moment of sharp, physical impact as Ren delivers a punishing slap. Aya! Ni cries out, the sound of the contact echoing in the silent room as the Supreme Commander exerts her authority. Ren looms over her, her face filled with a cold, unrelenting fury. Act like a commander, she roars, the force of her voice pushing Ni even further into her state of shock and submission. She continues the assault, her hands moving with a terrifying efficiency. Get it together, she demands, while Ni can only curl into a ball, trying to weather the storm of Ren's disappointment. Ni breaks down completely, her face soaked in tears as she sobs uncontrollably. I'm so sorry, she wails, her spirit broken by the very woman she idolized and feared. Later, the scene shifts to the training grounds where the members of the 7th squad are lined up. Kaioyuka, Shashu, Himari, and Yuki all stand in a row, their expressions serious as they prepare for the day's session. Kaioyuka addresses the group, her voice clear and authoritative. Starting today, Belle will join our training sessions. I'm sorry for causing this bother even though I'm also a commander, Belle adds with a polite bow from a distance. Kaioyuka looks at Belle, her eyes filled with professional respect. First, let's have everyone witness your ability, the attacking one. Understood, Belle replies, her face set in a look of grim determination. Belle walks forward, her boots crunching against the dry earth. Every step is measured, every movement filled with the quiet confidence of a veteran who has spent years perfecting her craft. She stands before a massive, jagged boulder that towers over her. It's a test of pure strength, a physical obstacle that represents the impossible challenges they face in the motto. Belle's eyes glow with a soft, ethereal light as she focuses her power. She doesn't look at the rock as a solid object, but as a collection of energy waiting to be dismantled by her will. She holds her hands out, her fingers splayed as the air around her begins to vibrate with a sudden, intense heat. The preparation is silent, but the power behind it is undeniable. She activates her technique, laughing god of longevity, Canopus. The name alone carries a weight of divine power, and the air around her explodes in a burst of blinding white light. The boulder itself begins to shine, a core of radiant energy forming at its center. It's as if the stone is being hollowed out from the inside, its very essence being brought to the surface. Kaioyuka and the others watch in awe, their faces illuminated by the glow of Belle's power. When Belle uses her ability, Kaioyuka explains, her voice hushed with reverence for what they are about to see. A single, brilliant point of light appears on the surface of the stone. Her target emits a light, Kaioyuka continues, her eyes locked on the glowing mark as Belle prepares to deliver the final blow. The light expands, forming a complex, swirling sigil on the face of the boulder. That light is what you could call the life of the boulder, Kaioyuka explains, the concept of destroying a non-living object's soul becoming reality. Belle reaches out, her hand disappearing into the light as she grabs the essence of the stone. It's a move of pure, conceptual destruction, a technique that ignores physical durability entirely. She pulls back, her muscles tensing as she strains against the invisible weight of the boulder's life. The air screams as the connection is severed, a sound of tearing reality that vibrates in the bones of the onlookers. Belle's face is a mask of pure effort, her teeth gritted as she puts everything into the final pull. The stone begins to crack, its solid form unable to withstand the loss of its internal anchor. With a final, triumphant shout, she yanks that out. The core of the boulder is torn free, a brilliant sphere of energy that leaves the stone behind as a hollow, lifeless shell. The surface of the rock begins to dissolve, its structure crumbling into fine particles of dust and sand. The destruction is silent and absolute, a total erasure of the object's physical presence. The fragments of the boulder fall away like autumn leaves, the once massive obstacle disappearing into the wind. There is no explosion, no noise, only the quiet, terrifying efficiency of Belle's power. The space where the boulder once stood is now empty, a void in the landscape that serves as a grim reminder of what Belle is capable of doing to anything she considers a target. The final remains of the target are scattered into the air. Her target is reduced to ash, Kaioyuka finishes, her words hanging in the silence as the true scale of Belle's threat is revealed to the squad. Belle holds the life of the boulder in her hand, a glowing, pulsating orb that slowly fades as its connection to the physical world is lost. She looks down at it with a quiet, somber expression. She opens her hand, allowing the energy to dissipate into the air in a shower of sparks. She has the ability to destroy anything tangible, Kaioyuka notes, her voice carrying a hint of strategic satisfaction. The camera focuses on Belle's profile, her hair catching the last light of her fading ability. This is the commander of the third squad. The narration continues, identifying her as a major player in the coming conflicts. Yuki and Shushu are left staring in total shock, their minds reeling from the display of power. Belle Tsukiyono, Yuki thinks, the name now etched into his memory as a symbol of absolute destruction. The intensity of the moment breaks as Belle returns to her usual, somewhat timid self. She looks down at her hands, her shoulders slumped as if the power she just wielded was a burden rather than a gift. She looks up at the squad, her face flushed with a hint of embarrassment as she realizes they are all staring at her. The laughing god has returned to the form of a shy young woman who just wants to do her job. She bows deeply, her traditional manners returning in full force. "Pico," she mutters, the sound of her polite greeting a sharp contrast to the silent devastation she just caused on the battlefield. She looks at them with a nervous, hopeful smile, her hands clasped together. "Thank you for having me," she says softly, a new and powerful ally finally joining the ranks of the 7th Squad as they prepare for the war to come. Chapter 104. Commander of the 3rd Squad. The winds of Mato howl across a desolate, rocky landscape as the 7th Squad prepares for a training session that will push a fellow commander to her absolute limit. Yuuki Wakura looks at Belle with wide-eyed admiration. "That's an amazing ability, to destroy anything tangible," he says, realizing the sheer potential hidden within the girl. Belle fidgets, her eyes darting away as she clutches her fingers together. "But when it's a strong enemy, I'm often attacked partway through extracting their life," she confesses, the memory of past failures clearly haunting her. Kyoyuka Yuzin stands firm, her gaze sharp as she evaluates her peer. Cooperating with other ability users is essential to making use of her ability. "There are many things to work on, but let's start with your confidence, Belle," she states firmly. Belle freezes, a cold sweat breaking out on her forehead. How?" she stammers, the word hanging in the air like a heavy weight. Suddenly, a hand clamps down on Belle's shoulder with iron-like grip. It's a physical reminder that the time for talk is over and the time for action has begun. Kyoyuka leans in, her expression fierce and determined. "You have a boundless power. Gaining strength builds confidence, so we'll do special training," she shouts, leaving no room for argument while Belle can only mutter a terrified, "Oh, okay." The 7th Squad looks on as Kyoyuka takes charge of the entire group. "Everyone, help out Belle too," she commands, and they respond in unison with a spirited, "Yes, ma'am." Inside the training hall, the atmosphere is thick with effort as Belle begins her grueling regimen. She grinds through sit-ups, her face contorted with effort as Himari holds her feet to ensure every repetition counts. Next come the push-ups, and the intensity doesn't waver. Belle is shaking, sweat dripping onto the mat while Shushu keeps pace beside her, showing no signs of fatigue. The training shifts to combat forms, and Kyoyuka is a relentless instructor. "Keep your form," she barks as Belle throws a punch, her arm glistening with sweat and her breathing becoming ragged. Belle's vision starts to blur as the physical toll mounts. Her eyes are wide with a mix of exhaustion and panic, realizing that Kyoyuka's idea of special training is a descent into physical hell. Her foot slides across the dirt as the scene shifts outside. The sound of rhythmic breathing and pounding footsteps becomes the only soundtrack to their endurance test. Against the backdrop of a swirling, dark sky and jagged rock formations, Belle and Nee run side by side. The distance seems infinite, and the path ahead is nothing but dust and shadow. The world begins to spin for Belle, her eyes swirling in her head as she gasps for air. With a sudden loss of coordination, she collapses forward, her body hitting the ground with a heavy thud. Nee stops and looks back, her face etched with concern. "Are you okay?" she asks, while Belle, sprawled in the dirt, can only wheeze out, "Go on, ahead, Nee-chan." Just as Belle is ready to give up, a pair of hands reaches down. It's a gesture of solidarity in a place that usually only knows conflict. Nee grabs Belle's hands and pulls her up with surprising strength. "I'll accompany you, let's reach the goal together," she exclaims, her eyes shining with an unwavering kindness. Nee gives a bright, encouraging smile. It's the kind of warmth that can cut through even the darkest Mato storm. Belle looks up, her face flushed and tear-streaked. The kindness is almost too much to bear, a sharp contrast to the internal isolation she's felt for so long. After the grueling day, the squad finds relief in the traditional hot springs. Washing each other's backs is a 7th Squad tradition, Himari explains as she scrubs Belle down, the steam rising around them in a tranquil haze. Belle looks over her shoulder, feeling a bit vulnerable in the quiet moment. "Was today's training extra tough because of me?" she asks softly. Himari laughs gently, her eyes closed in relaxation. It was actually a little more subdued than usual, she reveals, causing Belle's jaw to drop in pure, unadulterated horror at the thought of what usual looks like. In the kitchen, the rhythmic sound of a knife hitting a cutting board echoes through the room. Yuuki is hard at work, preparing a meal to nourish the exhausted soldiers. Yuuki pauses, his thoughts turning to the guest commander. Commander Tsukiyono must be exhausted from that special training, he muses to himself. He wipes his hands and heads toward the hallway. I'll ask if there's anything she wants to eat, he decides, hoping to offer some small comfort through his culinary skills. He turns a corner, he nearly collides with Belle. She's standing there with a large duffel bag gripped tightly in her hands, looking like she's about to make a break for it. Ah, they both utter in surprise. Yuuki looks at the bag and then back at her. Are you going out? You're supposed to spend half the day with us here, he reminds her, his brow furrowing in confusion. Belle's eyes widen and she starts pointing toward the exit. I got an urgent call from the third squad, she lies, her voice trembling with nerves. Yuuki sighs, feeling bad for her. That's awful. Kyoyuka-san's resting right now, but should I wake her up? He asks, while Belle quickly waves her hands. It's okay. I'll contact her later about it, she says with a forced, sweat-beaded smile. But before she can take another step, a cold, oppressive aura fills the hallway. Yuuki gasps, Supreme Commander? As Ren Yamashiro looms behind them like a dark omen. The Supreme Commander's eyes are narrowed, cold, and calculating. There is no escaping the gaze of the woman who stands at the pinnacle of the defense force. Belle stands paralyzed as Ren speaks with chilling calm. I thought it was about time. You'd give up, the Supreme Commander says, her voice echoing in the narrow corridor. In a flash of movement, Ren grabs Belle by the back of her collar. You're mine, she declares. Belle lets out a pathetic eep as she's hoisted into the air like a disobedient kitten. The Supreme Commander drags Belle away, her feet dangling uselessly above the floorboards. Yuuki can only watch in stunned silence as the two powerful women disappear into a private room. Inside the room, Belle is forced into a formal kneeling position on the tatami mats. Ren sits on the edge of the bed, her presence filling the space. An emergency call from the third squad? That's a lie, she states bluntly. Ren leans forward, her eyes locked onto the shivering commander. You were trying to flee from training, weren't you, Belle? She asks. Belle lets out a choked irk as her body jolts with fear. Yuuki sits nearby, his expression a mask of pity and concern. He's seeing a side of a commander that few ever witness, the raw, unfiltered terror of inadequacy. The pressure becomes too much, and Belle's composure shatters completely. NGH? Ack, she cries out, the floodgates finally opening. Tears stream down her face as she bows her head low. It's true, I'm sorry, she wails, her voice thick with the shame of her deception. Belle collapses into a sobbing mess, clutching her head. I thought I could put my best foot forward, but I just can't keep up and I'm holding everyone back. Even Ni-chan had to accommodate me, she confesses through her sobs. Yuuki watches her, his heart breaking for the girl. He knows exactly what it feels like to be the one who doesn't fit in, the one who feels like a burden to the group. Ren stares at her with a neutral, unreadable expression. There is a silence in the room that is more deafening than Belle's cries, a moment where the future of a commander hangs in the balance. Ren speaks, her voice losing its edge but retaining its command. Belle, at this point, you should tell Yuuki Wakura your background, she suggests, shifting the focus to the roots of Belle's insecurity. Belle looks up, her face red and wet with tears. But that's, she stammers, terrified of opening up about the wounds that haven't quite healed. Ren's eye remains fixed on her, steady and certain. It's fine, she assures her, giving Belle the permission she needs to finally let out the truth she's been hiding. Belle takes a shaky breath, her hands trembling. The story of her life isn't one of triumph, but of a quiet, desperate struggle for acceptance. She hides her face behind her hair, unable to look Yuuki in the eye as she prepares to reveal the source of her profound self-loathing. Yuuki gently offers her a cloth to dry her eyes. Dry your tears first, he says softly. Belle takes it with a whispered, thank you very much, her voice barely audible. A single cup of tea sits on a tray, the steam rising slowly. It's a moment of forced peace, a chance for Belle to gather the shards of her dignity and tell her story. She sits between the Supreme Commander and the slave of the 7th Squad, the weight of the past pressing down on her. She begins, and the journey into her memory starts. The scene shifts to a school hallway. I was bullied in school, Belle recounts. In her memory, faceless students whisper and point at a young, lonely Belle clutching a book to her chest. She remembers sitting alone in a corner of her room, her school bag cast aside, and a lone stuffed bunny as her only companion. And since I was such a screw-up, my parents neglected me. She says, the pain of that isolation still raw. Driven by a desperate need for change, she sought out a shrine. I prayed I would get a powerful peach ability, to get back at everyone, and then, my prayers came true, she explains, as a radiant fruit appears before her. The flashback continues as a younger Belle sits in a high-backed chair, facing a shadowed figure. Your ability is extraordinary. It's close to Supreme Commander level, the voice tells her, changing her world forever. The figure is revealed to be Ren herself, though younger, offering her a hand. Join the Demon Defense Force. We'll welcome you with special treatment, she promises with a bright, confident smile. Young Belle's eyes sparkle with hope and disbelief. This offer, she thinks, feeling for the first time that she might finally be worth something. The change was instantaneous. The opinions of those around me turned on a dime, spread in the blink of an eye, Belle recalls, seeing her former bullies now clapping and cheering for her. She smiles broadly in the memory, the sun shining behind her. I had become someone special, she thinks, finally tasting the acceptance she had craved her entire life. But the transition wasn't perfect. There were some who feared me, she notes, noticing the nervous glances and the distance that her newfound power created between her and her peers. Still, she didn't care about the fear. But I was still happy with that, because I wasn't bullied anymore, she says, her younger self looking content with the new status quo. Her family's attitude shifted as well. Both my family and relatives treated me kindly, she says, seeing their faceless forms now bowing and praising her success. She stood tall in her commander's uniform, feeling like she had finally made it. And so, I joined the Demon Defense Force, she says, her voice full of a pride that would soon be tested. But the reality of the Defense Force was far more demanding than she had imagined. She encountered women of steel, like the current 7th Squad commander, whose intensity was unlike anything she'd seen. She saw women with eyes like cold flint, veterans of 100 battles who didn't care about her pedigree or her potential, only her performance in the field. She met Kyoyuka and Ren, women who didn't just possess power, but who lived and breathed the life of a warrior, their eyes reflecting a world of violence Belle wasn't prepared for. The pride she felt began to wither. But there, I found, she begins, her voice dropping as she recalls the crushing weight of reality. A gathering of superhumans, she says, as she remembers looking out at a room full of elite commanders, each one more formidable than the last. The realization was devastating. Here in Mato, I was nothing special. My budding self-esteem vanished, she admits, her eyes wide with the remembered terror of being mediocre among gods. Back in the present, Belle sits hunched over. Still, I'm part of the Demon Defense Force, so I've worked hard to hang on, she says, her voice filled with a desperate, exhausted determination. She looks down, her eyes brimming with fresh tears. But the enemy's so strong now, and I can't keep up anymore. She confesses, the limits of her endurance finally reached. Yuuki stares at her, his expression unreadable. He's seeing the toll that the constant pressure to perform takes on those who aren't naturally born warriors. Yuuki's eye twitches, a small sign of the internal struggle he's going through as he listens to her story. He wants to help, but how do you fix a broken spirit? Ren looks at her, her voice cool and direct. Belle-san, do you want to continue with the Demon Defense Force, or do you want to quit? She asks, forcing Belle to face the ultimate choice. Belle hesitates, the question hanging in the air like a death sentence. That's, she begins, her voice cracking. She bows her head, her face hidden once again. The fear of failure is warring with the fear of returning to the life of a nobody she left behind. She clutches her skirt, her knuckles white. I'd like to continue with it. If I can, she whispers, the tiny spark of desire still burning despite her exhaustion. She looks up, tears streaming down her face in a desperate plea. I want everyone to like me. She cries out, revealing the simple, childish need that drives her entire existence. Yuuki's eyes widen. It's a motivation he understands perfectly, the need to belong, the need to be valued by the people you admire. He reaches out and grabs her hand with a firm, supportive grip. Belle-san, try your best alongside me, he encourages her, his voice full of a new, shared purpose. Belle looks at him, her eyes wide with shock and hope. Yuuki-san, she breathes, the name feeling different in her mouth this time. Ren watches them, a small, subtle smile playing on her lips. Perhaps this was the outcome she had hoped for all along, a connection that could save a failing commander. Yuuki pulls her closer, his gaze steady and strong. I initially joined the Demon Defense Force because I wanted to become a hero. I get how Belle-san feels. We'll grow stronger together, he promises. Later, in Kyoyuka's office, the discussion continues. You think we should decrease the training load on Belle? Kyoyuka asks, her brow furrowed as she considers Yuuki's request. Yuuki and Belle stand before her desk. Aside from training, Belle-san has to carry out her duties as commander of the third squad, Yuuki points out. Kyoyuka lets out a thoughtful, Kyoyuka rubs her temple, a rare sign of frustration. I meant to go easy on her, but I guess it wasn't enough, she admits, her competitive nature having blinded her to Belle's actual limits. She looks at them both and gives a sharp nod. Fine, I'll adjust it. I'll work around my schedule to train with you too, she decides. Belle beams with relief. Thank you so much. The training resumes, but this time, it's a shared effort. Yuuki joins Belle in her sit-ups, the two of them working in sync under the watchful eyes of their squadmates. They move to push-ups, their determination palpable. Kyoyuka watches from the side, a small smile of approval touching her lips as she sees Belle's form finally beginning to stabilize. After the session, the atmosphere is light and camaraderie fills the air. Yuuki gives a thumbs up while the girls share towels and water, the bonds of the squad strengthening with every shared struggle. The combat drills continue, with Yuuki and Belle practicing their strikes together. They are no longer separate commanders and soldiers, but a team moving toward a common goal. They take to the running path once again, but this time, the pace is steady and controlled. They are no longer running away from their fears, but toward their future. They cross the finish line. Belle lets out a joyous shout, her arms raised in triumph. Yuuki and the others cheer her on, the sound of their support echoing through the training grounds. Back in her quarters, Belle is surrounded by the squad's pets. She lies on the floor, panting from the day's work, but with a peaceful expression she hasn't worn in years. Belle, is keeping up with Kyoyuka's training? Someone asks from the screen. Belle looks at the tablet where Yuuki's face is visible. Yup, couldn't be better, he tells her with a bright smile. That's great, she replies, her voice soft and content. Yuuki continues his update. To boost training efficiency, I'm also prepping Shangri-La. Belle looks confused. What's that? She asks. Ask Kyoyuka about it later. More importantly, Yuuki says, his tone shifting. Yuuki leans closer to the camera, his expression playful. When I call you, pick up faster, he requests. Belle laughs, her heart light. It's a small, intimate request that makes her feel truly seen. Belle grips the tablet, her eyes shining. I'll do my best, she promises, the words no longer feeling like a heavy burden, but like a joyous challenge. The next day, a lavish meal is laid out on the table, the steam rising from various dishes. It's a feast designed to nourish not just the body, but the spirit of a commander who has finally found her place. Belle takes a bite and her face lights up with pure bliss. Yummy, she exclaims, her cheeks stuffed and her eyes sparkling with delight. Kyoyuka laughs at her reaction. Yuuki's cooking is the pride of the 7th Squad, she says with a touch of her own pride, while Yuuki scratches the back of his head, looking a bit embarrassed by the praise. The conversation turns to more serious matters. The severely injured members of the 3rd Squad will be able to return home soon, right? Belle asks. Kyoyuka nods, yes. Belle's expression softens, a touch of sadness returning to her eyes. I don't think I'll be very popular with them anymore, she says, thinking of the squad she failed to protect. But then she looks at Yuuki and Kyoyuka, and her resolve hardens. But I'll still try my best, she declares, her smile returning, stronger and more genuine than before. Kyoyuka and Yuuki look at her, their eyes full of respect. They've seen her hit rock bottom and watched her claw her way back up, and they know she's finally ready for whatever comes next. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the building. The sound is a deafening roar that shatters the peaceful meal and sends plates flying across the room. Do-on, the impact echoes. Kyoyuka, Yuuki, and Belle sprint out onto the porch, their eyes scanning the horizon. The piece of motto has been shattered, and a new threat has made its presence known. A massive, muscular shuuki crashes through the barrier, its size and strength unlike anything they've faced recently. It looms over the training grounds, a physical manifestation of the violence that motto produces. The creature's face is a mask of jagged metal and glowing eyes, a sight that would freeze the blood of any ordinary soldier. It's a monster built for one purpose: destruction. Belle gasps, her face pale with terror. That's the enemy with the steel body. That attacked my squad, she shouts. Yuuki and Kyoyuka share a look of grim realization. The past has come back for a final confrontation. Yuuki prepares to transform, his hand reaching out to activate his power. The air around him begins to vibrate with a strange, humming energy. Hand glows with a soft, white light as he focuses his will. The time for training is over. The time for the slave to become a weapon has arrived. With a sudden burst of energy, Yuuki's form begins to shift. Silhouettes of his human and monster forms overlap as the transformation takes hold, a brilliant light filling the hallway. Kyoyuka draws her sword, her eyes fixed on the monster outside. Kyoyuka-san, Belle calls out. Let's go, Kyoyuka commands, her voice a sharp blade cutting through the chaos. Belle clutches her chest, her eyes filled with a desperate, burning resolve. Please, let me defeat her, she shouts, her voice full of the need for redemption and the desire to protect her new friends. Belle stands before the monster, her gaze unwavering. She's no longer the shivering girl who wanted to quit, she's a commander ready to reclaim her honor. Kyoyuka looks at her with a proud smile. Well said, Belle, she exclaims, her voice echoing Belle's newfound confidence. The monster lunges forward, but Kyoyuka is already moving. Try using Yuuki. I'll lend you a hand, Belle-san, she shouts as she prepares to draw the creature's fire. Belle grips the heavy chains that connect her to Yuuki. The metal jingles as she prepares to unleash the power she's worked so hard to master. Jera. A brilliant flash of light erupts from Belle as she activates her ability. The air itself seems to crackle with power as the transformation reaches its peak. Ka. The light fades to reveal Belle riding atop a massive, armored creature. Eternal chains, Moonville, she declares, her voice ringing out across the battlefield with a power that can't be ignored. Belle looks down at her new form, her eyes wide with a mix of shock and awe. The power she feels is intoxicating, a physical manifestation of the strength she's finally found within herself. She notices something strange about their new form. Her body feels lighter, more ethereal, as if she's no longer entirely part of the physical world. She looks at her hands and realizes they're becoming translucent. She begins, her voice full of disbelief. The monster looks around in confusion as Belle and Yuuki vanish from its sight. We're invisible, Belle shouts, realizing the tactical advantage they've just gained. Kyoyuka sees the opportunity and strikes. Put that special feature to use, she commands as she dashes toward the beast, her sword a blur of motion. The monster lets out a pained roar as Kyoyuka's blade finds its mark. It's a solid hit, but the creature's steel body is still incredibly tough to crack. Kyoyuka continues her assault, her movements a masterclass in speed and precision. She is a distraction, a whirlwind of blades meant to keep the monster's attention focused away from the invisible threat. The monster strikes back, its massive fists hitting the ground with earth-shattering force. Gakiai, it roars, its frustration mounting as it struggles to find its invisible attackers. Kyoyuka pauses, her eyes scanning the beast's armor. It's tough, It'll take some time to defeat it, she thinks, realizing that a brute force approach won't be enough this time. Suddenly, a glowing orb appears on the monster's chest. It's the core, the source of its power, and it's finally been exposed. But, Kaioyuka thinks, seeing the opening they've been waiting for. The core pulses with a brilliant light, a beacon of vulnerability in the midst of the creature's formidable defenses. The time for the finishing blow has arrived. An invisible hand reaches into the monster's chest, its touch like a ghostly chill against the creature's skin. The extraction has begun. Zoo. With a sharp, rhythmic sound, the core is pulled from the monster's body. It's a surgical strike, delivered with a precision that only an invisible attacker could manage. Pawn. The monster lets out a final, choked gasp. Gah. Its eyes go dim as the life force is ripped from its very center. The battle is over, won by a commander who refused to quit. The monster's massive body begins to dissolve, its steel skin turning to dust and blowing away in the wind. Zah! The remnants of the creature crumble into nothingness, leaving behind only the scarred earth and the memory of its presence. Pawn. The entire structure of the beast collapses, a mountain of metal and bone turning into a pile of worthless rubble. Basasa. Belle and Yuuki reappear in the midst of the falling debris. They stand triumphant, the glowing core held high in Belle's hand as a testament to their hard-won victory. The dust begins to settle around them, the silence of the training grounds returning at last. The threat has been neutralized, and the air is finally clear again. Zashea. Kaioyuka stands in the middle of the wreckage, her sword sheathed and her expression one of calm satisfaction. She knew they could do it, but seeing it happen was something else entirely. Kaioyuka gives a sharp, confident thumbs up. Brilliant work, she states, and the words carry more weight than any amount of flowery praise could. Belle lets out a joyous laugh, her face radiant with a happiness she's never known. She's finally done it. She's defeated the ghost that's been haunting her for so long. The clouds overhead begin to part, revealing a glimpse of the sky above Mato. It's a small sign of hope in a place that usually only knows darkness and conflict. Kaioyuka and the others gather around them, the adrenaline of the battle slowly fading. Still, this feature matches my ability well, Belle exclaims. Yeah, it was worth testing out, Yuuki agrees, but Kaioyuka warns, don't get overconfident. I could still sense you while you were invisible. Going invisible takes a lot of energy. Kaioyuka looks at Belle, her expression shifting to something a bit more mischievous. But Belle, it's time for, she begins. Belle looks confused. Oh, she exclaims as she realizes what's coming. Belle gives a coy, knowing smile. The reward, right? She asks. It's the strange, inevitable conclusion to any successful mission in this world. Kaioyuka's face is a mask of cool, detached professionalism, but there's a glint in her eye that suggests she's enjoying this just a little bit too much. Kaioyuka looks away, her voice sounding a bit more forced than usual. I'll keep watch for you. Get it over with, she commands, giving Belle the privacy she needs. The squad members stand in the middle of the wasteland, the tension of the battle replaced by a strange, quiet awkwardness as they prepare for the ritual to follow. Belle looks at Yuuki, her face flushing as the reality of the situation sets in. Right. Thank you for having me, she says softly, the words sounding a bit more personal than they have before. Kaioyuka stares intensely, her eyes reflecting the complex emotions she feels as she watches her slave and her friend interact in this strange, forced intimacy. The last remnants of the monster continue to crumble away, a final reminder of the victory they achieved together. The battle for Mato continues, but for now, at least one commander has found her strength. High above the desolate plains, the air is thick with a tension that has nothing to do with the monsters they hunt. Belle stands before Yuuki and Kaioyuka, her voice trembling as she makes a request that catches everyone off guard. Could you please help me stretch? She asks softly. She doesn't stop there, her blush deepening until it matches her hair. Take my clothes off so it's easier for me to move around, she adds, opening her arms as if welcoming the inevitable awkwardness. Her eyes are wide, searching Yuuki's face for a reaction. I've heard about the reward, and I'm okay with it, she declares, her resolve hardening even as her heart races. Yuuki bows his head, his face a mask of flustered duty. Understood, he mutters, trying to sound like a professional soldier while his mind scrambles to catch up. He reaches out, his hand hovering near her uniform, the sheer proximity enough to make the air between them feel electric. Belle stands rigid, her breath hitching in her throat. Close up on her eyes, squeezed shut as if she's bracing for a blow. She's fully committed, but the reality of the situation is starting to sink in. Sweat beads on her brow, and the shaking begins, a deep, uncontrollable tremor that speaks of a battle raging within her. Suddenly, the silence is shattered as Kyoyuka explodes. "Yuuki!" she screams, her patience finally snapping. Yuuki recoils in shock, stammering, "Kyoyuka-san." The commander stares him down, her eyes burning with a mixture of authority and a flicker of something far more personal. She isn't just watching a training exercise anymore. The two of them exchange a look of pure, unadulterated panic. "Well," Yuuki begins, searching for any way to de-escalate the commander's wrath. Kyoyuka turns on her heel, her cape billowing behind her. "Got it. Being outside is probably also part of the reward. It's dangerous, so make it quick," she orders, leaving them alone in the wasteland. With the commander gone, the atmosphere shifts from chaotic to intimate. Yuuki steps back into Belle's space, the silence of the desert pressing in on them. Fingers find the first button of her shirt, and with a soft click, the fabric parts. Belle lets out a tiny, high-pitched eep. That betrays her attempts at stoicism. Yuuki pauses, his eyes wide as he looks at her. "Belle-san?" he asks, his voice barely a whisper. She shouts back with frantic energy, "I am fine, just nervous." He stops, his hands still on her collar. "Should I keep going?" he asks, offering her one last chance to back out. "Yes," she chirps, her voice cracking in her desperation. The shirt is pulled wide, revealing the delicate lace beneath. This isn't just about stretching anymore, it's a test of will for both of them. Belle's eyes roll back slightly as her body begins to vibrate. "Hiya," she moans, her knees knocking together as the embarrassment reaches its peak. Yuuki catches her as she stumbles. "Belle-san, are you sure you're okay?" he asks, worried she might actually faint from the stress. She grips her skirt, her knuckles white. "I made up my mind, but I'm so embarrassed I'm shaking," she thinks, her pride warring with her instincts. A single tear escapes, sliding down her flushed cheek. "I'm so pathetic," she whispers, the words heavy with self-loathing. Yuuki looks at her, and for a moment, the humor of the situation vanishes. He sees the girl behind the brave face. "Belle-san," he says softly. She buries her face in her hands, her shoulders shaking with silent sobs. "But," she starts, her voice muffled but determined. She suddenly whips her hands away, shouting at the barren hills. "But still, I'm going to change that about myself. I'm sure my body will shake and I'll make weird noises, but..." Yuuki stares at her in awe. This isn't the clumsy girl he knows. This is a warrior fighting her own shadow. She clenches her jaw, her eyes blazing with a new fire. "But don't mind that," she screams. Yuuki's own resolve ignites. "Okay," he shouts back, matching her intensity. If she's going to fight this hard, he's going to give her everything he has. Belle lets out one final, world-shaking roar. "Now give me some courage. Good," she bellows. In a blur of motion, Yuuki helps her out of the remaining layers of her uniform. The wind whistles across her skin, but she doesn't flinch. He pulls her skirt down, the fabric sliding away to leave her in her undergarments. "Hoa!" she gasps, her body finally relaxing into the moment. The stretching begins in earnest. Yuuki hoists her leg over his shoulder, bending her body into a literal human arc. "Hayag!" she cries out, the sound more of a release than a pain. They tumble across the dirt, a whirlwind of limbs and sweat. It's brutal, physical work, pushing her flexibility to the absolute limit. He pushes her legs further apart, the muscles in her thighs straining. "NNNGH," she groans, her eyes rolling back as her body finds a new level of endurance. Kyoyuka watches from the ridge, her eyes narrowed and her arms crossed. "FYI," she sighs, the sight of them together clearly stirring something within her. The shadows lengthen over the jagged landscape as the session finally winds down. Belle hunches over, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Yuuki stands behind her, wiping sweat from his brow. "Are you all right, Belle-san?" he asks. That was quite the ordeal, he thinks. She turns to him, a radiant, tearful smile lighting up her face. But I feel like I've gotten a little braver, she says, the pride in her voice unmistakable. Yuuki smiles back, his admiration for her growing. She didn't just stretch her muscles, she stretched her soul. The moment is broken as Kaioyuka marches back over, her eyes glued to her device. A message came in during the reward, she announces, her tone all business. She reads the screen, her expression darkening. Shangri-La has been unlocked. The 7th and 8th squads will have a joint training session there, she explains. Yuuki pales, the 8th squad. His mind flashes to a memory of a hooded figure, cold and distant. This is going to be complicated. Kaioyuka looks at Belle. Belle, you're coming too, of course, she commands. Belle stands tall, her newfound courage on display. Okay, she shouts. Yuuki looks back and forth between them. What is this Shangri-La? He asks, the name sounding more like a myth than a location. Belle turns to him, her eyes shining. It's a place made by an ability where time flows differently, she explains. Kaioyuka adds to the explanation. Even if you train in Shangri-La for a long time, only a moment passes in the real world. It was unavailable for a while, but it's been reopened, she says. Belle pumps her fists, her excitement boiling over. I'll do even more research there, to really master my ability, she vows. Kaioyuka shoves her sword into Yuki's hands. You have tons of training with me after this, Yuki, she barks. He salutes instantly. Why, yes, ma'am. Meanwhile, the sun sets over the 3rd squad dorm, the peaceful exterior hiding the shadows lurking within. Inside the bathhouse, Belle soaks in the warm water, her thoughts drifting. I'm glad I went to the 7th squad, and I have to become the kind of commander everyone expected, she thinks with a soft smile. She stands up, water cascading down her body, and raises a fist in the steam. Let's go. Belle, I'm gonna do my best, okay, she cheers to herself. A figure steps out from the shadows behind her, a perfect, gray-skinned mirror image of herself. This is the end for you, though, the doppelganger whispers. Belle turns, her heart freezing. The creature's eyes are empty voids. It doesn't hesitate, its hand shifting into a jagged, ink-black blade. With a sickening squelch, the blade pierces through Belle's chest. She stares at the creature, her mouth open in a silent, blood-filled gasp. The killer pulls its hand back, the sound of tearing flesh echoing in the small room. Belle collapses to her knees, a spray of dark blood painting the floor. The life is draining out of her before she can even cry for help. The monster stands over her, a massive, jagged scythe growing from its arm. A cruel, triumphant grin spreads across its face. Belle clutches at the gaping wound in her chest, her fingers slick with her own lifeblood. The world is spinning into darkness. Her eyes cloud over, the light of her spirit extinguished in an instant of pure, silent horror. The killer stands in the center of the bloody bathhouse, the water turning red around its feet. This wasn't a fight, it was an execution. It reaches down toward the corpse, its movements fluid and predator-like. The monster looks at the camera, its disguise beginning to shift and settle. The real Belle is gone, and a ghost now wears her face. The creature's arm returns to normal as it looms over the body. I'll tell you this as a parting gift, it sneers. Its skin begins to lose its gray tint, becoming warm and human. I've been targeting you for a long time, it continues. A series of flashes reveal the truth. This is Fukuma, a god of stealth, who slipped through the defenses weeks ago. I took advantage of the chaos when the barrier broke to sneak into the dorm and hide, he reveals. Fukuma holds up a strange, patterned card. Naturally, nobody noticed, for I am Fukuma, the god who excels at stealth, he boasts to the empty room. He strikes a pose, checking his new form. I spent time learning your speech and mannerisms, and I had to get my body used to the human barrier, he notes, his voice now a perfect match for Belle's. He places the card against Belle's forehead. But now, I don't need you anymore, he says coldly. A vortex of dark energy erupts, spiraling around the girl's body as the card begins to consume her entire existence. The body vanishes into a burst of static, replaced by a simple drawing of Belle trapped within the card's surface. Fukuma picks the card up from the floor. Better collect you now, There we go. It'd be bad if your body was discovered, he mutters. He turns toward the door, his eyes cold and calculating. Next on the list is the commander of the 8th Squad, Varvara Polipenko, he thinks. He whispers the name, testing the sound of it. Varvara Polipenko. He puts on a bright, cheerful expression that would fool even her closest friends. I'm gonna do my best, he chirps. Close up on the card. The real Belle is frozen inside, her eyes wide with the shock of her final moment. These cards are the ultimate tools of the gods, capable of storing anything that isn't moving. For the unsuspecting Belle, it was a trap she never saw coming. Meanwhile, in another part of the base, the mood is vastly different. Ren's reward for Yuuki is in full swing, her clothes scattered across the floor. Yuuki is working with frantic energy, his hands a blur. Ren groans, her face flushed with a different kind of heat. "Kuh," she gasps. This is what she calls high-speed petting, and it's clear that Yuuki is taking his role as a servant very seriously. Ren sits on his lap, her body arching as he continues the massage. The intimacy is overwhelming, pushing the boundaries of their roles. He strokes her face with a gentleness that makes her breath hitch. The room is quiet, save for the sound of their breathing. Their eyes lock, and for a heartbeat, time seems to stop. Then, Yuuki leans in, and the tension finally snaps. He licks her tongue with a bold, primal intensity that sends a shock through her system. Ren's eyes go wide, her mind going blank. The two of them melt into a deep, passionate kiss, the reward becoming something far more significant than either intended. Ren pulls away, her chest heaving as she tries to regain her composure. Her face is a map of confusion and desire. She jumps back, pointing a trembling finger at him. "Wah," she shouts, her voice shaky. "I can't believe he's even nuzzling his face into my belly like I'm a dog," she thinks, her pride reeling from the encounter. She looks down at him, her expression hardening. "I knew it, he's an utter beast," she realizes, a new plan forming in her mind. Later, Ren walks through her quarters, her eyes fixed on the delivery boxes on her table. "I'll make it clear to Yuuki Wakura next time for sure. Who the dog is," she vows. She pulls a gift from the box, a headband with soft, plush ears. "I ordered this, for when the time comes," she whispers. She stares into the mirror, her eyes cold and full of intent. "I swear I will discipline him, or my name isn't Ren Yamashiro," she declares, the hunt beginning now. Inside the bustling locker room of the Defense Corps, Konomi turns to her friend as they change into their gear. "Are you really okay now, Ima-chan?" She asks with a look of genuine concern. Ima smiles confidently, feeling a surge of energy she didn't have before. "Ever since we got attacked, my power has only gotten stronger. I can already give you my support, Konomi, she declares, her eyes shining with determination. Konomi stares back, seeing the change in her friend's gaze. There is a new weight to Ima's resolve, one born from surviving the front lines. Ima begins to slide into her uniform, her mind already on the mission ahead. Is still, "I didn't expect you to join the Motto Defense Corps before graduating," Konomi admits, watching her friend prepare for a life of combat. Ima pauses for a moment, her fingers lingering on her collar. "Yeah. You don't have to worry about it," she says, though the path she's chosen is anything but safe. Suddenly, Ima strikes a pose in her full first unit attire, radiating energy. "First unit, Ima Makura has arrived," she shouts, while Konomi claps in the background, exclaiming, "It suits you, ." Ima bows deeply, showing her respect for the chain of command. "I'll be in your care, Chief Konomi, she says, while Konomi responds with a sharp, disciplined "Asu." Later, in a quiet room, the mood shifts as the 6th Unit Chief, Tenka Izumo, relaxes while having her ears cleaned. Her mind drifts to the upcoming mission, whispering "A joint training at Shangri-La." Tenka closes her eyes, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. "Since we'll be staying there for a while, I can try plenty of things out," she thinks, her imagination beginning to run wild. Petals flutter through the air, settling over a battlefield where the dust has only just begun to rest. Shushu sprawls out among the flowers, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Actual combat training really tires me out, she groans, while Himari walks over and offers a hand, saying, "Let me try to heal you." Himari looks over her shoulder, her expression sharp as she senses a shift in the atmosphere. A confident smirk plays on Himari's lips as light begins to gather in her palm. "I'll use transience," she declares, initiating her restorative technique. Shushu lets out a soft moan of relief as the healing energy washes over her aching muscles. With a sudden burst of energy, Shushu leaps into the air, her fatigue forgotten. "I'm feeling a little better," she cheers, prompting a supportive "nice" from Himari. Himari pinches Shushu's cheek playfully, teasing her companion's renewed spirit. "Look at you, who's been raising her ability's accuracy. You're such a cheeky little one," she laughs. Nearby, the other warriors begin to pick themselves up as Captain Kyoyuka approaches. "That was a pretty hardy fight. Let me patch you up," she offers calmly, receiving a grateful "thank you very much" in return. Fubuki eyes her opponent with a newfound respect, the intensity of their duel still lingering in the air. "You aren't half bad," she admits through gritted teeth. Tenka returns the sentiment with a wide, competitive grin. "You too," she fires back, refusing to let her guard down. Himari watches the exchange from the sidelines, her eyes wide with excitement. "They're really going at it," she exclaims, as the ground begins to tremble again. Suddenly, a shockwave rips through the clearing, signaling the restart of their high-speed confrontation. Tenka lunges forward, her movements a blur of speed and precision as she reaches out for her next strike. Fubuki reacts instantly, twisting her body in midair to evade the incoming grab. She counters by spinning her massive spear, creating twin vortexes of air that whistle with lethal intent. Yuuki, in his towering beast form, leaps into the fray, his massive fists ready to crush anything in his path. Fubuki remains composed, her eyes tracking every movement as she prepares her next tactical maneuver. The battlefield becomes a chaotic dance of steel and portal jumps as Tenka flickers in and out of existence. Tenka delivers a sweeping kick, her leg cutting through the air like a scythe. Fubuki uses the length of her spear to maintain distance, blocking the blow with practiced ease. The speed of the battle reaches a fever pitch, with silhouettes clashing against the backdrop of shifting portals. Yuuki grits his teeth, focusing his primal strength as he prepares to intervene once more. Fubuki slides across the ground, her spear poised for a decisive thrust. Yuuki's eyes widen in realization. A surprise attack, he thinks as a blur of motion closes in from his blind spot. Fubuki and Tenka lock weapons, their blades grinding against each other in a test of raw power. In the chaos, a chain rattles as it finds its mark, wrapping tightly around a target's wrist. The giant beast lets out a muffled grunt of shock as the trap is sprung. Yuuki is thrown off balance, his massive form silhouetted against a flash of light as the impact sends him reeling. The beast's eye narrows, focusing on the spear tip that has come dangerously close to his face. The two combatants pull back, the dust settling around them as they take a moment to breathe. Fubuki looks at Tenka with a clinical gaze. "Take caution so your chains are not taken away from you. You are vulnerable while switching forms," she lectures sternly. The beast looks up at her, exhaling a cloud of steam as he submissively replies, "Ye yes'm." Tenka brushes herself off, nodding respectfully. "I'll take that advice to heart," she promises. Tenka glances toward the horizon, reflecting on Fubuki's nearly impenetrable defense. Kyoyuka offers a small, knowing smile. "You were a moment too late to dodge an attack you couldn't defend against," she observes. Fubuki closes her eyes, a faint smirk playing on her lips. "I suppose I've been too composed for my own good," she muses. She gestures to the group, summarizing the day's training. "There really is a lot you can learn by having the chiefs fight each other, and I took a blow as a result. There was also a moment when you looked at where you were going to teleport before you actually did, Tenka," she points out. Fubuki readies her spear once more, her gaze sharpening. "Let us continue," she commands. Tenka and Yuuki exchange a look of weary surprise. "Huh, as we are," they ask in unison. In the distance, the younger members of the unit watch with a mix of awe and trepidation. The scene shifts to the quiet, steaming waters of a hot spring, as the sun begins to set over Shangri-La. Three formidable women stand before Yuuki, clad in sleek black swimsuits that highlight their athletic frames. The post-battle reward is this, one of them announces. Yuuki stares blankly, his face flushing deep red as his heart begins to race. Tenka looks over at Fubuki with a playful glint in her eyes. "What type of reward is it today?" she asks. Fubuki replies coolly, "One where we thank him while wearing these, I guess." Tenka doesn't hesitate, pulling Yuuki close as the steam rises around them. She leans in, her breath warm against his face, as the world around them seems to fade away. The reward is intimate, a silent acknowledgement of the bond forged through battle. Tenka whispers into his ear, her voice dripping with playful mischief. "You really are one hell of a pervert," she teases. Fubuki and Tenka flank him, their presence overwhelming his senses. "I'll reward him since I participated in the lending, but what about you, Chief Tenka?" Fubuki asks. Tenka replies, "It's only natural that I'd also participate." Himari, watching from the doorway, shouts, "No way it is." Tenka tilts Yuuki's chin up, her gaze soft yet commanding. "You don't have to be so nervous," she tells him softly. She presses her lips to his, the steam of the bathhouse swirling around them in a warm embrace. Fubuki watches with a gentle smile. "That just shows how much of the serious type Yuuki-kun is," she remarks. She leans in as well, adding her own silent thanks to the reward. Fubuki runs a hand through Yuuki's hair. "You've done well keeping up with our battle," she whispers. She traces the lines of his muscles with a lingering touch. "You've been getting more muscular, too," she notes. Tenka leans against him, her voice a low purr. "Keep it up," she encourages. Yuuki sinks into the water, his mind reeling from the intensity of the reward. Fubuki points to a spot on the stones. "You can lie down there," she instructs while Tenka watches, amused by his flustered state. The focus shifts to the gentle curves of their forms as they move through the water. Fubuki settles behind him, her hands reaching out. "I'll give you another massage, okay?" she offers with a soft smile. She manipulates his limbs with expert care. "Your legs have been getting more definition, too," she comments as she works. Tenka watches from the side, a serene expression on her face as she pushes back her hair. She leans forward, her lips brushing against his shoulder as the massage continues. Yuuki's eyes roll back as the sensations overwhelm him. What is going on? He wonders internally. He sinks deeper into the stone floor, his strength failing him. "It's like my body is melting," he thinks breathlessly. The women surround him, their expressions a mix of affection and predatory grace. Training in Shangri-La is truly dangerous. Night falls over the traditional buildings of the training camp, a quiet chill settling over the grounds. Inside, a cloud of dust and chaos erupts as Himari and Shushu wrestle on the floor. "Why the hell isn't Yuuki Wakura here yet? You are?" Shushu screams. Himari fires back, "That's my line." The next morning, the 9th and 6th units prepare to depart. Kyoyuka watches them go, her mind already on the next phase of training. High above, cherry blossom petals drift past the eaves of the training hall. Kyoyuka turns to her remaining team members, her expression resolute. "Give it a try," she commands. Shushu steps forward, riding atop a massive, stone-bound version of Yuuki. "Each one's growth," the chapter title declares as they begin their exercise. Yuuki hurls a massive boulder through the air, his strength amplified by Shushu's guidance. The stone shatters against a target with explosive force, sending shards flying in every direction. Shushu points toward the horizon, her eyes gleaming with tactical ambition. "We'll do a wide area attack next," she shouts, receiving a determined "right" from Yuuki. The air is filled with a barrage of stones as Yuuki unleashes a relentless assault under Shushu's direction. The ground is pulverized beneath the rain of debris, leaving nothing but a cloud of dust in its wake. Shushu turns to the onlookers, her face beaming with pride. "I thought of many possible uses for it. Gigantifying to prepare these boulders was the right move," she boasts. Himari nods in agreement. The ranged attacks look quite effective. She continues to brainstorm, gesturing to her partner. "If I also gigantify and throw them, we'll have even more hands to use. Don't you think this form has a use in defending our bases? Kaioyuka crosses her arms, her critique sharp and honest. You may defeat fodder with those, but it will mean nothing against tougher foes. With the upcoming battles in mind, that would be its greatest weakness. Shushu's excitement is cut short with a shocked "and for that." Himari looks thoughtful, her finger to her lip. I want to try using the same killer technique you did, Himarin, Shushu declares suddenly. Shushu looks down at Yuuki, her expression turning serious. Will I be able to do that? She wonders aloud. Himari encourages her. Focus your power in your arm and try punching. Look at your body. I'm sure a jaw dropper will come out. Yuuki's massive fist glows with latent energy. I'll try doing the same thing as branding, he thinks, his single eye focusing on the target. A pillar of white energy erupts from his body, surging upward as he gathers his power. With a roar of effort, the beast unleashes a massive punch that seems to distort the very air around it. A beam of pure destructive force lances across the field, obliterating everything in its path. The beam fades into the sky, leaving a trail of shimmering light. Shushu watches in awe. I did it, she whispers. She turns back to the group, pumping her arms in the air. I see, its power might be even higher if you stick both arms out and spin them. Kaioyuka admits, it definitely seems possible. Kaioyuka points a warning finger toward them. Make sure to remember that, she says firmly. Shushu cheers, her joy infectious, while the beast looks on with a dazed but satisfied expression. Later, Shushu approaches Yuuki in a bright, patterned swimsuit. Seems to strike your fancy too, Yuuki tilde a reward dressed like this? She coos with a wink. She pulls him into a sudden, deep embrace, her eyes closing as she loses herself in the moment. Yuuki is caught off guard, his hands hovering uncertainly as Shushu kisses him passionately. Isn't the way Yuuki kisses just way too good? She thinks dizzily. She pulls back slightly, her face flushed and her eyes glistening. But, she stammers internally. She clutches his shirt, her heart pounding against her ribs. I can't put up a front and force myself onto Yuuki, she realizes. She grips his waist, a surge of raw emotion washing over her. He has to come at me of his own volition, she decides. She leans her head against his chest, listening to the steady beat of his heart. But that's really difficult for him, I think, she muses sadly. She embraces him once more, tighter this time. Due to this earnest nature of his, I love him for it, she admits to herself. The next day finds the team gathered on the training grounds once more, the atmosphere tense and focused. Himari steps forward, her eyes glowing with an eerie white light. Beast power, she declares, her stance shifting into something primal. She launches herself forward, her movements sharp and predatory as she strikes at the air. Kaioyuka watches with a critical eye, noting the refined speed and power in Himari's every motion. Himari splits into 3 separate images, each one moving with lethal intent. All killing, the command echoes across the field. She closes the distance in a heartbeat, her movements almost too fast for the eye to follow. A series of rapid-fire strikes ring out as she engages her spectral opponents. A final, powerful kick sends a shockwave through the training area, signaling the end of her display. Himari skids to a halt, her breath coming in heavy gasps. Ah, she cries out as she hits the ground. Kaioyuka walks over to her, her voice carrying a rare note of praise. Looks like you've gotten to a point where you can use multiple abilities during real combat, she notes. Himari huffs, thinking, it's not going the same way as it did during the banquet. Kaioyuka extends a hand toward her subordinate, a warm smile on her face. I'm counting on you, Himari, she says with genuine trust. Himari takes her hand, her eyes brightening with renewed determination. Yes, she replies firmly. Shushu watches from the roof of the training hall, her competitive spirit flared. You're going next, Shushu, Kaioyuka calls out. Shushu leaps from the roof, gigantifying her arm in midair to deliver a crushing downward blow. She lands with a massive impact, the ground cracking beneath her enlarged fist. Shushu stands amidst the wreckage, her body glowing with the strain of her power. She turns to Kaioyuka with a confident grin. I feel my entire body swelling up with power in this limited mode, she exclaims. Kaioyuka observes, a gigantification with a 3-minute time limit seems to work well. Shushu explains her new strategy. I'll use my ability the same as always against fodder, and then switch to this limited mode against tougher enemies. I'll be able to handle anything that comes. Kyoyuka adds, paradigm shift is an ability that is great at continuous usage. You'd be sacrificing that, but... Kyoyuka nods in approval. Very well done, Shushu. You've evolved your power to adapt to future battles, she praises. Shushu beams, her heart swelling with pride. I've made up my mind to not lose in neither love nor war, she declares boldly. They walk back, Shushu glances around. By the way, where are Yuyuki and Himaren? She asks innocently. Kyoyuka's expression turns blank as she replies. Himari is currently using Yuuki. Shushu freezes, her eyes widening in horror. What? She did at the moment a chance showed up. Shushu's face turns a bright shade of red, steam practically venting from her ears. I let my guard down just because the chiefs had left. She screams to the heavens. Elsewhere, Himari and Yuuki sit together in a quiet corner of the training grounds, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. Himari extends her leg toward Yuuki, her expression cool but her eyes betraying a hint of blush. Kiss my legs, she commands imperiously. Yuuki stares at her leg, his face flushing as he realizes what is being asked of him. He leans down, his heart hammering against his ribs as he prepares to fulfill the reward. Himari looks away, her pulse quickening. I know we have to train our usage of slave, she murmurs to herself. She closes her eyes tightly, a soft moan escaping her lips as his touch grazes her skin. The reward continues in the quiet afternoon, a secret shared between the two of them. But this is so indecent, Himari thinks, even as she leans into the sensation. The focus shifts back to the massive, ornate gates of the training facility as they stand silent against the sky. A shadow falls across the threshold as the wind begins to pick up, carrying the scent of something new. The gates groan as they slowly begin to swing open, revealing a glimpse of the world beyond. A pair of boots click against the stone floor, accompanied by the rattle of a suitcase being dragged behind. 4 new figures stand at the entrance, their uniforms sharp and their expressions confident. The 8th unit has arrived, and the dynamics of Shangri-La are about to change forever. The sunlight filters through the trees of Shangri-La as the 8th unit finally makes their grand appearance. Leading the way is a woman of striking poise, her gaze as cold as the winter air. Belle looks toward the looming structure of the gate with a sense of finality. So this is the only door that leads in and out, she observes quietly. 8th unit member Jenna Staples throws her head back and groans, her ponytail swaying with her frustration. It's a shame we've got no signal here. I won't be able to read the latest jump issue, she cries out to the empty air. 8th unit Vice Chief Pratcha Sherawat sighs, her dark eyes filled with a calm judgment. Is that all you can think about after seeing this scenery? She asks Jenna, her voice smooth and measured. From across the field, 2 figures come sprinting toward the newcomers with unbridled joy. We'd been waiting for you, Nee shouts, waving her arms wildly. Jenna scoops Nee into a celebratory hug, hoisting the girl high into the air. Hooray, it's Nee-chan. Everyone is training in the dorm. I'll show you the way. Nee cheers from her vantage point. Behind the exuberant greeting, the chief of the 8th unit stands like a statue of ice. Her eyes remain fixed forward, unreadable and distant. Yuuki stands frozen, the weight of that intense gaze hitting him like a physical blow. He stammers, unable to find the right words under the pressure. Deciding that manners are his only shield, Yuuki bows deeply to the visiting officer. Once again, I hope we can get along, he says, his voice cracking slightly with nerves. The camera zooms in on the chief's eye, a sharp, piercing orb that seems to see straight through Yuuki's soul. There is no warmth to be found here. She stares down at him, her silence stretching the moment until the tension becomes nearly unbearable. Yuuki remains in his bow, sweating under the silent scrutiny. Her lips remain a thin, hard line, refusing to offer even a shred of a polite greeting. This isn't just professional distance, it's something much more personal. Finally, her mouth opens, the words coming out low and dangerous. What could the young slave have done to earn such immediate ire? She leans in close, her voice a venomous whisper that chills Yuuki to his marrow. Loathe you, she spits, the words cutting deeper than any blade. Yuuki pulls back, his eyes widening in total shock as the air leaves his lungs. He's never met this woman before, yet she looks at him as if he were a plague. Without another word, the 8th unit begins to walk away, their backs turned to the confused young man. They move with the synchronized grace of a hunting pack, leaving him in the dust. Yuuki remains standing in the open field, the wind whipping past him as he stares at the departing group. The question burns in his mind: why does she hate him? The scene shifts to the sprawling complex of the training dorms, a traditional fortress nestled deep within the Mado landscape. This is where the real work begins. Inside the common room, the officers sit in a formal circle to finalize their plans. And that is it for our training schedule. Anything you'd like revised? One asks, looking toward the group. Belle raises a hand tentatively, her face set with a determined resolve. Could Belle's ability training be pushed towards the latter half of the schedule? She asks. She continues, her voice gaining strength as she justifies her request. I have to have the same foundational training regimen as everyone else first, she explains. Kyoyuka nods in agreement, her leadership style always favoring growth. Of course, she replies with a supportive smile. The conversation turns toward the logistics of the base and their commander. Did you meet up with the commander before you entered Shangri-La? Belle asks the 8th unit chief. The chief remains impassive, her eyes fixed on the schedule. No, she had already left when I arrived, she states bluntly, offering no further detail. Kyoyuka updates the group on the status of their allies. I just received a call from the rest of the 3rd unit. It seems they'll be fully healed soon, she informs them. She clenches a fist, her eyes burning with a competitive fire. Well, she told me to train you up, so we'll go as hard as we can, Kyoyuka declares, challenging them to rise to the occasion. Belle bows her head, accepting the challenge with humility. When that happens, I want to come to Shangri-La once again, with everyone from the 3rd unit to train. I have to become a dependable chief until then, she whispers to herself. Kyoyuka places a reassuring hand on Belle's shoulder, a silent bond forming between the two leaders. Leave it to me, Kyoyuka says firmly. I'll be in your care, Belle responds. Morning breaks, and the grueling physical conditioning begins in earnest. The girls sprint across the grounds, their breaths misting in the cool morning air as they push their limits. Inside the gym, the sound of heavy breathing and rhythmic movement fills the room. Jenna leads a set of rapid push-ups, her muscles tensed as she shows off her incredible stamina. The training moves to the water, where Pracha and the others dive into the pool. They move like sleek predators, their strokes powerful and efficient as they cut through the crystal-clear water. Bubbles rise to the surface as they push through another lap, the reflection of the sun shimmering off the water's surface. In the world of the Defense Corps, there is no such thing as an easy day. Exhausted but invigorated, Jenna pulls herself out of the water, a wide grin on her face. Wow, I'm really feeling all the training, she exclaims, flexing her arms. Yuuki approaches the group with a notebook in hand, dressed in his caretaker apron. Excuse me, he begins, trying to catch their attention politely. He looks up with a helpful smile, ready to perform his duties as the unit's support. Is there anything that you'd like to eat? I'll take it as a reference for tomorrow, he offers. Jenna doesn't hesitate for a second, her face lighting up at the thought of food. My favorite is meat pie, she shouts, her energy bouncing back instantly. Pracha, ever the analyst, leans back on the grass. The dishes that you served today, their taste and nutritional value were on point. I'll leave it to you, she says with a nod of approval. Yuuki jots down the notes quickly, pleased to be useful. Thank you for telling me, he says, turning to head back to the kitchen. Suddenly, Jenna reaches out and licks her lips, a mischievous glint in her eyes. She's found a new source of entertainment, and Yuuki is squarely in her sights. Before he can react, a hand shoots out and grabs him. Hold up a sec, Jenna commands, her voice dripping with playful menace. She pulls him close, leaning in until they are nearly nose to nose. Let's talk some more. We're interested in the special individual that you are, she teases, her proximity making Yuuki's face turn bright red. Jenna tilts her head, her gaze wandering over him as if he were a curious pet. You're Kaioyuka-san's slave, yeah? You and M, she asks bluntly, her lack of boundaries stunning him. Yuuki's eyes bulge as he tries to stammer out a defense. And no, I am not. He squeaks, his face heating up to a dangerous degree. Jenna just laughs and pulls him into a crushing hug, completely ignoring his personal space. Loosen up, I'm not gonna eat you, she bellows into his ear. She ruffles his hair with a patronizing chuckle. I mean, I'm glad you're a cute, younger man, she adds, further cementing her dominance over the situation. Yuuki's inner voice screams with indignation. Don't look down on me. The only one I obey is Kaioyuka-san. I'm gonna make all of you into my slaves, he thinks, his eyes burning with a futile fury. Jenna leans in even closer, her playful nature crossing into something more intense. Ah, I'm gonna make all of you into my slaves. She mocks his unspoken thoughts, or perhaps she's just making a demand of her own. Prachai watches the spectacle with a weary expression. There was a chance you'd be that kinda guy, too. Please don't drag me into your delusions, she sighs, directing her comment to Jenna. Prachai turns her attention back to Yuuki, her expression shifting to something more inquisitive. By the way, do you have any interest in comedy? She asks, her eyes narrowing slightly. Yuuki blinks, caught off guard by the change in topic. Yeah, as much as anyone else, he answers tentatively, wondering where this is going. The scene shifts into Prachai's past. From a young age, Prachai lived every day of her life according to a rigid, meticulous plan she had made for herself. Her parents watched her with growing concern, worried that their daughter was becoming far too serious and losing out on the joys of childhood. One evening, her father sat her down and showed her a comedy show on a tablet, hoping to break through her stoic exterior. The plan worked better than they could have imagined. Prachai didn't just laugh, she became completely addicted to the world of humor. In her free time, she frequently went to watch live comedy shows, her obsession growing with every performance she witnessed. Her favorite comedians were the ones who excelled at improv, those who could find humor in any situation without a script. The pure wit and the sheer number of lines they would bring out made her burst into uncontrollable laughter, a side of her that few ever saw. Back in the present, Prachai looks at Yuuki with a newfound respect. I do watch things like the Comedy Grand Prix frequently, she admits, her eyes sparkling. She reaches out and takes his hand in a firm, meaningful grip. I think we'll get along well, Yuuki, she says, her voice warmer than ever before. Yuuki stands there, his mind spinning from the whiplash of their personalities. All right, he stammers, trying to keep up with the 8th unit's intensity. From the shadows of the doorway, the chief watches them, her presence a dark weight that looms over the light-hearted moment. She turns away silently, her silhouette disappearing into the hallway as she retreats into her own thoughts. Night falls over Shangri-La, the traditional architecture standing quiet under the watchful eye of a full moon. But for some, the rest is far from coming. Yuuki walks down the hallway, reflecting on his day. I think I'll be able to get along with Prachai-san and Jenna-san, which is great, he thinks with a sense of relief. He stops as he notices a figure sitting alone on a large rock outside, the moonlight bathing her in a silver glow. Next is, he thinks, dreading the upcoming encounter. It is the chief, Varvara Polypenko. She sits with her chin in her hands, looking out into the distance with an expression of profound melancholy. Yuuki approaches her slowly, the sound of his footsteps crunching on the gravel. He starts, his heart hammering against his ribs. She doesn't even turn to look at him, her gaze remaining fixed on the horizon. The silence is thick, pressing in on Yuuki from all sides. Yuuki gathers his courage and shouts toward her back. Chief Pilipenko, please tell me why you loathe me, I'll try to better myself, he declares, desperate for an answer. He continues his plea, his voice echoing in the night. If our relationship with the 8th unit goes sour because of me, it would inconvenience Kaioyuka-san, he adds, his loyalty clear. Varvara slowly stands up, her long hair cascading down her back like a waterfall of moonlight. She finally turns to face him, her expression hardening. She narrows her eyes, her gaze sharper than any needle as she locks onto Yuuki. The atmosphere around her seems to drop several degrees. Yuuki swallows hard, his eyes wide as he waits for her verdict. He is a boy out of his depth, facing a woman who has known nothing but shadow. She speaks at last, her voice cutting through the silence like a razor. "So you want to know why you're loathed?" she says, the words slow and deliberate. Yuuki nods firmly, his resolve unshakable. He needs to know the truth, no matter how much it might hurt or how dark it might be. Varvara closes her eyes for a moment, her face softening just a fraction. It's the look of someone recalling a long-buried secret. She clasps her hands together in front of her chest, a soft glow beginning to emanate from her body. The air around her begins to hum with power. The scene dissolves into Varvara's past. She was born to the leaders of a massive criminal organization, a world of violence hidden behind a mask of luxury. Her parents showered her with expensive gifts and endless love, ensuring that their daughter would know no suffering within their guarded walls. But as Varvara grew older, the truth began to bleed through the cracks of her perfect life. She wasn't just a princess, she was the product of a dark empire. She came to the realization that everything her parents did were bad things. Their wealth was built on the misery of others, and their power was forged in blood. One day, the outside world finally forced its way in. Rivals cornered the young Varvara in a dark alley. "We got a little score to settle with your parents, see? You're coming with us," they sneered. Varvara looked up at them with a strange, blank expression. "No," she replied, the word carrying a weight that defied her age. The kidnappers recoiled as a dark aura began to swirl around her. "You already ate a peach," one of them gasped, realizing the girl possessed a Mato ability. Massive, shadowy hands erupted from the ground, grabbing the men and lifting them into the air like ragdolls. They screamed in terror as their weapons fell uselessly to the pavement. Varvara's voiceover continues her story. "My parents obtained a Mato peach through illegal means and promptly had me eat it," she explains, the memory devoid of any joy. The men dangled helplessly, their faces contorted in agony. "And you're already this strong to boot," one managed to choke out as the shadows squeezed the life from them. The shadows formed a dome of total darkness, sealing Varvara and her victims inside. "That was my ability at first, to create a space of emptiness that gives me the upper hand," she narrates. One of the dying men looked at her with pure terror. "So a devil's child is a devil, too," he spat, his final words a curse that would haunt her for years. Varvara stared into the void, the man's words echoing in her ears. She was a weapon, an outcast, a monster born of sin. In her school years, she walked through crowds of people, but felt utterly alone. "Thinking about how I'd be following in my parents' footsteps after I'd graduated made me grow cold and unfeeling from the melancholy," she recalls. She spent her days in quiet cafes, watching the world move on while she remained trapped in her own darkness. "But one day, before I graduated, a turning point had arrived," she says. A shadow fell over her table as someone pulled out a chair and sat down without an invitation. Varvara didn't even look up from her tea. She looked up to see a woman with sharp, beautiful features and a commanding presence. It was the commander of the Mato Defense Corps, watching her with a knowing smile. The commander didn't waste time with pleasantries. "Your parents' organization, that trespassed into Mato and stole a peach, has been destroyed," she informed Varvara with chilling efficiency. Varvara's gaze met the commander's, her eyes narrowed in a silent challenge. She had lost everything, but she felt no grief, only a strange curiosity. The commander leaned forward, her eyes locking onto Varvara's. "You have a strong ability, don't you?" she asked, seeing the potential hidden within the girl's cold exterior. Varvara's eye widened. For the first time in her life, someone was looking at her ability not as a curse, but as a path to something new. They sat and talked for hours. "That's great," I thought. "It was far better than using my ability for evil. I'd been scouted by the Mato Defense Corps and would start working in Japan," she remembers. She was assigned to her unit, but her cold demeanor remained a wall between her and her peers. "You're a bit too cold, Palipenko," the commander remarked one day in her office. The commander decided on a different approach. "So I'll have you train under a fiery person. I am Kyoyuka Yuzin. Let's get along," a younger Kyoyuka shouted, her energy filling the room. Varvara watched Kyoyuka with a stunned silence. She had never seen anyone with so much passion, so much fire in their eyes. It was the opposite of her own empty world. She watched as Kaioyuka fought with a ferocity that was almost divine. Kaioyuka didn't just fight. She thrived in the heat of battle, her every movement full of life. Even more impressive was Kaioyuka's raw skill. She's defeating monsters without an ability, Varvara noted, her awe growing with every monster Kaioyuka felled. Kaioyuka moved like a whirlwind of steel, her blade striking with perfect precision. How intense, Varvara thought, unable to look away from the spectacle. And yet, off the battlefield, Kaioyuka was kind, approachable, and warm. She led Varvara through the city, pointing out shops and laughing with an ease Varvara had never known. And yet gentle, she thought. Kaioyuka smiled at her over a parfait, her face lighting up with a genuine happiness that felt like a warm sun on a cold day. With a smile that's like a flower, Varvara reflected. Varvara watched Kaioyuka at every moment, fascinated by the woman who seemed to be the embodiment of life itself. And a beauty that's like a sculpture asterisk, she thought, watching Kaioyuka in the training showers. She began to obsessively research Kaioyuka's past, scouring every report and file she could find to understand what had made her this way. She learned about Kaioyuka's tragic history, about her hometown being destroyed and her family being taken by the monsters. She saw the images of a young Kaioyuka crying in the ruins. Despite the darkness of Kaioyuka's past, she hadn't grown cold. Instead, she had turned her pain into a flame that could light the way for others. I'd grown cold from knowing my fate of becoming a criminal, Varvara narrates. But Kaioyuka was different. She was the light that Varvara had never dared to hope for. But her body exuded life itself, she says, her voice filled with a profound reverence. Varvara began to train even harder, driven by a new purpose. She didn't want to just be a soldier. She wanted to be someone worthy of standing by Kaioyuka's side. And when I came to realize, she adds. She followed Kaioyuka's every move, her devotion growing until it became the central axis of her entire existence. She lived and breathed for the woman who had saved her soul. She watched Kaioyuka confront her rivals with an unflinching courage, always putting the unit first. I arrived at a single conclusion, Varvara states, the memory clear and bright. Her eyes narrowed as she looked toward the horizon, her mind made up. She would protect Kaioyuka's dream, no matter the cost to herself or anyone else. The images of Kaioyuka swirl in her mind, a kaleidoscope of strength and beauty. Kaioyuka-sama is precious. She lit a fire in this once cold and unfeeling heart, she concludes, her voice trembling slightly with emotion. The flashback ends, and the light around Varvara begins to fade as they return to the moonlit field at Shangri-La. That's all for my past, she says, her expression returning to its cold mask. She turns her head away from Yuuki, her voice regaining its sharp edge. I held myself quite a bit from talking about Kaioyuka-sama since it would go on for too long otherwise, she adds with a sniff. Yuuki stands there in stunned silence, the sheer weight of her devotion leaving him breathless. I had no idea, he whispers, finally understanding the source of her intensity. Varvara's eye flashes with a dark power once again. And then, my ability underwent a change, she states, the humming in the air returning with a vengeance. A blinding light erupts from her position, engulfing the entire field as a massive transformation begins to take place. Yuuki has to shield his eyes from the brilliance. The field is gone, replaced by a structure of breathtaking scale and beauty. It is a massive Gothic cathedral that seems to reach up toward the stars. It is the Pantheon. Yuuki looks around in absolute amazement, his jaw dropping at the sight of the intricate stained glass windows and towering columns. He gasps, unable to process the change. Varvara's voice echoes through the hallowed halls of her creation. My space, which used to be just nothingness, she begins, her tone filled with a quiet pride. She stands at the far end of the cathedral, bathed in the light of her own faith. Became a place of faith towards Kaioyuka-sama, she declares, her arms open wide to the structure. Yuuki blinks, his mind racing to connect the dots. Huh, he asks, still struggling to understand the mechanics of such a powerful and personal ability. He looks down at his own hands, which are beginning to glow with the same ethereal light that fills the cathedral. I feel so incredibly. He starts, a strange sensation washing over him. Varvara's eye zooms in, watching him closely. She is testing him, looking for any sign of the vulgarity she so fears in others who look at her master. Yuuki looks up at her, a look of realization finally dawning on his face. I understand, he says, his voice steadying as he finds his footing in this strange new world. He looks at her with a mix of pity and understanding. Since you love Kaioyuka-san, becoming her slave turned me into an eyesore, perhaps, he asks, striking a nerve. Varvara's eyes narrow into slits, her expression becoming one of pure, unadulterated disdain. You don't understand at all, she spits, her voice a low growl. Yuuki waves his hands frantically, his nervous energy returning in a rush. I am sorry, he shouts, bowing his head. If Kaioyuka-sama is happy, then nothing else matters to me, she adds, cutting him off. Yuuki looks at her with a newfound respect, his anger long gone. Is Kaioyuka-san aware that you respect her this much? He asks, genuinely curious about their dynamic. Varvara turns her head away once more, her gaze falling on a distant stained glass window. The silence that follows is softer, filled with a quiet longing. She speaks softly, her voice echoing through the vast space. I did tell her that I respect her, but I didn't tell her it was this much. She admits, her guard finally dropping. She looks down, her eyes clouding with a sudden doubt. But why? Yuuki asks, leaning in to hear her answer. It is a question that cuts to the heart of her being. She looks up at the ceiling of her cathedral, her silhouette small against the grandeur of her own devotion. I'm fine with just watching her, she whispers to the empty air. Yuuki watches her, his heart filled with a strange mixture of admiration and sadness. Chief Pilipenko, he murmurs, finally seeing the woman behind the mask of ice. Varvara turns back to him, her expression hardening once more as she recalls the reason for her initial hostility. The reason I said I hate you is due to the rewards, the price that must be paid for her ability, she explains. She leans in, her voice a hiss of pure disgust. It's immoral, she declares, her words hanging in the air like a heavy curtain. Yuuki's face turns into a comical mask of shock and horror. Varvara gestures with a gloved hand toward the cathedral around them. Still, she continues, her voice regaining some of its earlier composure. She looks at him with a gaze that is finally, for the first time, not filled with loathing. You said that this cathedral that reveres Kaioyuka-sama made you feel at ease, she observes. Yuuki nods enthusiastically, his face lighting up with a genuine smile. It's very comfortable, he exclaims, his honesty clear and undeniable. Varvara allows herself a tiny, almost imperceptible smile. It is wonderful. It is proof that you deeply respect Kaioyuka-sama, she says, her voice filled with a rare warmth. She walks toward him, her presence finally losing its threatening edge. Chief Pilipenko, he says quietly, I now understand very well that you hold no vulgar thoughts towards Kaioyuka-sama, she admits. She looks him straight in the eye, her gaze clear and resolute. That is why I'll change my impression of you a little, she declares, a major turning point in their relationship. Yuuki bows deeply once more, his face beaming with relief and gratitude. Thank you very much, he shouts, the weight finally lifting from his shoulders. He looks around the cathedral one last time as it begins to dissolve back into the Mado landscape. By the way, what kind of gimmick does this cathedral have? He asks, his curiosity finally getting the better of him. Varvara's face returns to its stoic mask. You're not an enemy, so no shapes nor gimmicks will appear, she replies cryptically as they stand once more under the night sky. Yuuki heads back to the dorms, his step light and his mind filled with a newfound purpose. I'm glad I managed to talk with Chief Pilipenko *, he thinks to himself. He clenches a fist, his eyes burning with a fresh determination. All right, I'll train as hard as I can tomorrow as well, he vows, ready to face whatever challenges the 8th unit throws at him. He pushes open the door to the bathhouse, his mind still on his training. But the sight that greets him instantly drains all the color from his face. Huh, he gasps, frozen in his tracks. Varvara stands there, her clothes forgotten on a nearby bench, her long blonde hair cascading over her bare shoulders. She turns toward him, her expression a mix of shock and a sudden, sharp anger. "There was a plaque saying this was in use, no?" she asks, her voice icy. Yuuki's face turns a shade of red that defies description, and he waves his hands frantically in front of his face. "So sorry, how was there one?" he shrieks, his voice cracking in the humid air. Varvara glares at him, her eyes narrowing as she pulls her hair across her chest to cover herself. "So immoral," she whispers, the word a final judgment on his accidental transgression. Yuuki's scream of terror echoes through the bathhouse as he realizes the gravity of his mistake. He is a boy who just can't catch a break, even when he's trying to do the right thing. Belle stands outside in the hallway, holding the in use sign with a dark, sinister expression. "Yuuki-san is a very immoral boy. That's it," she says to herself, her twin tails swaying with her hidden agenda. She walks away into the shadows of the complex, her voice a low, chilling whisper. "So please avoid him and go into the baths late at night by yourself," she adds, her plan reaching its final stage. A sudden burst of dark energy surrounds Belle as she reveals her true form, her face contorted in a horrifyingly joyful mask. "Belle will be washing your back," she declares, a final threat that promises a new kind of chaos for the young slave. Deep beneath the surface of the training pool, Belle glides through the water with an unnatural, predatory grace. The light refracts around her, hiding the true nature of the girl who looks like a simple member of the 8th unit. She breaks the surface, the water cascading off her as she climbs out, her movements as fluid as the element she just left behind. Watching from the shadows of the doorway is Ni Ukuamura, her eyes fixed on the swimmer with a quiet, observant intensity. A small, mysterious smile plays across Ni's lips, suggesting that she knows more about what's unfolding than she lets on. Outside, near the training grounds, Ni watches the two leaders. Varvara Palipenko, she seems to really enjoy acting alone, Ni thinks to herself, noting the chief's solitary behavior. Kyoyuka Yuzan approaches Varvara, her presence commanding attention even in a simple swimsuit. "Can I train with you?" Kyoyuka asks, her voice steady and determined. Varvara is momentarily caught off guard, her breath hitching as she looks up at the 7th unit's leader. "Yes," she stammered, the sudden proximity clearly rattling her composure. Kyoyuka steps closer, her hand resting firmly on Varvara's hip as she inspects her. "That aside, you've got a great body. It's great to see how flexible it seems," Kyoyuka remarks with professional admiration. Varvara flushes crimson, her eyes wide as she feels Kyoyuka's touch. She tries to find words, but her usual confidence has vanished. Kyoyuka smiles, unfazed by the reaction. "So you've kept using it?" she asks. Varvara manages to regain some ground, explaining, "It's because I train using the same regimen as when we'd partnered up, Chief Yuzan." The two leaders lock hands, their grip tight and full of mutual respect, a silent acknowledgement of their shared history and power. "This is a great opportunity. As neighboring units, let's grow closer to each other," Kyoyuka says, her eyes filled with a vision for the future of their combined forces. Varvara stares into Kyoyuka's eyes, her own glistening with an emotion that goes beyond mere professional rivalry. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as Varvara stumbles, her knees buckling as she starts to collapse. "Varvara," Kyoyuka shouts, reaching out to catch her. I'm okay. I just got a bit lightheaded," Varvara gasps out. Kyoyuka looks down at her with genuine concern. "You swam a lot, didn't you? Rest up," she orders, her tone softening into that of a worried friend. Nearby, the steam rises from a hidden source, the heat of the training session beginning to take its toll on everyone present. Varvara sits on the ground among the scattered flower petals, looking vulnerable and exhausted under the bright sun. Yuuki Wakura approaches, a towel draped over his shoulder and a friendly smile on his face. "Should I bring you something to drink?" he asks kindly. Ni watches from the side, her eyes narrowing as she mutters, "Don't mind me." Yuuki turns his attention back to his master's training. "Then, I'll be going to train with Kyoyuka-san," he says with excitement, but Ni stops him with a cynical thought. Kaioyuka-sama must think of your rewards as nothing more than letting a dog get in the same bath as its owner. The words sting, and Yuuki stops in his tracks, a look of hurt and confusion crossing his face as he processes the harsh comparison. Ni's gaze is sharp and uncompromising. That said, make sure you don't cling onto Kaioyuka-sama too much, she warns, her voice cold. Yuuki snaps into a nervous salute, his face sweating. You understood, he stammers, realizing the hierarchy is strictly enforced here. Ni turns away, her back to him. Every time I speak with you, I end up complaining, she sighs, her frustration evident in her stance. She looks down, her eyes reflecting a deeper understanding of Kaioyuka's ambition. Kaioyuka-sama is aiming to be the commander, so I understand that she needs you, but it still happens, she admits to herself. Yuuki watches her go, the weight of the expectations placed upon him and his master feeling heavier than ever before. Ni walks away, leaving Yuuki alone on the rocky ground. You shouldn't bother talking to me. Isn't it annoying to you? She asks without looking back. Yuuki's response is immediate. Not at all. Yuuki stands tall, his fist clenched over his heart. I am proud of my master for having someone who adores her so much, he declares with unwavering loyalty. Ni pauses, a slight smile touching her face as she hears the conviction in his voice. That is a great mindset, she whispers, her respect for the slave growing just a fraction. Meanwhile, Varvara watches from a distance, her eyes following Ni and Yuuki as they move across the training grounds under the falling petals. Nearby, a foot steps firmly onto the deck, the sound of a plan being put into motion. If I'm to attack someone, I guess it really should be at night. Shangri-La is small, so it's easy for people to get in my way, the mysterious voice ponders. It's Belle, but her expression is far from innocent now. Let's gather more info about everyone. I'll think about the order and the way I'll defeat them after that. She cheers to herself, her eyes glinting with a dangerous ambition. High above, the eaves of the Shangri-La temple stand silent, a witness to the dark intentions brewing within its walls. Varvara stands before the combined units, her hand raised to start the next round of combat. Begin, she commands, and the silence is shattered by the sound of unsheathed weapons and surging power. Yurumi leaps into the fray, her signature whip sword, the Usura, coiling like a serpent through the air as she prepares to strike. The battle is a blur of speed and steel. Himari Azuma dodges a series of rapid strikes, her movements guided by her effortless flow ability, countering with her own version of the Python style. Yurumi watches her opponent with clinical precision. Himari Azuma, she evolves at an amazing pace, she notes, recognizing the threat in the younger girl's growth. The 8th unit member tightens her grip on her weapon, her eyes burning with intensity. I can't afford to lose, she tells herself, the weight of her unit's reputation on her shoulders. She unleashes a devastating downward strike, the shockwave tearing into the ground as Himari leaps back just in time. Himari flips through the air, her mind racing as she analyzes the combat. Her ability is like my mother's, she realizes, seeing the patterns in Yurumi's onslaught. It's simple, yet powerful, which makes it hard to deal with. Himari thinks, her eyes darting as she looks for an opening in the steel storm. Suddenly, a shadow looms over the battlefield. Jenna has unleashed her transformation, her voice booming as she activates her Imperial Liberation, paradigm shift. Jenna towers over her opponents, her laughter echoing through the canyon. A gigantification is thrilling, she shouts, her newfound power radiating from her massive form. She reaches out a hand, the sheer scale of her transformation making her feel like a god among mortals. Light erupts as she completes the transformation, a beacon of power that draws every eye on the battlefield toward her. The strong swordswoman has become a hero. She stands ready with shield and sword, a living avatar of the 8th unit's indomitable spirit. But so is a transformation, she exclaims with a grin. Jenna charges, her shield held high. Here I go, come at me, she bellows as she slams her fist toward Varvara. Varvara doesn't flinch, raising her own shield to meet the massive impact. The ground beneath them cracks as the two forces collide in a shower of sparks. Varvara's eyes narrow as she holds the line. This is the strongest shield in all of the Motto Defense Corps. Probably, she yells through gritted teeth, pushing back against the giantess. Jenna's smile only grows wider as she leans into the attack. Then how about I send it flying? She shouts, her muscles bulging as she prepares to unleash her full strength. The observers are stunned. The 8th Unit's members are so strong, I can learn a lot from them. Yuuki exclaims, his eyes wide with awe as he watches the titans clash. Belle, however, stands nearby with a very different expression. Belle leans in toward Ni, her voice low and conspiratorial. By the way, she starts, her facade of the cheerful girl slipping back into place. Belle continues, her eyes fixed on Varvara. Belle actually doesn't know much about Chief Polypenko's ability, she says, playing the role of the curious subordinate. Ni looks thoughtful. I don't know much either. She can make a space that gives her the upper hand is about all I know, she replies, her gaze fixed on the battle ahead. Belle nods slowly, committing every word to memory. So even Chief Kyoyuka, her neighboring chief, doesn't know much, she thinks. Behind her, a cheerleader waves pom-poms, oblivious to the spy's thoughts. We'll have her tell us more about her ability in the second half of this training camp, as we polish your ability, Belle. Kyoyuka smiles encouragingly at Belle. We'll also think about how to make your ability work together with hers, she promises, unaware that she's helping her own potential assassin. Belle gives a cheerful Roger, but her internal monologue is far darker. Although Fukuma is good at impersonation, she can't copy the abilities of others, she notes, revealing her true identity and limitations. Belle thinks about her strategy. Could Belle's ability training be pushed towards the latter half of the schedule? She asks. She had already manipulated the schedule to buy time to find a way to kill without using abilities. Walking through the quiet halls later that evening, Belle continues her analysis. Polypenko's ability is still largely unknown, but as long as it isn't always active nor a body-strengthening ability, I might be fine with ambushing her. Belle stops outside the sliding door of the bathhouse, her eyes narrowing as she looks inside. The problem is her, she thinks, her gaze landing on Kyoyuka. Kyoyuka is already inside, partially undressed, looking back with a casual, relaxed expression. What is it, Belle? She asks, completely unaware of the threat standing in the doorway. Belle immediately switches back to her innocent persona, clapping her hands together. Let Belle wash your back, she exclaims with forced enthusiasm. Kyoyuka chuckles at the girl's energy. We're both chiefs here, I'll wash your back too, she says, welcoming her in. Inside the bath, Belle watches Kyoyuka through the steam. She looks so vulnerable, yet I can't see any openings to strike, Belle thinks, her frustration mounting as she observes the chief's perfect posture even in relaxation. They sit together in the warm water, the moon rising outside. If I attacked her, she'd definitely be able to defend herself. But what if I did it while she's asleep? Belle wonders, her eyes fixed on the back of Kyoyuka's neck. Later that night, the moon hangs full over the training camp. Inside their room, the two girls lie in their futons, the silence of the night pressing in around them. Belle lies awake, her eyes wide in the dark. I succeeded in sleeping next to her under the pretense that I wanted her to listen to my worries, she thinks, her body tense and ready for action. A few feet away, Kyoyuka is the picture of peace, her breathing steady and slow as she drifts deep into sleep. Belle slowly sits up, her gaze cold and calculating. If I attack her while she is deep asleep, she begins to think, her hand reaching out toward the sleeping chief. Suddenly, Kyoyuka's eyes flutter open, her voice groggy but alert. Can't sleep, Belle? She asks quietly into the dark. Belle freezes, her heart hammering against her ribs. She was inches away from being caught, her facade nearly shattered by Kyoyuka's instinctive awareness. She quickly recovers, putting on a sheepish look. Ah yes, my throat is a bit parched, she lies. Kyoyuka sighs softly and closes her eyes again. I see. Belle retreats to the kitchen, gulping down water as she leans against the counter. Let's give up on targeting Kyoyuka Yuzin, she decides, the risk too high even for someone with her skills. She looks down at the plastic bottle in her hand, her eyes sharpening with a new plan. But as one of my targets, I want to at least reduce her strength. So I'll take down the one she rides, that is, Yuuki Wakura. In her mind's eye, she sees the faces of her prey. My targets will be Palaipanko and Yuuki Wakura, and then, she plots, the scope of her mission expanding. She thinks of the one person who could truly stop her. The one with the ability to probe for enemies, Ni Ukwamura. As I specialize in infiltration, she is my nemesis. The door to the hallway slides open, and Ni herself steps through, rubbing a sleepy eye. Ah, good evening, she says calmly, her presence acting as a sudden physical manifestation of Belle's fears. Belle stares at her, the water bottle still in her hand. The silent tension in the kitchen is thick enough to cut with a blade. Ni walks toward her, her expression unreadable. Did you also get thirsty, Belle-san? She asks. Above them, a floating thought bubble sarcastically reads, We're besties now, Tilda. Belle looks at Ni, searching for any sign that the girl suspects her true motives, but Ni's face remains a mask of calm indifference. Belle forces a smile. Good evening, Ni-chan, she says, the words tasting like ash in her mouth. The next day, as the training continues, Belle watches Ni from behind. The hunt is on, and the stalker has become the stalked. Belle approaches Ni with a friendly smile. Do you think you'll be able to fall asleep again? She asks, probing for any weakness in the tracking expert's armor. Ni smiles back, looking genuinely tired. Yes, I think I'll be able to sleep like a log as soon as I close my eyes, she says, mimicking a sleeping pose with her hands. Belle nods in agreement. I might wake up a few times during my sleep, though, Ni adds. Belle responds, I get you. I guess it comes with our occupation. Belle sees an opening. I know of a good sleep charm, by the way. Want to try it? She offers. Ni's eyes light up with childish excitement. Wah, I do. Belle guides her toward a bench. Then, come here and turn your back to me. Ni happily complies. Okay. Belle begins to massage Ni's neck, her hands moving with practiced ease. On the surface, it's a kind gesture between comrades. But as Belle's fingers probe the muscles of Ni's neck, she's actually looking for pressure points, ways to incapacitate her rival with a single touch. Her eyes narrow, the predatory light returning to her gaze as she focuses on the vulnerable target before her. Her hand moves closer to a vital nerve, her fingers tensing as she prepares to strike while Ni is distracted by the comfort. Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind them, breaking Belle's concentration. Were you chatting with Ni? It's Kaioyuka, standing there in her robes, looking refreshed. I got a little thirsty, too, she remarks, unaware of the lethal game Belle was just playing. Belle's eyes widen in shock. She was once again moments away from being discovered, her heart pounding in her chest as Kaioyuka approaches. Belle's hands tight reflexively on Ni's shoulders, her mind racing to find a way to explain her behavior. Ni lets out a relaxed effwa as Belle continues the massage. Well, I heard you say your shoulders were a bit stiff, Ni-chan, and sure enough, they are. Belle chirps, her voice trembling slightly. Belle-san, isn't this just a shoulder massage? Ni asks innocently. Kaioyuka walks past them, a bottle of water in her hand. Belle sighs internally, her shoulders slumping. I don't think I'll have a good opportunity tonight, she admits to herself, the window of chance having slammed shut. The next day brings a lighter atmosphere as the 8th Unit girls gather in the locker room. Oh, so you don't have a lover, huh? You have one, Jenna? One of the girls asks, leaning back as she ties her hair. Jenna holds up a picture of a brooding, long-haired swordsman with a manic look. Isn't that just a character from a popular series? The other girl exclaims, pointing at the obvious manga idol. Jenna clutches the picture to her cheek, her face flushed with fangirl adoration. He's my husbando, she squeals with delight. In another part of the locker room, Yurumi and Himari are talking. Are you familiar with yoga, Prache-san? Himari asks. Yurumi looks confused. I get asked that a lot, but not really. I can teach you about prop comedy, though, Yurumi suggests, suddenly donning a giant sombrero and waving maracas. Amigo, but why? Himari shouts back, baffled by the sudden shift in tone. Nearby, a girl in a dog costume dances around, maracas shaking as the chaos continues. Ni watches from the side, a small smile on her face. Everyone seems to be opening up to each other, she notes. Kaioyuka looks around at her combined forces, a sense of pride swelling in her chest. Training has gone well, too. It's a bit earlier than planned, but perhaps we should move on to ability training soon, she suggests. Yes, Belle shouts, her mind already shifting to her new target. That evening, Belle walks through the hallway with a purposeful stride. Tonight, I'll take down Yuuki, Ni, and Penko. In that order, she thinks, her plan now set in stone. Her eyes are cold and determined. Once I've taken one chief down, I can think of more aggressive means of defeating the others, she tells herself, her true, ruthless nature fully revealed. Down the hall, Yuuki is on his knees, scrubbing the floor with a bucket of water by his side. He mutters, focused on his work. He looks up at the pristine building. There's not even a little bit of dirt on the building. It's nice, but a little disheartening, too, he sighs, his dedication to his chores showing no limits. Belle approaches him from behind. Yuuki-san, she calls out softly. Yuuki turns, surprised to see her. What is it, Belle-san? Belle puts on her most charming, vulnerable look, her eyes wide and pleading. Are you in the middle of work? She asks, clasping her hands together. Yuuki smiles, always happy to help. No, I'm not, he replies, unaware that he's walking right into a trap. Yuuki tries to put her at ease. You don't have to be that mindful of me. You're a chief, Belle-san, he says, but Belle looks nervous. You see, well. Suddenly, she lets out a loud, dramatic cry. You know Belle doesn't have the guts for that, she shouts, flailing her arms as she pretends to lose her balance. She points a finger at him, her face turning red. I just had something to talk about with you, so. She steps forward, she accidentally slips on the wet floor she just saw Yuuki cleaning. Wowa, she screams as she begins to fall forward. Watch out, Yuuki shouts, lunging forward to catch her before she hits the hard floor. They collide with a dull thud, Belle landing squarely on top of Yuuki. The impact leaves them both stunned, their faces just inches apart as the world stops for a second. Belle's face is buried in his chest, and her expression is one of pure shock, though whether it's real or part of the act is impossible to tell. I'm so sorry, she squeals. It's okay, Yuuki stammers back, his face turning bright red. Yuuki stares up at her, his eyes wide and heart racing. What did you want to talk about? He asks, his voice barely a whisper. Belle leans down, her voice trembling with manufactured shyness. This isn't really the best place for it. Can I borrow some of your time again tonight? She moves even closer, her hand resting near his face as she prepares to seal the deal. She whispers directly into his ear, her breath warm against his skin. Just the two of us, and without anyone else knowing, she coos, her words a siren song of illicit temptation. Yuuki's brain effectively short-circuits. He stares blankly at the wall, his face flushed and his eyes unfocused as the implications of her offer sink in. He manages to choke out a single, dazed word. Sure. Belle pulls away, a sweet, triumphant smile on her face. The hook has been set, and the prey is already caught. Belle stands up and straightens her uniform. Then, I'll be seeing you later, she says with a polite bow, leaving Yuuki still sprawled on the floor in a state of total confusion. But as she turns to leave, she trips again. This time, it's a real stumble. She shouts as she loses her footing once more. She falls backward, landing right on top of Yuuki again, but this time in an even more compromising position. This keeps happening. I'm sorry, she screams, her face now actually turning beet red from the sheer embarrassment. Yuuki frantically tries to push her off. It's all right, I'll move right away, he shouts, both of them scrambling to regain some dignity on the slick floor. Belle watches him with a sudden, predatory glint in her eyes. As long as his head is filled with pervy thoughts, his capacity to think logically will go down, she muses, her mind returning to the cold logic of the hunt. She leans in one last time, her eyes narrowing as she delivers the final blow to his composure. Since you expect immoral things to happen, come with your guard down and by yourself tonight, okay? She walks away, leaving Yuuki trembling on the floor, his mind a whirlwind of confusion and unintended excitement. Yuuki watches her disappear around the corner, the silence of the hallway returning as he struggles to make sense of the last few minutes. Across the city, near the riverbank, the sun is beginning to set, casting long shadows over the high-rise buildings and the quiet water. Oh wow, touching her gave me a shock, a new voice muses. It's Shikoku, the horned thunder god, standing on the grassy slope. That was definitely Fukuma. It doesn't look like she noticed me, though, she notes, watching the hidden game from afar. Shikoku grins, her eyes filled with ancient knowledge. And after I read your memories, I noticed there's a pillar of the thunder gods. A god that you'd be really surprised to meet. I thought she'd be looking like Ren Yamashiro, so the one getting surprised ended up being me. She looks toward the horizon, her gaze following the thread of the plan. An assassination plan that makes use of Fukuma, huh? She says, her interest piqued by the human's audacity. Shikoku taps her chin thoughtfully. I got a good grasp of it through touch. She's also got a plan B in the works. I guess this was Shikokuni's idea, she realizes, seeing the layers of manipulation at work. She lies back on the grass, looking up at the sky. Well, what now? She asks herself, the world a playground for her whims. In her mind, she sees a vision of a bloodied and broken Yuuki Wakura. Will Yuuki Wakura die, and this world come to an end? She wonders, the stakes of the upcoming night coming into sharp focus. She looks at the darkening sky, her eyes reflecting the coming storm. Or perhaps will another god unexpectedly take residence here? She asks, the future a blank slate waiting for the first drop of blood. Back at the camp, Belle waves a cheerful goodbye to Yuuki. I'll get the answer to that, she thinks, her smile now a death mask for the man who considers her a friend. They stand on opposite sides of the flowery field, the distance between them symbolic of the betrayal that's about to unfold. The caption is simple and ominous. Tonight. The hunt has ended, and the execution is about to begin. Night has fallen over the quiet grounds. Yuki stands before Belle, who offers a warm, innocent smile. Thank you for coming, she says. Yuki nods, his voice steady. I'll always be there whenever you call. She looks away for a moment, the moonlight catching the silver in her eyes. What I wanted to talk about is, she begins, her voice trailing off with a hint of manufactured hesitation. She turns back to him, her expression shifting into something more vulnerable. Well, she stammers, playing the part of a shy girl perfectly. Suddenly, she lunges forward, pulling Yuuki into a tight embrace that catches him completely off guard. The air between them grows heavy as she presses close. She leans into his ear, her breath cold against his skin. You see, Belle actually has a quota to meet, she whispers with a chilling drop in her tone. Yuuki's eyes go wide, a cold sweat breaking across his brow. Quota? He asks, the first seeds of alarm finally sprouting in his mind. She doesn't pull away, her lips almost grazing his neck as she continues. And I wanted you, Yuuki-san, she murmurs, the affection in her voice replaced by a predatory hunger. In the shadows behind his back, her hand begins to distort, her fingers elongating into jagged, razor-sharp talons. To help me with that too, she adds with a dark giggle. The trap is sprung. A massive, obsidian-like limb erupts from her back, coiling around Yuuki like a snake prepared to crush its prey. The strike is a blur of lethal motion. A single piercing blow aimed directly at the boy's spine to end the hunt before it truly begins. But the predator becomes the prey. Kyoka Izumo bursts from the darkness, her blade glowing with a divine light as she cleaves through the monstrous limb in a single, fluid motion. The false Belle's eyes snap open in genuine shock as her attack is neutralized, her severed limb dissolving into dark ichor. This wasn't part of the plan. Yuuki recoils, the adrenaline finally hitting his system. Wah! He gasps, scrambling to put distance between himself and the thing that was just hugging him. Kyoka doesn't give the creature a second to recover, spinning through the air with a series of blinding slashes that force the imposter back. This is a master at work. Yuuki hits the dirt, rolling away from the impact zone as the estate's garden is torn apart by the sudden, violent clash. Kyoka stands her ground, her cape billowing in the wind as she points her sword at the intruder. Just who are you? She demands, her voice cutting through the night like thunder. The imposter's mouth twists into a wide, unnatural smirk. The facade of the shy girl is gone, replaced by something ancient and hungry. Her eyes narrow into slitted pupils as she reveals her true nature. One of the 8 gods of thunder, she announces, her voice echoing with a terrifying resonance. Fukuma. Yuuki and Kyoka stare at the revelation, the air around them crackling with the monster's latent electrical energy. They've walked right into the den of a god. Yuuki can barely process the scale of the threat. A god of thunder, he exclaims, his hand moving instinctively toward his own latent power. Fukuma watches them with a mocking curiosity. "Just what made you suspect me?" she asks. Kyoka glares back, her sword steady. "So you were already hiding before we'd arrived." We flash back to earlier that day, inside the safety of the library. "You wanted to talk with just the two of us?" Kyoka asks, her arms crossed as she looks at Yuuki. Yuuki stands before his leaders, his expression unusually grim. "Yes, it's about Belsan," he says, getting straight to the point. He recounts the moment things felt off. "Just a few moments ago, by accident, she got on top of me," he explains, looking slightly embarrassed. Tenka and Kyoka's reactions are instantaneous and fierce, their jealousy momentarily overriding the mission. "She got on top of you?" Tenka snaps. Yuuki waves his hands frantically. "Our bodies just bumped into each other because she stumbled." But Yuuki turns serious again, a chilling realization in his eyes. "When my skin touched hers, something felt odd," he says. "What?" Kyoka asks, leaning in. He thinks back to their training sessions. "Remember when I stretched with Belsan as part of that reward?" he asks. "It's like Belsan's skin and body had a different feel to them compared to then." Kyoka and Tenka share a silent, meaningful look. In their line of work, a gut feeling from a soldier like Yuuki is more valuable than any sensor. "You know Bell doesn't have the guts for that," Tenka adds. Yuuki continues to analyze the imposter's mistakes. "I think I was just imagining it too. Yet, her behavior also seemed odd," he notes. He recalls the timid nature of the real Bell. "It's almost like she turned back into the Bell from before we defeated that huge Shuki," he muses, piecing together the broken logic of the disguise. Tenka considers her own experience. "I did some exercises with Chief Tsukiyono, but my body didn't feel anything particularly strange," she says, looking for any other anomalies. Kyoka knows that Yuuki's intuition is different. Yuki's senses are valuable as he has a god within him, she thinks. He might sense things that others normally cannot. Back at the estate, Kyoka explains why the trap worked so perfectly. "It just so happened that Belsan asked me to see her tonight, all by myself," she says, her eyes locked on Fukuma. "And so, I hid here beforehand." Fukuma pouts like a disappointed child, her finger to her lip. "You're the worst. How could you tell an outsider that a girl invited you to come alone?" she asks with fake hurt. Kyoka's response is a roar of authority. "I am not an outsider. I am Yuuki's master," she yells, her presence expanding to fill the courtyard. The false Belle stares at Kyoka, her eyes hollow. "You," she whispers, the amusement finally fading from her voice as she realizes these humans are smarter than she gave them credit for. Yuuki steps forward, his teeth gritted. "What have you done to the real Belle?" he shouts, the safety of his friend being his only concern. Fukuma doesn't answer. Instead, a dark, unsettling smile spreads across her face, her eyes glowing with a malevolent light that promises nothing but pain. The imposter's mouth begins to twitch, her jaw unhinging slightly in a way that makes Yuuki's stomach turn. The transformation is beginning. Her throat expands, a low, rhythmic sound vibrating from deep within her chest. It's a sound that shouldn't come from anything living. Suddenly, she breaks into a wide, jagged grin, her teeth lengthening into needles of white bone. The human mask is finally slipping away. She lets out a high-pitched, manic laugh that echoes off the estate walls, a sound of pure, unadulterated madness that signals the true start of the battle. Yuuki's rage reaches a breaking point. He's ready to charge blindly into the monster's maw to find his friend, his face contorted with desperation and anger. Kyoka's hand shoots out, gripping his arm with iron-like strength. "Don't let your anger get the best of you," she commands, her voice acting as a tether to his sanity. She leans in, her eyes never leaving the enemy. "Belle won't die. That's the kind of ability she has. Trust me," she says, her confidence acting as a shield against Yuuki's panic. In the distance, the sounds of reinforcements echo through the night. The other girls of the Anti-Demon Corps are racing toward the estate. "Chief!" one of them bellows. Fukuma glances over her shoulder at the approaching squad. Everyone's here, huh? She muses, her voice dripping with an arrogant calm that suggests she was expecting them. Kyoka tightens her grip on her sword. She's transforming, she warns, sensing the massive buildup of energy radiating from the creature. A circle of dark, swirling energy erupts around Fukuma, the ground beneath her cracking under the weight of her divine power. The air grows thick with the smell of ozone. The monster's head tilts back as the transformation accelerates. Maybe this form will help fire me up a little more, she asks, her voice now a distorted chorus of a dozen different tones. The light fades, revealing Fukuma in her true, terrifying glory. She stands tall, a dark goddess of destruction draped in white and gold, her eyes glowing like twin stars in the night. The arriving girls skid to a halt, their eyes wide with disbelief as they see the scale of the enemy standing before them. "The commander," one of them gasps, confused by the overlapping power signatures. The realization hits them like a physical blow. A god of thunder transformed into Bel, it's an enemy. Someone screams, and the entire squad draws their weapons in unison. Kyoka grits her teeth, remembering her earlier encounter. "I crossed blades with her, but her strength was still beyond measure," she tells the others, preparing them for the fight of their lives. The squad forms a defensive line, their faces set in grim determination. "Stay alert," Kyoka orders, her voice steady despite the overwhelming pressure. Fukuma throws her head back and laughs, her white hair swirling around her like a storm. "Infiltrations and disguises is what I do best, but I can handle a brawl too, all right?" she sneers. She clenches her fist, the energy around her pulsing in time with her heartbeat. This isn't just a monster, it's a force of nature that has come to wipe them out. She raises a single, dark card into the air. "Getting exposed this fast got me angry too," she says, her smile vanishing into a cold, murderous stare. The card begins to glow with a sickly, purple light, radiating a familiar and terrifying presence. It's a key to a much larger nightmare. A massive rift opens in reality, and a Shuki erupts from the void, its claws scraping against the estate's floor. "A Shuki," a girl cries out. "A single one will not make a..." But the first beast is just the beginning. A second, much larger figure begins to step through the portal, its sheer mass casting a long, dark shadow over the battlefield. A single, massive eye opens within the rift, glowing with an ancient, burning hatred that freezes the girls where they stand. The armored god of thunder fully emerges, a mountain of iron and rage that towers over the anti-demon core. The ground tremors beneath his massive weight. He looks down at the girls through his reinforced visor, his voice a rumbling growl of thunder. "You shrewd little obsoletes," he begins, his words filled with a cosmic disdain. He looms over them, his presence snuffing out the moonlight. "Forget about having a peaceful death now that I'm here," he rumbles, the threat final and absolute. One of the girls points a trembling finger at the behemoth. "That guy," she screams, recognizing the monster that had terrorized them before. Another girl's face pales as the memory returns. "The one that appeared at the inter-unit matches," she cries out, the realization of who they are fighting sinking in. The monsters stand together, a nightmare duo of shadow and steel. "That god of thunder," they exclaim in unison, the hopelessness of the situation starting to take root. Kyoka stands at the front, her blade the only thing between her squad and a slaughter. "Two gods of thunder," she whispers, her mind racing for a way out. Fukuma glances at her partner with a cruel smirk. "I'm aware of the situation. I could hear what was going on while I was inside the card," he adds, his voice like grinding stones. The girls brace themselves for the impact of the coming charge, their hands tight around their weapons. They're outnumbered, outpowered, and out of time. Suddenly, a massive pillar of lightning strikes the distance, lighting up the horizon with a blinding, white flash that shakes the very foundations of the earth. The squad turns toward the light, their faces etched with confusion. "Where was that aimed at?" one of them asks, the tactical shift catching them off guard. A massive plume of smoke begins to rise from the headquarters perimeter, the air filled with the sound of collapsing masonry and distant alarms. Kyoka's eyes go wide as she realizes the target wasn't them, it was their escape route. "The gate," she whispers, her heart sinking into her chest. The gate lies in ruins, a scorched crater where their only way out used to be. The trap has been completely sealed. There is no one coming to help them now. Fukuma steps forward, her laugh echoing through the wreckage. "You won't be calling any reinforcements now, and you won't be able to escape either," she sneers, the nightmare finally complete. We shift back to a simpler time, a photo on a phone screen showing Yuuki and Belle together. "Okay, I think this photo turned out pretty well," Belle says with a gentle smile. They walk through the vast storehouse of Shangri-La, rows upon rows of clothing stretching into the distance. "Then, let's go to the storehouse and take a few more," she suggests. Yuuki steps out in a tailored suit, looking sharp but slightly uncomfortable. "This storehouse in Shangri-La sure has a lot of outfits sitting around," he remarks, checking his reflection. Belle emerges in a professional office skirt and blouse, her usual armor replaced by something far more elegant. "I'm sure your sister would be overjoyed to see you in that one," she says with a wink. Yuuki looks at her, a blush creeping up his cheeks. "Ah, sorry," he says. Belle reaches out to his collar. "But before we start, let me fix your tie a bit," she says softly. She leans in. Yuuki finds himself caught in her gaze, the world outside their little storehouse fading away. That aside, he thinks to himself, his heart beating a little faster. He looks at her properly, the moonlight from a window highlighting her silhouette. "Those clothes really suit Tenka-san well," he notes, his voice filled with a quiet admiration. The night is calm over Shangri-La, the roofs of the old buildings glowing under a full moon. It's a moment of peace they haven't felt in a long time. Later that night, Yuuki is fast asleep in his room, his breathing steady as he drifts into a deep, dreamless slumber. Or so he thinks. He mumbles in his sleep, his subconscious still chewing on the events of the day. "This project," he whispers, his mind already weaving a new story from his memories. The dream takes shape in a sunlit office. Tenka sits at a desk, looking like the ultimate professional boss. "I'm expecting a lot from you," she says. Yuuki stands tall. "Leave it to us." But the professional facade quickly breaks as Tenka stands up, her shirt opening to reveal a far more daring office uniform. "I'll give you a reward up front, too," she says with a sultry smile. The dream only gets more chaotic as other girls from the unit appear, each offering their own version of an office reward that has Yuuki completely flustered. Yuuki's eyes are practically bugging out of his head as the dream Tenka leans in closer, her playful nature taking full control of the scenario. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke erupts in the middle of the office, and a familiar, demonic laughter fills the air. "Is your doing, isn't it? Kusetsu?" Yuuki screams at the ceiling. The demon girl appears from the smoke, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she watches the chaos she's created in Yuuki's mind. "Ra-ha-ha," she bellows, enjoying every second of it. She sits on the windowsill, her tail flicking back and forth. "This is the so-called working adults," she exclaims, her interpretation of the project being a bit more literal than intended. Yuuki points an accusatory finger at her, his face turning bright red. "You get influenced way too fast. Don't drag the others into this," he yells. Kusetsu just shrugs. "I don't think my interpretation was that far off, though." He looks at her in disbelief, the sheer absurdity of the dream starting to make him want to wake up. "That aside," he mutters, trying to find some logic in the madness. Kusetsu leans forward, her expression turning into a wicked grin as she adds one final thought to his nightmare. "There's office love, too," she whispers with a playful wink. A massive shout echoes from the building as Yuuki finally reaches his limit. "Don't you even dare," he bellows, the sound carrying across the rooftops of his dreamscape. We return to reality, where Belle is showing Tenka the physical photos she's developed. "Here, I've developed some of the photos, too," she says with a proud smile. Tenka is practically vibrating with excitement, her eyes glued to a photo of Yuuki in the suit. "Ooh, now that's what I call the world's top hunk. 1 quadrillion points," she screams in delight. The mood shifts as we find Tenka and Belle sitting atop a massive, gnarled tree root outside the estate. "Anyway," Tenka says, her tone becoming more serious, "what was that crucial info?" Belle looks off into the distance, her expression focused and determined. Now that everyone is busy with Shangri-La, my chances are as good as they can be, she thinks to herself. She turns to Tenka, her eyes reflecting the gravity of her next mission. I'll infiltrate the area below the Onmiu agency, she reveals, the dangerous task ahead weighing on her mind. She looks at her friend with a soft, pleading gaze. I just wish for a little more of your patience, she says, asking for the support she knows she'll need. Tenka looks at her, a worried frown on her face. Should I go too? She asks. Belle shakes her head firmly. Since it's an infiltration, it's best that I go solo, she insists. Tenka slumps back, looking disappointed. Aw, shucks, she pouts. Belle places a gentle hand on her shoulder. Thank you, I'm really grateful for all you've done, she says with genuine warmth. She looks into Tenka's eyes, her voice barely a whisper. It's because I've come to like you, she admits, the bond between them having grown into something deeply personal. Tenka is touched, a small smile returning to her face. I want to lend you my strength not just as a sister-in-law, but as a friend, too, she replies, their alliance finally solidified. They share a quiet moment of mutual respect, the sunset painting the world in shades of orange and red. That's what I truly believe, Belle says, her conviction unshakable. Belle stands up and begins to walk away, offering a final wave over her shoulder. Yuuki-kun, do your best, she says with a smile. I'll also do all I can. The true battle for the agency is only just beginning. The battlefield is a desolate expanse of cracked earth, where the remaining members of the squad stand ready to face the overwhelming power of the gods. Penko looms over her fallen prey, a wicked grin stretching across her face. I wonder how I should prepare you, she muses with a dark curiosity. Suddenly, a viscous, dark substance begins to leak from her form, bubbling with a life of its own. The shadows erupt into writhing tentacles that ensnare the girls, pulling them into a compromising and helpless struggle. Maybe I should catch you with tentacles, Penko taunts, enjoying their desperation. And then torment you, she whispers, her eyes gleaming with a sadistic intent as the dark limbs tighten their grip. Unit 8 refuses to back down, standing firm despite the growing threat. Don't fuck around, we'll be the ones tormenting you, they shout in unison, weapons at the ready. Beside Penko, the towering figure of Rairn shifts his weight. Divine punishment upon them then, he growls, while Penko simply smiles. I'll follow your lead. The command is given, and the girls launch themselves forward into a desperate charge. Let's go, one of them screams as they close the distance. Rairn responds with a terrifying display of power, unleashing dark orbs of energy that scream through the air toward the approaching warriors. The girls are forced to dodge and weave through the explosions, the ground shattering beneath their feet as they struggle to maintain their offensive. A cold, white light begins to glow behind the eyes of their opponent, signaling a shift in the tide of battle. A bolt of pure energy whistles past the face of a hero, narrowly missing its mark but leaving a trail of sparks in its wake. One of the warriors swings her blade with all her might, the steel humming with the force of her conviction. Another hero is caught in the backwash of an explosion, her uniform shredded as she grinds her teeth against the pain. Suddenly, the battlefield is crisscrossed by arcs of dark energy, a web of destruction that threatens to consume everyone caught within it. The small warrior with the Gatling gun stares in shock as her weapon is rendered useless against the sheer scale of the divine power. The dark-haired girl looks up, her face pale. Didn't I say? She whispers, the reality of their situation finally sinking in. Penko spins gracefully through the carnage, her movements like a dance. I can handle a brawl too, she laughs, reveling in the chaos. The memory of the battle flashes back to just moments ago, when the tide seemed like it might turn in their favor. A hero screams a warning, her eyes wide with terror as she watches a friend rush headlong into a trap. Don't. The girls look back at their enemies, seeing them standing tall and untouched amidst the rubble. Varvara bows her head, her breath coming in ragged gasps. We definitely, she starts, her voice trembling with exhaustion. She looks up with a look of fierce determination, sweat dripping down her brow. Can't let those guys coordinate. She stares at the battlefield, her mind racing for a solution before their enemies can finish them off. She wonders if Himari's time-warping golden hour was the only thing keeping them afloat. Did she turn back time? Is the future we were heading into that dire? Rern scoffs, looking down at them like insects. Hesitating now, you obsoletes? He asks. Penko shrugs. Then let's go ourselves. The heroes brace themselves as a massive shadow falls over them, the ground beginning to vibrate with magical pressure. Varvara steps forward, her long coat fluttering in the wind. We just have to split them up. Let me take care of that, she says firmly. We'll have each unit take one down, she commands, her voice cutting through the noise of battle. She looks at her comrades with a level of trust that only comes from fighting side by side in the face of death. She clasps her hands together, a quiet vow on her lips. Your will is my mission. Inside the mind of the enemy, Penko senses a shift in the atmosphere, her eyes narrowing as she realizes something is coming. A massive pillar of light erupts from Varvara, expanding to consume the entire area as she calls out her ultimate technique, Pantheon. The light fades, leaving the combatants in a world transformed, a blurred reality where speed and power are the only laws. The scene shifts to a grand architectural marvel, the stained glass windows of a massive cathedral beginning to take shape. Varvara stands in the center of this new domain, her expression cold and unyielding. Penko finds herself standing on a long, carpeted hall, the scale of the building making her feel strangely small. She gasps in confusion. She spins around, searching for her ally, but the massive doors have closed. Rern, she screams into the empty air. Her eyes widen as a sharp, stinging pain suddenly begins to prick at her skin. She looks down at her hand, seeing it tremble. There's a discomforting feeling, she whispers to herself. She clutches her head as the sensation intensifies, her face twisting in agony. Like my skin is being burned. Across the hall, Varvara stands with the other warriors. You were the only one that I brought into this space, she explains calmly. Penko grinds her teeth, realizing she's walked into a trap. Penko's ability, I never managed to find out anything about it, she thinks bitterly. Varvara watches her with a distant pity. I can tell you how it works if you wish to know, she offers. She narrows her eyes, the rules of this world already beginning to take effect. The Holy Cathedral, Pantheon, Varvara continues. Those who enter this cathedral are subjected to the effects of this ability, which changes depending on how they perceive Kyoyuka-sama. The first level is praise. Those who hold Kyoyuka in high regard find themselves bolstered by her very presence. Waves of affection are released from the statue of Kyoyuka, gradually recovering the strength of those who respect her within these walls. The second level is sermon. For those who are skeptical, conflict is prohibited while they receive an hour-long lecture on Kyoyuka's excellence. The third level is paladins. For those who hold ill will, a group of holy knights is assembled to subdue them, their powers surging with divine energy. Then there is the fourth level, symbolized only by a terrifying, jagged grin in the darkness. It is a step above even the paladins, a power so frightening that it cannot be put into words. Penko stands frozen, the weight of the cathedral's judgment pressing down on her shoulders. Varvara explains the fine print. Actions based on virtues like honesty, bravery, and kindness will be boosted by this ability. Penko's eye twitches, her divine composure beginning to crack under the pressure of the holy space. She looks at Varvara with pure hatred. This ability, she begins, her voice low and dangerous. Suddenly, she snaps, her mouth opening wide in a frustrated roar. Is such a friggin' pain in the butt. Varvara ignores the outburst. As long as they show respect towards Kyoyuka-sama, Effect 1 will activate, though that doesn't apply to you. Penko screams back. It's like it was built to counter infiltration types like me. Penko realizes the depth of the trap. The entire reason she was so upfront about her ability was so she could qualify towards the honesty virtue, wasn't it? Penko points a trembling finger. What would happen if Kyoyuka Yuzin entered this place? Varvara simply points to the end of the hall. Kyoyuka-sama is already right there. At the altar stands a towering, majestic statue of Kyoyuka Yuzin, her eyes blank but her presence undeniable. Penko stares at the stone figure. So that statue is her stand-in. It isn't an ability that depends on Kyoyuka using herself then. She looks down the long hall, seeing the warriors standing between her and the exit. I got most of it, she mutters. She summons her dark energy once more, her grin returning. In other words, I just have to defeat you and that will be the end of it, right? Varvara closes her eyes for a brief moment, the air around her beginning to drop in temperature. Currently, she whispers. The paladins have been assembled. Beside her, the other girls glow with a new, radiant power. The abilities of those who respect Kyoyuka-sama have been boosted. She reaches out a hand, her glove shimmering with frost. And I will give them the power of miracles that can condemn our enemies. Varvara declares, her eyes snapping open as she unleashes her full strength. The two powerful women lock eyes, a silent promise of violence passing between them. Varvara's face is a mask of stoic resolve, her heart set on her goal. Penko laughs in the face of the holy power. Talking about a holy power in front of a god, you're being insolent. Varvara responds with cold steel. Silence, evil god. The masked warrior grits her teeth, the divine boost flowing through her veins like liquid fire. The whip wielder narrows her eyes, her gaze sharp enough to cut through the shadows. Varvara raises her hand, a final judgment on her lips. You should just perish. A massive wave of ice shards erupts from the floor, a crystalline wall of death that surges toward Penko, who is forced to leap back into the air. Ice! She cries out in surprise. Penko watches as the whip wielder blurs across the floor, moving with a speed that defies the physical world. She tries to counter with her scythe, the dark blade whistling through the air in a desperate arc. But the warrior is too fast, her whip cracking like a thunderclap as it wraps around the goddess's defenses. The swordswoman joins the fray with a primal roar. Raya! She screams, her blade descending in a blinding flash of light. Penko barely manages to block the strike, the impact sending a shockwave through the hall that rattles the stained glass. That was a direct hit, one of the girls shouts, but her eyes go wide. No, that didn't have much of an impact. The swordswoman looks at her opponent in disbelief. She's a god, all right, she realizes, seeing Penko standing there with a mocking smile. Penko lands on the wall, her fingers digging into the stone as she stares down at her attackers. She tests the barrier, her hand sparking against the holy magic. Doesn't look like I can destroy this wall. This is a completely separated space. I have to defeat the user. High above, Varvara prepares her next move, her silhouette framed against the vaulted ceiling like a vengeful angel. She rains down a barrage of ice spears, each one aimed with lethal precision at the goddess trapped below. Varvara watches as the spears find their mark, her eyes wide with a strange realization. No resistance. Penko's body is shredded by the ice, her limbs flying in different directions as she collapses into a heap of gore. But the blood isn't red. It's a shimmering, dark liquid that begins to pull itself back together on the floor. The puddle bubbles and grows, forming a new, strange shape that pulsates with life. Suddenly, two identical versions of Penko erupt from the mass, laughing as they leap into the air. She split herself, the whip wielder screams. The warrior's face is a mask of pure shock, the miracle of their coordination suddenly overshadowed by this new horror. The swordswoman swings her blade at one of the clones, her movement boosted by the cathedral's light. The clone catches the blade with a laugh. We've got a weakling here, she teases, her voice echoing through the hall. The swordswoman struggles against the strength of the double, but she's still plenty strong, she grunts. The clones coordinate their movements, dancing around the warriors and leading them into a chaotic chase. Take care of them for me, okay? One calls to the other. The original Penko watches from a distance, a calculating look in her eye. It reduces my strength, but having them work together would be worse for me. Varvara senses the movement behind her and spins around, her hands glowing with frost as she prepares a counterattack. She fires a blast of ice, but Penko dodges it with a casual leap, her scythe humming through the air. The two clash in a blur of motion, the sound of steel on ice ringing through the holy space like a funeral bell. Penko grinds her teeth, her voice dripping with venom. Divine punishment, she screams, her scythe glowing with dark energy. Varvara stares into the eyes of the goddess, her resolve unwavering as she faces the full force of the attack. She makes a subtle movement with her fingers, a final adjustment to the miracle she is weaving. A massive block of ice erupts from the ground, trapping Penko mid-swing and encasing her in a frozen prison. Varvara looks down at her trapped foe. "Don't even bother," she commands, the ice thickening with every word. The dark energy around Penko flickers and dies, the cold of the cathedral finally beginning to take its toll. The ice shatters into a million pieces as Penko bursts through, but her movements are slow and labored. Varvara is already there, her eyes fixed on her target as she closes the distance in an instant. She drives a bladed shard of ice directly through Penko's chest, the impact sending the goddess flying back across the hall. Penko gasps, her eyes wide with shock as she looks down at the frozen weapon protruding from her body. The ice begins to spread from the wound, creeping across her skin like a deadly frost. Varvara stands over her, her voice a whisper of pure cold. "Freeze down to your soul." She twists the blade, the sound of cracking ice echoing through the silence of the cathedral. Penko throws her head back and screams, the divine energy within her clashing violently with the miracle of the ice. She is encased in a massive, jagged spire of ice, her body frozen in a pose of eternal agony as Varvara watches from below. For a moment, there is only silence, the only sound the faint ticking of the frost as it settles. Varvara's eyes are heavy with the weight of the battle, her strength finally reaching its limit. But the ice begins to glow with a dark, sinister light from within, the spire beginning to crack under the pressure. Suddenly, the entire structure explodes outward, sending shards of ice flying like shrapnel across the cathedral floor. Varvara's eyes widen in horror as she sees the silhouette of her enemy standing in the center of the wreckage. Penko emerges from the debris, her body steaming as her divine power incinerates the remaining ice. The goddess laughs, a dark, melodic sound that chills the air more than the ice ever could. She spins her scythe, the dark blade humming with a new and terrifying intensity. "That had me shivering," she giggles. She faces Varvara, her eyes glowing with a predatory light. "I'm currently in my full power." The dark energy flares around her, the air itself beginning to warp and buckle under the weight of her presence. She moves like a blur of shadow and steel, her movement so fast that the warriors can barely track her with their eyes. "That kind of attack won't be enough to defeat me," she taunts, her voice echoing from every corner of the hall at once. Varvara collapses to one knee, her body finally giving out as her vision begins to blur around the edges. Penko stands over her, her grin wider than ever. "I just know the thing that'll stop you dead in your tracks. Ah." She strikes a pose, her dark energy swirling around her as she prepares her ultimate mockery. "If I do this, you won't be able to attack me, Penko." She looks up with a wicked glint in her eye. "And so, how about I tease you while I look like this?" The goddess's body begins to shift and change, taking on a form that is both familiar and profoundly wrong. A lewd and mocking version of their beloved leader, Kyoyuka Yuzin. Varvara stares in absolute silence, her mind struggling to comprehend the level of blasphemy she is witnessing. She looks at the grotesque parody of her leader, her fingers digging into the carpet until her knuckles turn white. A low, dangerous sound begins to emanate from her throat, a growl of pure, unadulterated fury. The goddess continues her performance, oblivious to the storm that is brewing. "What?" she asks with a mock innocence. Varvara looks up, her eyes no longer showing exhaustion, but a cold, killing fire. "You." She points to the grand statue at the end of the hall. "You took Kyoyuka-sama's form. Without permission, and dared to be so vulgar. This is grounds for a holy war," she screams, her voice shaking the very foundations of the cathedral. Penko finally stops her dance, a look of genuine confusion crossing her face for the first time. The light within the cathedral begins to pulse with a rhythmic, heartbeat-like thrum, the air growing heavy with divine judgment. The statue of Kyoyuka Yuzin begins to glow with a blinding light, the stone itself beginning to crack and shift. The grand statue's eyes snap open, filled with a radiant, vengeful light. The ultimate judgment of the pantheon has begun, level 4, Holy War. The statue has come to life, and it is moving to purge the threat once and for all. In the divine realm, two figures stand as mirrors of each other, their dark skin and golden eyes radiating a playful yet terrifying power. This is the start of the holy battle, where gods decide to treat the world as their personal playground. Inside the grand, shimmering cathedral, a pillar of light erupts as Kyoyuka Yuzin stands defiant against the overwhelming presence before her. The air crackles with a tension that threatens to shatter the very glass of the sanctuary. Fukuma spreads her arms wide, a twisted grin playing across her lips as she surveys the architecture. Ahaha, a cathedral? This looks more like an oddly themed amusement park. She mocks, her voice echoing through the hollow halls. The camera zooms in on the hilt of Kyoyuka's blade, her grip tightening until her knuckles turn white. She isn't here to play. She's here to end a threat that views humanity as nothing more than a joke. Fukuma's laughter suddenly dies in her throat as she catches the cold, murderous glint in Kyoyuka's eyes. For the first time, the deity feels a flicker of something she hasn't felt in eons: genuine caution. No, that sword is dangerous. I'd rather not get sliced by that, Fukuma whispers to herself, her predatory eyes narrowing as she reevaluates the woman standing before her. Kyoyuka doesn't hesitate, her form blurring as she carves through a horde of shadowy monsters with a single, elegant sweep of her blade. Kyoyuka-sama's sword can cut down all manners of evil, a voice narrates, underscoring the weight of her duty. Fukuma raises her hand, a viscous, lightning-charged energy beginning to swirl around her arm. Then how about I shatter that belief? She challenges, her smile returning with a jagged edge. She lunges forward, her attack creating a massive vortex of destructive energy that fills the screen. And from now on, you'll worship the gods of thunder. She screams, the cathedral walls groaning under the pressure. The impact is blinding, a collision of elemental forces that sends shockwaves through the floor. Kyoyuka stands her ground, her face a mask of iron determination amidst the swirling chaos. Fukuma's eyes widen as her attack fails to find its mark, diverted by a sheer force of will. She realizes that her opponent isn't just a soldier, she's a force of nature in her own right. Kyoyuka exhales slowly, the white mist of her breath visible in the cold air. It's pointless, she states flatly, her aura beginning to flare with a brilliant, icy light. A brief flashback flickers through the scene, showing Kyoyuka in the middle of a grueling training session, sweat pouring down her face. Kyoyuka-sama's trained body is the definition of toughness, her allies remember, a testament to the years of discipline that led to this moment. Suddenly, a majestic white bird manifests behind Kyoyuka, its wings composed of pure, radiant energy. This is Penko's divine avatar, responding to the call of battle. The avian spirit takes flight, its screeches sounding like tearing metal as it dives toward Fukuma. The goddess barely has time to react as the radiant creature sweeps across the battlefield. A massive trail of light follows the bird's path, slicing through the air like a guillotine. Fukuma is forced onto the defensive, her arrogant posture finally crumbling. "You little," Fukuma snarls, her face contorting in rage as the bird's talons graze her shoulder. She isn't used to being hunted by the very creatures she considers inferior. She swings her arm in a wide arc, a burst of dark energy exploding outward to drive the spirit back. The cathedral is filled with the sound of shattering glass and cracking stone. The action is frantic, with Kyoyuka and Fukuma trading blows so fast the eye can barely follow. "You missed!" Fukuma taunts as she flips through the air, her movements as fluid as liquid shadow. Kyoyuka lands behind her, her sword already mid-swing in a counterattack. The precision of her movements is a direct result of her unwavering focus, but Fukuma is already moving. "I could see that surprise attack coming right away," Fukuma giggles, her eyes darting toward Kyoyuka's next move. She's reading the rhythm of the battle, predicting every strike. Kyoyuka grunts, her blade clashing against a barrier of hardened energy. "KH?" she groans, feeling the feedback of the impact vibrating through her arms. Fukuma observes the ice spreading across the floor, her expression turning pensive. She's able to use even more of her ice now. In that case, she thinks, plotting her next countermove. A halo of lightning forms above Fukuma's head, pulsating with a rhythmic, thunderous beat. The cathedral lights flicker and die, leaving the two combatants bathed in an eerie, strobe-like glow. Fukuma fires a concentrated beam of electricity, a streak of white light that carves a trench into the stone floor. Kaioyuka's eyes widen in the brief moment she has to dodge. The blast hits an ice wall Kaioyuka conjures at the last second, sending shards of frozen glass flying in every direction. The mystery deepens as Kaioyuka realizes Fukuma hasn't even begun to show her true power. In the chaos, Kaioyuka's mind drifts back to the reason she fights. Kaioyuka-sama. She hears the voices of those she's sworn to protect echoing in her heart. She remembers standing between a terrified child and a looming monster. She protects people from evildoers, the memory affirms, fueling her resolve once more. Fukuma sighs, her halo spinning faster. Looks like I can't take her down with projectile attacks, which aren't my forte, she admits, her tone bored but her eyes predatory. The camera pulls back to a wide shot, showing the two warriors standing on opposite sides of the ruined cathedral. I have to say, you're really enthusiastic when it comes to Kaioyuka Yuzin, Fukuma remarks to the empty air. Fukuma tilts her head, a strange, knowing smile returning to her lips. If you asked me, I'd say she begins, her sentence trailing off into an ominous silence. Kaioyuka's face is a study in grit and determination, her gaze never wavering from her opponent. She knows that a single mistake will be her last. Fukuma's eyes gleam with a sadistic joy. She's found the crack in the armor, the emotional weight Kaioyuka carries, and she intends to exploit it. Kaioyuka grips her sword with both hands, the steel beginning to hum with an intense, freezing energy. This is the moment she's been waiting for, the final push. She lunges forward with a scream of defiance, her blade high above her head. Fukuma stands her ground, her body glowing with a dark, divine light as she prepares to meet the charge. The two clash in a burst of light and shadow, the force of the impact threatening to bring the entire cathedral down around them. It's a battle of attrition, and Kaioyuka is losing ground. Kaioyuka's blade slices through Fukuma's chest, but there's no blood, only a hollow, shimmering light. Kaioyuka's heart sinks as she realizes the truth too late. Fukuma's voice comes from behind her, dripping with mockery. What you cut down was a hollow body double, she laughs, her real form materializing out of the shadows. I made it during that lightning attack, while she wasn't looking, Fukuma explains, her hand reaching out to deliver a finishing blow. Kaioyuka spins around, her eyes wide with shock as Fukuma's claws come within inches of her throat. The pacing slows down, capturing every terrifying detail of the impending strike. Suddenly, a massive burst of ice erupts from the ground, throwing both warriors back. The cathedral is consumed by a blinding white storm as Kaioyuka unleashes her full power in a desperate gambit. Through the whiteout, we see Kaioyuka struggling to find her footing, her uniform torn and her body bruised. She's at her limit, but her spirit remains unbroken. Fukuma emerges from the mist, looking almost entirely unscathed. You're tough, I'll give you that, she admits, her eyes glowing with a renewed hunger for battle. The two charge each other again, their movements a blur of desperate violence. Every strike is a revelation, a testament to their skill and their sheer will to survive. Kaioyuka focuses her energy into a single point, her blade becoming a wing of pure ice. Ice-winged slash, Hyoka Yuzin, she screams, her final attack illuminating the entire cathedral with a brilliant, freezing light. The screen goes white as the attack connects, the sound of shattering divinity filling the air. When the light fades, the cathedral is a ruin of frost and broken stone. Kaioyuka drops to one knee, her sword clattering to the floor. She can barely breathe, the cost of her final technique visible in the way her hands tremble and her breath hitches. Kaioyuka winces, clutching her side as the adrenaline begins to fade. That hurt, she mutters, the reality of her injuries finally catching up to her. Fukuma walks through the debris, her dark skin marred by a few scratches, but her aura is as strong as ever. So you noticed my decoy. No point in using tricks within this cathedral then, she says, her voice eerily calm. Kaioyuka stares up at her, her eyes narrowed in a mix of pain and fury. She's still a formidable foe even with holy war active, she thinks, realizing the true scale of the power she's facing. Fukuma looks down at her with a condescending pity. Penko herself can't defeat me, even strengthened. What I have to watch out for is that statue, she notes, her gaze drifting toward a silent monument in the corner. She gestures toward Kyoyuka's sword. That sword likely has a conceptual power. That's the only reason you've survived this long, she observes, her voice devoid of any warmth. Fukuma contemplates her strategy. I'd have an easy win if I recovered the power I split into my clones, but it doesn't look like I can do that, she realizes, her eyes flickering with a moment of frustration. A montage shows the other battles raging across the city. Now I see why Shikokuni recommended assassinations to me, Fukuma muses, watching her clones struggle against the human defenders. She sees the resolve of the Mato Defense Corps, their willingness to sacrifice everything for a cause they believe in. It's a concept that is entirely foreign to her divine arrogance. The depths of the Mato Defense Corps power can't be underestimated, she concludes, her expression hardening as she realizes this won't be the easy massacre she anticipated. Fukuma's eyes snap back to Kyoyuka, a dark thought beginning to form in her mind. She has one more card to play, and it's the cruelest one in her deck. She reaches into the air, her hand closing around a shimmering, rectangular object. The air around her begins to warp and distort as she draws forth her secret weapon. It's a card, but it contains a living soul. Chief Tsukiyono, Kyoyuka gasps, recognizing the figure trapped within the divine seal. The mystery of the missing commander is finally solved, but at a terrible price. Kyoyuka's face is a mask of horror. The goddess isn't just fighting her, she's using her own comrades as pawns in a sick, celestial game. Fukuma holds the card up for Kyoyuka to see. I don't have any other allies with me. The only card I have left with contents is this one, she announces, her voice filled with a hollow triumph. If I destroy this card, the body inside will come out, she explains, her thumb tracing the edge of the seal. It's a hostage situation where the hostage is the weapon itself. Kyoyuka stands tall, her fear replaced by a cold, calculating resolve. So you're revealing your hand to get an ability boost through the honesty virtue, she deduces, her voice steady despite the chaos around her. Fukuma throws her head back and laughs, her aura flaring with a dark, majestic light. She's finally letting go of the pretense, embracing her role as a god of destruction. What it means is that I'll be taking you down without keeping up appearances, she screams, her face contorting into a mask of pure, divine fury. Fukuma sheds her human-like appearance, her body becoming a swirling vortex of energy and shadow. Without this appearance, too, I bet this one would be pretty revolting and hard to handle, wouldn't it? She taunts, her voice echoing from everywhere at once. Kyoyuka closes her eyes for a moment, taking a deep breath to center herself. She knows that this is the final phase of the battle. There will be no more tricks, only a clash of pure power. She looks up, her eyes burning with a light that rivals the sun. That is in fact, she begins, her voice low and dangerous, setting the stage for a final confrontation. The one foe that I must overcome more than any other, Kyoyuka finishes, her blade pointing directly at the heart of the swirling vortex that was once Fukuma. A jagged grin appears in the center of the darkness. I'll end you with the ultimate strike of a god, Fukuma promises, her voice a low, thunderous growl that makes the very air vibrate. Kyoyuka tightens her grip on her sword, her blood dripping onto the cold stone floor. I'll succeed at Kyoyuka-sama's, each unit takes one down mission, no matter what, she vows to herself. The two stand in the ruins of the cathedral, a final stand between the light of humanity and the darkness of a forgotten god. The tension is unbearable, a silent promise of the violence to come. The screen splits, showing Kyoyuka's determined face on one side and Fukuma's monstrous, grinning aspect on the other. Let's settle this, they shout in unison, their voices merging into a single cry of war. Chapter 120 opens with a new surge of energy. Divine Messenger Transformation. Kyoyuka cries out, summoning a trio of celestial beasts, a deer, a raven, and a fox, to her side. The battle has entered its final, most desperate stage. Beat her up, Kyoyuka commands, her messengers lunging forward with a roar. They are her vanguard, the final line of defense between her and the divine fury of Fukuma. Kyoyuka blows a freezing kiss into the air, her breath turning into a stream of sharp, crystalline ice. This isn't just an attack, it's a manifestation of her unwavering devotion to her cause. The ice mirrors her movements, creating a barrier of frozen reflections that confuse the eye and dampen the impact of Fukuma's lightning. Kyoyuka is playing the long game, waiting for her opening. Fukuma tears through the ice mirrors with her bare hands, her movements primal and savage. She is a god of the hunt, and she is finally starting to feel the thrill of the chase. Kyoyuka watches as her barriers are shattered like thin glass. They were too brittle, she thinks, her eyes darting around the ruin for another way to stall the goddess. Fukuma scoffs, her energy beginning to pool at her feet. She was just buying time then, she realizes, her rage returning with a vengeance. Fukuma begins a ritualistic dance, her movements graceful yet terrifyingly powerful. She's calling upon the oldest laws of the universe, forging a weapon of absolute destruction. "Now this will be the end of all of you," she screams, her voice echoing through the spiritual realm as a column of light descends from the heavens. Her hands clasp together in a prayer-like gesture, the air around her beginning to solidify into a tangible, golden weight. This is the ultimate manifestation of her divinity. A spear of pure light begins to form between her palms, its blade etched with ancient runes that pulse with the rhythm of creation itself. This is it, the divine weapon transformation, Aim no Nuboko. The spear of the heavenly jewel, a weapon said to have forged the world, now rests in the hands of a goddess intent on destroying it. Fukuma hurls the spear with a force that shatters the very concept of distance. It travels as a beam of pure annihilation, leaving a trail of scorched reality in its wake. Kyoyuka barely has time to blink before the spear is upon her. She hurls herself to the side, the sheer heat of the weapon's passage singeing her skin and hair. The spear strikes the far wall, the resulting explosion sending a wave of fire and stone across the battlefield. Kyoyuka is tossed aside like a ragdoll, her world becoming a blur of pain and noise. Through the ringing in her ears, Kyoyuka sees Fukuma approaching, the spear already returning to her hand. The goddess looks like a silhouette of fire against the darkness of the cathedral. Kyoyuka struggles to her feet, her vision tunneling as she focuses on her sword. She can feel her strength failing, her life force ebbing away with every shallow breath. But she doesn't give up. She remembers the faces of her unit, the promises they made to each other. She is their shield, and she will not break. "That spear sends shivers down my spine. However," she whispers, her voice barely audible over the crackling of the fires. "Kyoyuka-sama would never lose," she declares, her conviction reigniting her aura one last time. She is a soldier of the Mado Defense Corps, and she has a mission to complete. Kyoyuka strikes the ground with her blade, a wave of jagged ice pillars erupting forward to meet Fukuma's charge. The ice is different now, darker, denser, infused with her very soul. Fukuma smashes through the pillars with her spear, but the ice is relentless, constantly reforming and closing in on her. She's being bogged down by the sheer weight of Kyoyuka's will. "What a tough statue," Fukuma snarls, her movements becoming sluggish as the cold begins to seep into her divine essence. She's finally meeting a force that can withstand her fury. Kyoyuka sees her opening. "A chance!" she cries out, her form blurring as she lunges forward for a final, desperate strike. Her blade becomes a streak of white light, cutting through the darkness with a precision that defies the chaos of the battlefield. It's a move she's practiced 1,000 times, perfected for this very moment. The blade pierces Fukuma's energy form, the ice instantly spreading through the goddess's body like a lethal virus. The divine light begins to flicker and die, replaced by a cold, numbing gray. Fukuma screams in agony as the ice reaches her core, her monstrous form beginning to fragment and dissolve. The spear of light falls from her hands, shattering on the stone floor. "That's so annoying," Fukuma screeches, her face contorting as she tries to force the ice out of her system. But the more she struggles, the deeper the frost bites. Kyoyuka stands over her, her eyes burning with a cold, righteous fury. "This is the end," she states simply, her blade raised for the finishing blow. Fukuma laughs, a wet, rattling sound that echoes with a final, desperate malice. The end? Please, you got me while my guard was down from that big attack, but this ice is nothing, she spits, her energy beginning to flare one last time. A massive vortex of dark energy erupts from Fukuma, throwing Kaioyuka back. If I use my full power form, the goddess begins, her body beginning to warp into something truly horrific. Suddenly, her movements freeze. I can't break it, she gasps, her eyes wide with a realization that comes too late. The ice isn't just physical, it's a conceptual cage she cannot escape. Kaioyuka lunges forward, her face a mask of absolute determination. I'll use everything I have right here and now, she screams, her spirit merging with her blade. Kaioyuka-sama, please bestow your power unto me, she cries out, her plea echoing through the spiritual realm. In response, her aura explodes into a blinding pillar of white light. Fukuma groans, her power beginning to drain away as Kaioyuka's will overwhelms her divinity. The predator has become the prey, and the hunt is almost over. Return to me, my offshoots. Fukuma screams, desperate to reclaim the power she split among her clones. But the connection is severed, the spiritual world itself rejecting her presence. A shimmering rope of energy tightens around Fukuma's neck, cutting off her connection to the divine realm. It's a leash forged from the very memories of those she tried to destroy. Kaioyuka pulls back on the rope, her face inches from Fukuma's. Not so fast, she snarls, her eyes burning with a light that pierces through the goddess's darkness. Time to punish you, she declares, her voice a low, dangerous rumble that marks the end of Fukuma's divine reign. Fukuma's body begins to shatter, pieces of her divine essence flying off like shards of broken glass. Let go, woo, she screams, her voice trailing off into a pathetic, hollow wail. Kaioyuka delivers a final, multi-pronged ice attack that pierces Fukuma from every direction. The cathedral is filled with the sound of breaking divinity as the goddess is finally defeated. One unit takes down one god, Kaioyuka whispers, her final words a testament to the power of human will and the strength of the bonds they share. Kaioyuka stands amidst the ruins, her face covered in blood and frost. That is my mission, she thinks, her eyes finally softening as the weight of the world lifts from her shoulders. Fukuma's face is a mask of pure, unadulterated shock. She cannot comprehend how a mere human has managed to shatter her divinity, to leave her broken and defeated in a pile of rubble. Kaioyuka looms over her, her shadow stretching across the floor. You, she begins, her voice thick with the exhaustion of the battle, but still carrying the weight of a judge passing sentence. God-damned Freeyek, Kaioyuka shouts, her final insult echoing through the hollow halls as she prepares to deliver the final, merciful blow. A massive explosion of ice and light consumes the screen, marking the final end of the battle. The cathedral itself begins to dissolve, its shimmering stones turning into dust and starlight. The spiritual energy begins to settle, a quiet peace returning to the ruins. Kaioyuka stands tall, her sword sheathed, as she watches the last remnants of Fukuma fade away into nothingness. The silence is heavy, a testament to the scale of the conflict that just transpired. Kaioyuka has won, but she knows that the war is far from over. Fukuma's form fragments into two shimmering halves, her physical vessel unable to contain the conceptual damage Kaioyuka inflicted. The goddess is no more, only a fading memory of an ancient power. The fragments dissolve into a soft, glowing mist that rises toward the heavens. It's a strangely beautiful end for such a violent creature, a return to the cosmic ocean from which she came. The last of the divine light flickers and dies, leaving Kaioyuka alone in the darkness. The holy battle has claimed its first casualty, and the world will never be the same again. Kaioyuka stands in the center of the ruined cathedral, her silhouette a pillar of strength amidst the devastation. She has overcome the impossible, but her face shows no joy, only a grim satisfaction. She looks down at the floor, where the shimmering card that held Chief Tsukiyono now lies. It's a small, fragile thing, a reminder of the stakes they're all fighting for. The card begins to pulse with a soft, rhythmic light, its surface clearing as the divine seal dissolves. The mystery of the commander's fate is about to be revealed. Kyoyuka reaches down and picks up the card, her fingers trembling slightly. She's won the battle, but she hasn't yet saved her friend. The true test of her resolve is just beginning. The scene fades to a deep, starry blackness, a representation of the void between worlds. In this silent space, the consequences of the battle begin to unfold in ways Kyoyuka can't yet see. We see Fukuma's face one last time, her eyes closed and her expression peaceful. She is no longer a goddess of destruction, only a soul returning to the cycle of rebirth. Suddenly, the screen brightens as Fukuma finds herself floating in a warm, shimmering pool of water. The air is filled with the scent of cherry blossoms and the sound of distant laughter. "And that's that. Welcome, Fukuma," a voice says, its tone gentle and welcoming. Fukuma looks up, her eyes wide with a mix of confusion and wonder. A beautiful woman with horns and white hair smiles down at her from the edge of the hot spring. "Welcome to Yuuki Wakura's spiritual world," she announces, revealing a new, even deeper mystery that awaits them all. Snow blankets the fractured ground of Shangri-La, a silent witness to the carnage that has just unfolded. Amidst the white, the battered forms of Kyoyuka and her unit stand among the wreckage of a divine confrontation. Drops of blood sizzle against the frozen earth, each one a testament to the sheer cost of facing a god. The survivors are gasping for air, their lungs burning as they try to process the overwhelming power they just barely overcame. Shashu, heavily wounded and slumped on the ground, looks up with a trembling gaze. "Chief," she wheezes, her voice barely a whisper. Kyoyuka remains on her hands and knees, her body quivering with exhaustion, yet her spirit remains unyielding. "I'm fine," she answers, though her physical state says otherwise. Suddenly, a warm, radiant light begins to wash over the battlefield. The cathedral behind them has shifted, its purpose transforming into a sanctuary of praise to mend their broken forms. A soothing energy ripples through the air, closing wounds and steadying hearts. "The healing waves are gradually making us recover," Kyoyuka observes, feeling her strength slowly return. Despite the agony, a grim sense of accomplishment hangs over them. "We've taken down one god and survived," Kyoyuka thinks, her eyes fixed on the path ahead. But victory is a fleeting shadow, and the weight of their remaining enemies looms heavy in the quiet moments of respite. Kyoyuka's mind drifts to her allies, her voice calling out into the distance. "Chief Tsukiyono." In the tactical archives of the mind, the secret of Belle Tsukiyono's power is revealed. Her ability, Canopus, is a dual-edged blade of attack and protect. While attack drains the very essence of others to fuel her strikes, protect acts as an absolute anchor, safeguarding her own life against the void. It is an ability of absolute recovery, making her nearly impossible to kill. "There's no one who could even hope to kill you. No one but me, that is," a voice echoes, hinting at the only weakness, abilities that nullify Canopus itself. On the battlefield, a body lies motionless, the price of this divine conflict written in the crimson trails left behind in the snow. Far from the frozen wastes, in a realm of steam and tranquility, Fukuma opens her eyes within Yuuki Wakura's spiritual world. "As your body perished, Fukuma, you manifested here," a familiar voice explains. Kusetsuni greets her as Fukuma rises from the waters of the spiritual bath. "Yes, I'm glad I could see you again, but why am I here?" Fukuma asks, her confusion cutting through the mist. Kusetsu smiles, a dangerous glint in her eyes. "Since I'm here, as long as I have some essence, I can lay the groundwork to make your manifestation here happen smoothly." Fukuma listens in silence, her expression tightening as she considers the implications of being trapped in this ethereal space. She isn't content to simply wait. "I'll check if it's possible to leave this place," she declares, moving toward the edge of the spiritual boundary. Kusetsu watches her with a calm, almost pitying gaze. "It's impossible for us to intervene in the outside world now that we've lost our physical bodies." Fukuma grinds her teeth, a low, escaping her lips as the reality of their situation sinks in. The steam swirls around them, blurring the lines between life and death in this strange sanctuary. Kusetsu pulls her younger sister into a close embrace, a gesture of hollow comfort. Good job, Fukuma. You've done your best, my well-behaved sister, she whispers. Fukuma leans into the touch, her voice soft. Kusetsu ni. Suddenly, the moment of sisterly bonding takes a sharp turn into the absurd as Kusetsu's hands wander. Ah! Fukuma gasps, caught off guard. Fukuma recoils, her face flushing with indignant rage. Come on, why'd you grope my chest? She screams. Kusetsu just laughs, her eyes closed playfully. To cheer you up, maybe. Despite the frustration, a realization settles over them as they look out from their spiritual vantage point. Being in here isn't so bad, the thought lingers. Kusetsu pulls her closer again, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial purr. How about the two of us make this into an even greater world? A sudden tremor rocks the spiritual plane, catching both sisters by surprise as a massive ripple disturbs the peace of the bath. Fukuma looks up, her eyes wide with concern. What was that? She asks. Kusetsu's expression turns serious. Yuuki Wakura seems to be struggling a lot. Fukuma's thoughts immediately fly back to the battle. Is Raren still fighting? You can see it. Kusetsu shakes her head. You've just arrived, so you don't know how to see what's happening outside yet. Kusetsu extends her arms, and the surface of the bathwater begins to shimmer, reflecting images from the world beyond. I'll show you what's going on outside on the bathwater's surface. The water swirls, pulling back the veil. Starting from the moment you were separated from each other, Kusetsu commands. Back in the physical world, a massive silhouette looms through the smoke and dust. Raren, the armored god, stands tall and unmovable. Masked face hides any emotion, but the sheer aura of power radiating from him is suffocating. Kyoyuka and her unit are positioned around him, their weapons drawn and ready for the next assault. Raren shifts his gaze, his eyes narrowing behind the slits of his mask as he assesses his opponents. Who? He rumbles, a sound of low amusement vibrating in his chest as he looks at the fractured group. The god lets out a cold, mocking chuckle. I see you've split us up. How very clever of you, Raren says, his voice dripping with condescension. Kyoyuka glances back, her mind racing with tactical concerns. Knees at a safe distance, right? She asks, checking on her vital support. Himari stands firm, her resolve unshaken. How are you faring, Himari? Kyoyuka calls out. I'm all right, comes the defiant reply. Raren adjusts his stance, his large frame casting a long shadow over the unit. I won't take you lightly this time, he warns, his voice growing cold and heavy. Suddenly, Shashu charges forward on a massive mount, her eyes blazed with fury. I'll make you submit, she bellows, leading the charge. She unleashes a devastating technique, slave mount fist. The air itself seems to buckle under the pressure of the strike. Raren doesn't even flinch, he simply raises a massive hand to meet the blow. Weak, he shouts, his voice like a thunderclap. The impact creates a massive shockwave, shattering the ground beneath them and sending debris flying in every direction. The god's counterstrike is instantaneous, a blur of motion that threatens to overwhelm Shashu's defenses. Through the chaos, Kyoyuka watches with bated breath, her eyes tracking every move as the two titans clash. Raren's fist connects, a brutal blow that sends a spray of blood into the air as the god's strength proves absolute. Shashu is sent reeling, her mount vanishing as she struggles to maintain her footing against the unstoppable force. A massive hand reaches out through the smoke, a predatory motion designed to end the fight once and for all. Ni intervenes, unleashing her own power to create a spatial distortion. Aim no my Tori, she cries out, a black void forming to swallow the god's attack. Raren's eyes widen in surprise as his momentum is pulled into the rift. MH? He grunts, his focus momentarily broken. The resulting explosion rocks the entire area, a massive plume of energy erupting from the point of contact. Dust and smoke fill the air as the shockwave clears, leaving a crater where the god once stood. Ni lands gracefully, a defiant smile on her face. Nice cover, she calls out to Kyoyuka. I've got this. She lets out a triumphant laugh, her confidence returning as they seem to have finally landed a significant blow. Ha 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 ha. But as the dust settles, Raren emerges from the rubble, his armor untouched and his expression one of bored amusement. Not even a scratch, he scoffs. Ni's smile vanishes, replaced by a look of sheer terror. "No way," she gasps, her heart sinking. The god stands amidst the devastation he caused, a monument to divine indifference. Ni prepares to strike again, her hands glowing with desperate power, but her movements are slow and telegraphed. Raren watches her with a mocking tilt of his head. "What are you trying to do?" he asks, his voice calm and terrifying. A realization hits her like a physical blow. They are completely outmatched. A beam of pure energy descends from the heavens, a celestial strike aimed directly at the center of the battlefield. Raren raises a hand, effortlessly batting the energy aside as if it were a common insect. A holographic image of Belle Tsukiyono appears, her face twisted in a smug grin. "That obsoletes ability, huh?" Raren notes, his tone dismissive. Ni grinds her teeth in frustration. "But it's much less precise, and you can't use it as often," Raren points out, his tactical analysis cutting through their hope. The god unleashes a wave of pressure, a silent explosion of will that pushes back everything in its path. Debris is pulverized into dust, and the very air seems to groan under the weight of his power. Ni is forced to retreat, her breath coming in ragged gasps as she realizes their strategies are failing. Raren looms over them, his presence absolute. "Out of ideas now?" he asks, the finality in his voice chilling their blood. High above, a figure descends from the clouds, a streak of light cutting through the darkened sky. It is Kaioyuka, unleashing her ultimate gambit. "Great cross edge," the air screams as she falls, her blade glowing with the combined will of her unit. The strike connects with Raren's armor, a massive cross of light burning into the metal as the ground beneath them shatters from the sheer force of the impact. Ni and Himari watch with hopeful eyes, their faces lit by the brilliant glow of the explosion. A flawless execution. The thought rings out, the possibility of victory finally within their grasp. Raren rumbles a low "hey," his voice cutting through the ringing in their ears. "I don't think it was, but just in case." The god stands unscathed, his armor vibrating with residual energy. "That couldn't have been your sure-kill move, could it?" he asks, his voice a low growl of amusement. The shock on Kaioyuka's face is palpable as she stares at the unmoving god. Her hands tremble on the hilt of her blade, blood dripping from her knuckles. "This guy," she whispers, her spirit finally starting to fray. The weight of the truth is crushing. Strong doesn't even begin to describe him. He is a force of nature, a god in every sense of the word. Meanwhile, in a moment of festive respite, Maya poses in a holiday outfit, a stark and jarring contrast to the life and death struggle currently unfolding in Shangri-La. The battle logs record the grim reality. Raren received the Great Cross Edge and came out unscathed. As a result, Kaioyuka's unit is now engaging their foe even more vehemently. However, Raren just keeps brushing all their strength aside. A brutal blow from Raren sends Shushu flying back. "Gwa!" she cries out, her body slamming into the ground with bone-shattering force. Raren looms over his fallen foe, his fist crackling with energy. "Didn't I say you wouldn't have a peaceful death?" he rumbles, a sadistic grin hidden by his mask. Back in the spiritual bath, Fukuma and Kusetsu continue to play in the water, their laughter echoing through the steam. They sit at the edge of the bath, watching the carnage like a distant drama. "Looks like Raren is having a blast tormenting our enemies," Kusetsu observes, her voice casual and detached. "And that's all that's happened so far." Fukuma smiles, her confidence in their fellow god absolute. "Raren is pretty much guaranteed to win. This world won't last much longer." Kusetsu's expression turns thoughtful. "But not everything goes as we think it will. After all, both you and I lost," she reminds her sister, a shadow of doubt crossing her face. In the middle of the crater, Raren spreads his arms wide, shouting into the sky. "Hey, Fukuma, where are you? I'm getting really bored here. Hand over your prey to me." Ni raises a trembling hand, her voice filled with regret. "I'm sorry," she whispers to her allies. The unit regroups, battered and exhausted. "He's strong," Kaioyuka admits, her eyes fixed on the god. "But after fighting him, I'm sure of it, I can't quite land aim no Maitori on him." Kaioyuka grips her blade, her resolve hardening once more. "Slave Edge Sword, we can defeat him with its maximum power output," she declares, her voice ringing with authority. Ni and Himari look at her with newfound hope. Right, that's the only way, Himari shouts. The chief always finds a way, Ni adds, her confidence returning. The slave-edge sword was capable of defeating Kusetsu, and the two of them have evolved it to a point where the more power they put into it, the stronger it becomes. Raren watches them with narrowed eyes. That Fukuma has gone completely silent. Is she toying with them? He wonders, his suspicion growing. A small tremor shakes the ground. A subtle hint of the massive power Kyoyuka is beginning to gather. Kyoyuka takes a deep breath, focusing all her energy into her blade. Skyward ready, she whispers, the weapon glowing with a blinding white light. Who? Raren rumbles, sensing the shift in the air. The spiritual connection between Kyoyuka and her unit pulses with energy. How many cloud peaks have come tumbling down upon the moon's own mountain? She begins a ritualistic chant. Raren's eyes glow with a fierce light. Let me have some fun. Staying within that card was really boring, he shouts, relish for the coming clash evident in his voice. The god unleashes a massive sphere of energy, a concentrated ball of destruction aimed at Kyoyuka's position. Ni intervenes again, her own energy flaring. You might not want to look down on us that much. She finishes, her power colliding with the god's attack and creating a massive explosion. Raren charges through the smoke, his movements a blur as he closes the distance to his next target. Ni initiates her most dangerous technique, paradigm shift, 3-minute strengthening mode. Her body glows with power. I'll buy the chief time until she gathers enough power for her ultimate move, and this combo works best for it. She lunges forward, her speed nearly matching the god's as she engages him in a series of lightning-fast exchanges. Kyoyuka remains focused, her blade drinking in the power from her allies. We're counting on you, she thinks, her eyes never leaving her target. Raren lands a brutal kick, a shockwave rippling through the air as Ni is forced back. KH, she grunts, her defenses barely holding. The god scoffs at her increased size and strength. Looks like your increase in size and toughness will only amount to a longer-lasting suffering, he mocks, his power continuing to rise. Ni dives back into the fray, her movements a desperate blur of energy and motion. Ooh, Raren grunts, surprised by her sheer tenacity. Raren stands his ground, his armor absorbing the impact of her strikes with chilling efficiency. Ni's expression is one of pure focus and pain. This obsolete, she gasps, her power beginning to flicker as the strain of the technique takes its toll. The spiritual link between them is strained to its absolute limit, a thin thread of hope in the middle of the storm. A sudden flare of light signals another surge of power from Kyoyuka's blade. Raren notices a change in Ni's resilience. The injuries I've dealt her are healing too fast, he observes, his tactical sense tingling. The air itself begins to crackle with the energy of transience, a technique of absolute recovery being pushed to its maximum potential. Ni hunches over, her body radiating with an intense white light. Transience, full power, she bellows, her spirit flaring with impossible strength. In her mind, she sees the connection clearly. Shangri-La being full of flowers is a big help right now. Our life force stock is plenty. Raren points a finger toward the sky, his aura expanding as he prepares his own ultimate response. Ni unleashes another Aim no Maitori, the spatial rifts tearing through the battlefield in an attempt to pin the god down. Her resolve is absolute. Lethal injuries will be avoided through Aim no Maitori and Golden Hour, she vows, her body taking punishment that would kill any other warrior. The chains of destiny seem to tighten around the combatants, a visual metaphor for the inescapable fate they are currently forging. Kyoyuka remains a pillar of focus in the center of the chaos. Not yet. I have to gather much more power than this, she tells herself, her blade glowing with a terrifying intensity. Raren's fist descends like a meteor, a massive boom, shaking the foundations of Shangri-La as he strikes at Ni once more. The god looks past Ni toward Kyoyuka. So the one riding on her head is the real headache, he realizes, his focus shifting to the true source of the threat. Ni's eyes fly open in alarm as she senses the shift in the god's attention. She moves to intercept, her voice a desperate shout. Protect your head, and I'll respond like this. She unleashes a desperate burst of energy, her body and spirit screaming under the strain as she tries to block the god's path. But Rern is too strong, his power brushing her aside with a wave of his hand. The ground beneath him shatters, his footsteps like explosions as he moves toward Kaioyuka. He is a force of pure, divine malice, unstoppable and unyielding. The god lets out a cold laugh. You sure talk big, he mocks, looking down at the battered knee. Knee struggles to rise, her face a mask of pain and determination. I have to focus all of his attacks and attention on me, but I'm still alive and kicking. She shouts through the blood in her mouth. Rern's grin widens, a terrifying expression of pure sadism. I look forward to the moment your voice twists into screams, he purrs. A massive plume of black flame erupts from the ground, a dark energy that threatens to consume Ni's very soul. She pushes herself to the limit, her hands glowing with white light. I'll put the flames out using Night Storm, she cries out, a whirlwind of energy swirling around her. But Rern is already ahead of her, his own energy condensing into a massive, concentrated orb of pure destruction. Ni unleashes her final defense. Golden Hour. The air itself seems to freeze as she tries to reverse the damage being done to her body and spirit. The battlefield is plunged into a temporal flux. 5 seconds ago, the thought rings out as the world struggles to maintain its consistency under the strain of their clashing powers. Kaioyuka's voice cuts through the chaos, a desperate warning to her ally. Shushu, dodge left. The explosion is catastrophic, a massive sphere of light and fire that consumes everything in its path. Ni's face is a mask of agony, her eyes wide with shock. It hurts, she wheezes, her spirit finally beginning to break. In the middle of the pain, a memory flickers through her mind, a moment of peace with Yuuki Wakura. The moment I think of Yuyuki. The image of his smile and the warmth of their connection fills her with a sudden, impossible strength. I am filled with strength, she tells herself. Her eyes clear, her resolve hardening once more as she finds the strength to keep fighting for the man she loves. Rern watches her with growing frustration, his own power beginning to flicker as he realizes his attacks aren't having the intended effect. Her will isn't breaking, but why, he wonders. The god's mask cracks, a small sliver of his true face revealed as his divine composure begins to slip. He senses a sudden shift in the air, a massive surge of power coming from a new direction. MNH, he grunts, his eyes scanning the horizon. Kaioyuka is standing tall, her blade glowing with a light that rivals the sun. The power she gathered is finally ready to be unleashed. Ni's expression is one of grim determination. KH, she grunts, her final defense holding by a thread. Rern throws back his head and laughs, a terrifying, insane sound that echoes through the wastes. Ha ha ha, I found out, so that's where all your hopes lie. He bellows, his focus finally and irrevocably shifting to Kaioyuka as the true battle begins. Kaioyuka lunges forward across the shattered earth, her long white hair whipping in the wind as she pushes her body to the breaking point. This isn't enough to defeat him. I have to gather all the power that I can, she resolves, her internal voice filled with a desperate urgency. Her gaze hardens, eyes reflecting the flickering energy of the battlefield. Just a little more, she grunts, the weight of the mission pressing down on her shoulders. From the distance, the armored enemy watches the swirling vortex of power with a cold, analytical eye. She's gathering her power, isn't she? He observes before scoffing, just obsoletes relying on cheap tricks. A young girl with a sinister grin looks on, her eyes wide with a morbid curiosity. And a god could take that on, right? She asks, her voice dripping with mock innocence. The atmosphere thickens with tension as the godlike figure stands tall, unfazed by the display of power. All I can hear is you pleading for it to hit me, he says, his voice booming with an arrogance that shakes the very air. He raises a single finger, sparks of dark energy dancing around his hand. Gods do not care, he declares, signaling the end of his patience. Suddenly, a massive funnel of wind and debris erupts as Himari unleashes her technique. Take on my full power, she shouts, her voice barely audible over the roar of the gale. The attack spirals upward like a drill, piercing the heavens as the enemy finds himself caught in the center of the storm. "New!" he cries out, his regal composure finally slipping. Himari stands at the eye of the storm, pouring every remaining drop of her spirit into the technique. "Night storm," she screams, the name of the attack echoing through the valley. Sweat pours down Himari's face, her breath coming in ragged gasps as the winds finally begin to die down. "I managed to hit him due to this attack's wide range. I did it," she whispers, a weak smile forming through her exhaustion. But the cost of such power is high. Her legs give way, and she begins to plummet from the heights she had reached. She falls through the empty air, a silent shadow against the white expanse of the sky, completely spent. Before she can strike the earth, a massive, protective hand reaches out to catch her mid-fall. Kaioyuka cradles her comrade with a tenderness that contrasts her warrior's exterior. "Rest, Himari," she says softly, her eyes full of pride. Himari lies unconscious in the safety of Kaioyuka's hold, her duty fulfilled. "Thanks, Himari," Kaioyuka murmurs, knowing the real fight is only just beginning. The enemy god emerges from the dust, his armor cracked but his spirit still burning with rage. "Nuum," he bellows, shaking off the remnants of the storm. He lands heavily on the ground, his eyes locking onto Kaioyuka as she stands defensively, arms outstretched to protect her fallen friend. The camera pulls back, showing the vast scale of the battlefield as Kaioyuka stands as the lone barrier between the god and her unit. The god sneers, dark smoke billowing from his vents as he prepares a counterattack. "Planning to shield her, I see. You utter fool," he mocks. He hurls a massive fireball, a son of concentrated malice, hurtling toward the two women. "I'll just burn you both to cinders," he roars. Kaioyuka stands her ground, her silhouette framed by the encroaching inferno as she prepares to face the heat head-on. At the last second, Yuuki, in his slave form, intercepts the blast, his hands gripping the sphere of fire with agonizing effort. Steam hisses off Yuuki's skin as he strains against the divine energy, his fingers digging into the surface of the flame. The sheer force of the explosion is reflected in Yuuki's wide, determined eye as he refuses to be pushed back. With a primal roar that shakes the earth, he pushes back against the sun. "Uorya!" he screams, his voice a mixture of pain and pure defiance. In an incredible feat of strength, Yuuki deflects the massive fireball upward, sending it hurtling harmlessly into the sky above. The enemy god looks up in genuine shock, his jaw dropping beneath his mask. How could a mere mortal possess such strength? Yuuki turns back toward the enemy, his face smeared with soot and blood, but a wild, triumphant grin spreading across his lips. Hand smokes, the flesh burned from the effort, yet he doesn't even flinch at the injury. He charges forward, a blur of motion as he closes the distance between himself and the startled god. Meanwhile, the battlefield is littered with the fallen, the smoke of battle curling into the air like ghosts of the conflict. Kaioyuka looks down at the path they've cleared, her heart heavy but resolute. "I have so much pride for the two of you. Shushu, Himari," she says quietly. She raises her blade, the light of the setting sun glinting off the steel as she prepares for the final movement. The god recovers, his anger boiling over into a frenzy. "Here it comes," he screams, braced for the impact. Kaioyuka's eyes flare with an inner light, her resolve turning into a physical force. "I'll make it hit," she vows. In a synchronized strike of master and slave, they unleash their ultimate technique, slave-edge sword asterisk. The blade cuts through the fabric of reality itself. The god attempts to block, his dark aura flaring to meet the strike. "The impudence will tear him apart," he rages, but the sheer momentum of Kaioyuka's attack is overwhelming. The sword connects, shattering the air with the force of the impact. "Your power is lacking," the god screams, trying to deny the truth of his crumbling defense. In the midst of the clash, a memory flickers through Yuuki's mind, the sight of his comrades pushing themselves to the brink through Kaioyuka's eyes. He remembers the shame of his own weakness, the frustration of being overwhelmed by his feelings. "The way my feelings overwhelmed me was just so pathetic," he thinks. That shame transforms into a burning core of new power. "Because I am also a member of the 7th unit," he bellows, his energy exploding outward in a blinding flash. Cracks begin to spiderweb across the god's armor, light leaking from the fissures as his divine protection fails. The god's eyes widen in terror as he realizes his end is near. Wah! He starts to gasp, the word dying in his throat. Yuuki pours his very soul into the strike, his eyes burning with an intensity that matches the sun. I'll make up for the lack of power with my own willpower. Yu-hu-wu. The strike pierces through the god, a beam of pure light erupting from his back as he is physically torn asunder by the sheer force of Yuuki's conviction. The god's mask shatters, revealing a face twisted in disbelief as he begins to disintegrate into glowing particles. He looks at his hands as they fade into the ether. I can't believe it, he stammers, his voice a fading echo. Spirit drifts through the void, a bitter monologue playing out in the darkness. That against these obsoletes I would show. In my true form. Back on the battlefield, Kyoyuka reacts with a start, sensing a massive shift in the energy around them. Her expression shifts from triumph to sudden, sharp dread. A blinding white light consumes the horizon, washing away the battlefield in a silent, terrifying explosion of pure power. From the shadows, other mysterious figures watch the light show, their silhouettes cast long against the glowing backdrop. Two women stand together, one with dark skin and white hair, the other with horns protruding from her head. So it's manifesting, the horned one says. That's his full power form, the other replies with a grim smile. Himari remains unconscious, her face pale as the energy of the transformation washes over her like a tide. The panels flash between the fallen comrades and the rising threat, a cinematic montage of the stakes involved. Now then, the god's voice echoes from the light. A massive, shadowed eye opens within the light, fixating on Kyoyuka. This is my full power, it declares with chilling calm. The light fades to reveal a monstrous, multi-eyed titan looming over the tiny figure of Kyoyuka. You shall now face a good death, it promises, its voice like grinding stones. The chapter title card appears over the monstrous god. Chapter 124, Little Ones ***. The titan hunches low, its body covered in jagged plates and extra eyes that blink in unison. The beast lets out a low, vibrating growl. Nuhan, it rumbles, its breath creating a small shockwave that kicks up the dirt. It lunges with impossible speed for its size, its massive claws tearing through the air where Kyoyuka stood just a second before. Kyoyuka leaps into the air, dodging the crushing blow as debris from the impact rains down around her like shrapnel. The monster's eyes all focus on her, glowing with a malevolent light. Divine punishment, it bellows, a command for her destruction. Kyoyuka grips her blade, her jaw set in defiance. I'm having none of that, she retorts, her voice sharp and steady. She zips through the air, her movements a blur as she attempts to find an opening in the beast's massive, armored hide. The monster tracks her with its many eyes, its massive head turning with a sickening mechanical precision. It swings a heavy, spiked tail, Kyoyuka barely managing to duck under the sweeping arc of the weapon. KH, she grunts from the sheer pressure of the wind. The tail slams into the ground, creating a crater and sending a shockwave that knocks Kyoyuka off balance. She recovers midair, her eyes widening as she sees Yuuki struggling against the beast's other appendages. Yuuki, she screams, her heart skipping a beat. The monster leans in, its face a mask of primal fury. Take this too, it snarls, preparing another devastating blow. The monster roars in frustration, its massive form shaking the very foundation of the earth with every movement. Yuuki bites down on one of the monster's tentacles, his teeth sinking deep into the rubbery flesh as he tries to buy Kyoyuka time. Kyoyuka uses the opening to launch herself high above the beast, her sword raised for a downward strike. Ha! The monster swats at her with a speed that defies its size, its claw narrowly missing her as she spins through the air. She lands a blow, but the blade barely scratches the armored surface. Gwa! She cries out as a retaliatory strike sends her skidding across the dirt. The beast laughs, a sound like grinding tectonic plates. Ha ha ha, you think you can defeat my true form? How absurd! It mocks. It raises a massive foot, aiming to crush Kyoyuka like an insect. I'll crush you obsolete. Kaioyuka struggles to her knees, looking up at the descending shadow of the monster's foot. The same way you'd crush a bug, the beast finishes. The monster's eye narrows as it looks down at her. The one who'll submit, it begins, its voice dripping with contempt. Kaioyuka lunges forward, her blade glowing with a sudden, desperate surge of energy. Is you, she screams, meeting the monster's foot with the point of her sword. The monster pauses, its expression shifting to one of mild amusement. Who, you'll kill me, you say, it muses. It flexes its clawed hand, the minor wounds Kaioyuka managed to land closing in seconds. But unfortunately, my full power form's ability to regenerate is also perfect, it explains. Kaioyuka's hands tremble as she grips her hilt, her knuckles white with the effort to stay standing. Blood trickles down her face, but her eyes remain bright with an unbreakable fire. I will not fall here, she declares, her voice ringing out across the field. She stands before the giant, a tiny speck of defiance against a mountain of malice. The monster's eye dilates, studying her with a new sense of intrigue. This obsolete's wounds from taking that attack head-on must be deep, yet she's still fully intent on cutting me down, it observes internally. A spark of lightning dances between them as the monster admits, what a pesky one. Kaioyuka charges again, her speed somehow increasing despite her injuries. She shouts, her focus narrowing to a single point. The monster opens its massive maw, preparing to end the fight once and for all. I'll pulverize you so hard not even your ashes will remain, it bellows. She leaps directly toward the open mouth, her blade extended like a needle, aimed at the monster's core. In a sudden flash of black and white, the scene cuts to a silent, dark space where only the echo of the clash remains. The monster's eyes widen, its expression shifting from arrogance to a profound, confused terror. Kaioyuka stands perfectly still, her breath slow and measured, as she looks up at the beast she has somehow managed to stall. The monster's central eye begins to crack, its pupils shrinking to pinpricks. The Titan's voice is now a weak, trembling whisper. What are you holding? It asks, its massive body beginning to crumble into shadow. In a final, divine image, a figure of light appears above the monster, holding a sun-like orb of energy that consumes the darkness. The light clears to reveal a young girl with scars on her cheeks, her face lighting up with a joyous smile. Belle, I'm so glad, a voice cries out to her. Belle looks back, her eyes shining with tears of relief. It's thanks to everyone, she says, her voice thick with emotion. The scene shifts to a serene, light-filled hall, the architecture grand and cathedral-like, signaling a moment of temporary peace. Inside the hall, two figures kneel on the stone floor. Belle was freed from that card by Chief Pelipenko, the narration explains, clarifying the miracle that just occurred. The injured girl points toward a set of double doors bathed in light. I'm fine, you should go, the exit has appeared, she says weakly. Belle reaches out to comfort her friend, her hands gentle. I could hear what was happening while trapped inside the card, so I also had a good grasp of the situation, she says. She begins to run toward the open doors, the light promising a return to the world they know. The wounds I had received were healed, to a certain extent, by Canopus, protect mode, she recalls. She enters the dormitory area, she finds a familiar face waiting for her. As I entered the dorm, I made contact with Nee, who'd been watching the battle that was happening outside. The scene cuts between the battle-scarred battlefield and the quiet dorm. Nee provides a tactical update. The enemy's size has increased. Himari-san and Shushu-san can't move, and he's close to the dorm. Yuuki-san is still able to fight. Nee's eyes are wide with urgency as she relays the plan. I'll also share with you an angle that makes it easier to approach the enemy. You can reach him, she tells Belle. Belle listens intently, her determination hardening as she prepares to rejoin the fight. And that's how Belle managed to rush all the way here, the narrator concludes. Back at the battle, Yuuki's creature form continues to clash with the crumbling Titan. The fact that the enemy was focusing so much on Kaioyuka-san played a huge part, the narration notes. The girl with the white hair smiles as she looks at her companion. So Varvara also managed to pull through, she cheers. The monster's massive armored head begins to flake away, pieces of its divine shell falling like stones in a landslide. A massive, rocky hand reaches upward one last time, grasping at the air in a futile gesture. Unbelievable, a voice whispers from the depths of the beast. The monster's face is now a shattered ruin, its eyes dimming. "How could I?" it mutters, unable to process its defeat. The entire titanic form begins to dissolve into a fine mist of gray particles. "How could a god, as great as I?" the being laments as it fades into nothingness. Belle stands over the spot where the monster stood, her expression one of quiet triumph. "You were too great for your own good. That made you oblivious to the little presences that surrounded you," she says softly. She looks directly into the camera, her eyes cold and final. "This is the end of the line for you," she declares. The last remains of the god's physical form shatter, the massive eyes turning into dust and blowing away in the wind. A massive explosion of energy signals the complete destruction of the divine threat, the light reflected in the silhouettes of the survivors. The panels shrink toward the bottom of the page, the silence of the aftermath settling over the broken landscape. Later, back at the dormitory, the group gathers to discuss the bizarre ending to the battle. When he bit his tentacle, a little fragment of him did make its way into Yuuki's body, a horned girl explains, her finger to her chin. The dark-skinned girl looks down at her shoulder in disbelief. Sitting there is a tiny, cartoonish version of the armored god, looking very grumpy. "But it was such a tiny piece that this was the best I could do," the horned girl finishes with a nervous laugh. "The threat is gone, but it seems they've gained a very small, very angry new mascot." Deep within the silence of the storehouse, rows upon rows of clothing hang like ghosts of the past. It's an ordinary setting for what is about to become an extraordinary encounter. Before the deity Fukuma could reveal her true intentions, two familiar faces stand before Yuuki in pristine maid uniforms. "It had been a while since we'd used the war cloud form that needs two riders," Kyoyuka explains as she and Himari prepare for their training. Yuuki stares up at them, his face flushing a deep crimson as the weight of the situation sinks in. "I can already see where this reward is going," he thinks, realizing that his imagination might not be prepared for the reality. Kyoyuka doesn't waste any time, kneeling down to strip away the barriers of his clothing. Every movement is deliberate, pulling him deeper into a scenario he never expected to manifest. Himari watches with a stern, focused intensity, her own resolve hardening as she embraces the role she's been cast in. The air in the room thickens, heavy with the scent of cloth and rising tension. In a moment of sudden vulnerability, Himari leans over him, her expression a mix of duty and desire. "How indecent," she whispers, though her actions tell a story of complete surrender to the moment. The intimacy escalates as Kyoyuka takes charge, her eyes half-lidded with a strange sort of grief or exhaustion. "Good grief, you damn pervert," she sighs, even as she continues the service that Yuuki's body demands. The scene blurs into a fever dream of touch and sensation, with Himari moving with a grace that defies her usual combat-hardened persona. She realizes with a start that there isn't a single part of him she hasn't explored in this sacred, quiet space. Suddenly, two more maids enter the fray, Coco and Yaba appearing with playful, predatory smiles. "It's our turn to service you now," Yaba declares, while Coco adds with a soft grin, "We'll treat you well, master." Yaba leans in, her lips meeting Yuuki's in a searing kiss that threatens to consume his very consciousness. This turn of events, "So this is a dream," Yuuki tells himself, desperately trying to find a foothold in the shifting reality. Coco moves over him with a fluid, liquid heat, her touch igniting fires that Yuuki thought were under control. The illusion is so perfect, so visceral, that he can't tell where the dream ends and the magic begins. But the curtain is pulled back as Fukuma, the horned deity, watches from the shadows with a gleeful giggle. "Himari and Kyoyuka were recreated using your own experiences, and the rest was my work," she boasts, reveling in her creation. She rests her chin on her hand, her eyes gleaming with a dark, divine curiosity. "I think we could have much greater experiences if another god joined us," she muses, her mind already spinning a new web for the mortal caught in her games. The dream fades, and we find ourselves in the tangible quiet of a traditional room where a futon has been carefully laid out. This is the reality of the aftermath, a transition from the divine play to the heavy weight of shared survival. Ni stands before Yuuki, her hands trembling slightly as she begins to unfasten her uniform. "First, let's get the reward out of the way," she says softly, her voice carrying the exhaustion of the battle they just won. Yuuki watches her, his heart hammering against his ribs as he realizes the sincerity of her offer. "They've already started?" he wonders, the suddenness of the shift in atmosphere catching him off guard. Ni pulls him into a tight, desperate embrace, her body seeking the warmth he provides. "Please do the same things that Belle will do to you," she requests, referring to her own title as she accepts the demands of the reward. Yuuki reaches out, his hand hovering for a moment before he gently places it on her head. The simplicity of the gesture stands in stark contrast to the intensity of the battle they've left behind. Ni looks up at him with tears pricking at the corners of her eyes, a small, genuine smile breaking through her fatigue. "Thank you. We won thanks to you," she whispers, acknowledging the bond that saved them. Yuuki shakes his head, pulling her closer as if to shield her from the memory of the conflict. "I could only do it because Belle-san did her best," he counters, giving credit where it is truly deserved. He strokes her hair with a tenderness that surprises even him, his touch a silent promise of safety. "Good work," he murmurs, letting the simple phrase carry the weight of all the words he can't say. Ni giggles softly, the sound light and fragile in the quiet room. "A praise for a praise, huh?" she asks, finding a moment of levity amidst the burgeoning intimacy of the evening. But as she looks closer, she sees the jagged lines of scars tracing across his skin, a map of the pain he's endured. "Those injuries must have hurt," she notes, her voice dropping to a somber register. She gently touches the side of his face, her thumb tracing the marks left by their enemies. "They're already healing, though," Yuuki reassures her, trying to downplay the physical toll of the fight. But Ni isn't focused on her own healing. Her eyes are locked onto the damage Yuuki has taken on her behalf. She leans in, her breath warm against his skin as she examines the depth of his sacrifices. Her gaze becomes fixed, her pupils dilating as she realizes the extent of the damage hidden within him. The silence between them stretches, taut and filled with an unspoken emotional gravity. Without a word, she leans forward and licks a wound on his face, her tongue tracing the line of broken skin. It's an act of primal care, a ritualistic healing that blurs the line between comfort and desire. She pulls back just enough to look him in the eye, her expression unreadable and intense. "You have cuts even inside your mouth," she observes, her voice a low, melodic hum. She closes the distance again, their lips meeting in a kiss that is as much about healing as it is about connection. Yuuki's eyes flutter shut as he gives himself over to her lead, the world outside the room ceasing to exist. They sink deeper into the futon, their bodies tangling in a dance of skin and shared breath. The heat between them is a physical force, a barrier against the cold reality of the war they are fighting. Yuuki looks at her, his eyes wide as he processes the depth of her affection. And now, he thinks, his mind racing to find the right way to reciprocate this overwhelming kindness. He looks at the scars on her own beautiful face, realizing that she carries as many marks as he does. "I should lick Belle-san just as she licked me, right?" he asks himself, the logic of the reward taking hold. They hold each other close, the intimacy of the moment far removed from the cold, clinical nature of their usual duties. Here, in the dark, they are simply two souls trying to mend what has been broken. Ni looks at him with a gaze that seems to pierce through his very soul, her expression a haunting mixture of love and lingering trauma. She is searching for something in him, a reason to keep moving forward. The ceiling of the room seems miles away as Yuuki focuses on the sensation of her body against his. "Your body is so warm, Yuuki-san," she whispers, her words a soft puff of air against his neck. She buries her face in his chest, her breath coming in short, uneven hitches. "It was cold inside the card, so?" She trails off, the memory of her imprisonment still casting a long shadow over her heart. Yuuki holds her as tightly as he can, wanting to absorb her chill and replace it with his own fire. He kisses the top of her head, his eyes squeezed shut as he feels the vulnerability radiating from her. The intimacy shifts again, becoming more frantic and desperate as they try to lose themselves in each other. Every touch is a confirmation of life, a defiant cry against the death they narrowly escaped. A sudden surge of sensation passes through Ni, causing her to arch her back and gasp for air. It's a moment of pure, unadulterated release, the tension of the battle finally breaking in a wave of pleasure. Yuuki pulls back slightly, his face flushed and his expression filled with concern. "Are you okay, Belle-san?" he asks, his voice trembling with the effort of holding himself back. He watches her face, searching for any sign of discomfort, but all he sees is a woman who has finally found a moment of peace. The connection between them has transcended the physical, becoming something almost spiritual. Ni's eyes are glazed with a mixture of tears and joy, her face a mask of beautiful, raw emotion. She looks at him as if she's seeing him for the first time, seeing the hero behind the slave. She reaches up to touch her own face, her fingers tracing the scars that have defined her for so long. "I've gotten a lot of courage from being cut all over," she says, her voice gaining a new strength. She smiles at him through the tears, her eyes shining with a fierce, newfound determination. "It's embarrassing, but I'll be fine," she assures him, her heart finally open and vulnerable. Yuuki looks at her in awe, his own heart swelling with a pride he's never felt before. He realizes that this isn't just a reward, it's a transformation, a shedding of their old selves. Ni leans in again, her tongue tracing the sensitive skin of his armpit, a move of deep trust and surrender. She is exploring every inch of him, claiming him as her own in this fleeting, sacred night. Yuuki lets out a soft moan, his head lolling back as he accepts her touch. The air in the room is thick with the scent of their combined efforts, a testament to the life they are building together. The scene explodes into a flurry of movement and sensation as they reach the peak of their connection. Below them, a tiny, chibi-fied character looks on in comical shock, a brief moment of levity in the midst of the storm. Ni looks at Yuuki, her hair cascading around her face like a golden waterfall. "I'll be rewarding you too, Yuuki," she promises, her voice a husky whisper that sends shivers down his spine. She leans in for one final, lingering kiss, her lips soft and full of unspoken promises. Yuuki can feel the energy shifting, the reward beginning to take its true form within his very core. They lie together on the futon, exhausted and content. A strange sensation begins to well up from deep within Yuuki. It's as if power is welling up from within. Could this be due to the reward? He wonders, as the chapter closes on the dawn of a new, formidable strength. Heavy breaths and the scent of sweat fill the small, traditional room as the reward for the recent battle begins. Belle leans in close to Yuuki, her face flushed with a deep crimson warmth as she presses against him. Yuuki lets out a sharp gasp, his eyes widening as the intensity of the moment washes over him. Belle looks down at his body, her voice trembling slightly. "Your wounds, they're going away," she whispers in awe. Shashu watches from the side, a knowing look in her eyes. "That's due to Kanapa's self-healing ability," she explains calmly. Yuuki offers a weary but genuine smile, his body finally finding a moment of peace. "Well, I'm glad," he sighs. Belle responds with a soft, muffled sound, leaning back into the intimacy of the moment. The air thickens as the contact deepens, the girls' devotion to their caretaker manifesting in every touch. Their expressions are a mix of exhaustion and absolute focus, ensuring Yuuki recovers from the brink of death. Yuuki stares up, lost in thought as he realizes the sheer scale of the power protecting him. An ability that won't let you die? Even I got to feel how great of an ability it is, he thinks. Belle clutches her hands together, tears pricking her eyes as she reflects on the brutality of their struggle. Ren-chan might have been right after all. Getting half-beaten to death could have been the fastest way to give me a confidence boost, she admits quietly. Yuuki blinks, surprised by the familiar name. "Ren-chan, you mean the commander?" he asks. Belle quickly puts a finger to her lips, a playful yet nervous giggle escaping her. "Please keep it a secret. That's what I call her when it's just the two of us," she begs. Yuuki's eyes linger on her, processing the secret bond between the healer and the supreme commander. He reaches out, resting a hand on her shoulder with newfound respect. "Belle-san, you've gotten strong," he says firmly. She leans into his touch, the warmth of his praise radiating through her entire being. Her breath hitches as the emotional weight of the victory finally settles over the room. The three of them remain entangled in the quiet aftermath, the silence of the dorms offering a rare sanctuary from the war outside. Belle closes her eyes, leaning her forehead against his as she breathes his name. "Yuuki-san." Shashu notes his rapid recovery with a raised brow. "Your wounds healed quite fast too, haven't they?" she asks, and Yuuki agrees. "You're right, I haven't been feeling any pain." Shashu tilts her head, moving closer to examine him. "Your healing ability has strengthened, from all the lending perhaps," she muses. But as the girls fall back into their rest, a shadow of a thought crosses Yuuki's mind. But could it be that it's not the only reason? The world begins to blur, the physical room fading away into a blinding, empty white void. Suddenly, a massive, traditional Japanese estate appears within the white expanse, standing tall and silent. Yuuki finds himself standing in the courtyard, staring up at a lone katana driven deep into the ground. He rubs his head, realizing his consciousness has shifted elsewhere. "Oh, yeah, I fell asleep due to the fatigue. This place is my spiritual world." A voice rings out from behind him, calm and chilling. "Hello." Yuuki spins around, his heart skipping a beat as he sees a tall, regal woman standing by the doors. "Kusetsu," he gasps. In an instant, the atmosphere shifts as Kusetsu lunges forward, her predatory eyes locked on his. Yuuki recoils in shock, barely keeping his balance. "What the hell, Kusetsu?" he screams as she brags about being able to move freely here. A sinister grin spreads across her face, her teeth sharp and gleaming. "So I'll defeat you." Yuuki doesn't hesitate, his instincts taking over as he reaches for the spiritual blade and the ground. Their weapons clash with a silent, jarring impact, Kusetsu's power pressing down on him as she declares she will take over his soul. Steel grinds against steel as Yuuki pours every ounce of his willpower into the struggle. Teeth are bared in a snarl, refusing to let this remnant of a god dominate his mind. With a powerful shove, he forces her back. "Cut that out," he roars, demanding a proper explanation for this sudden assault. They stand at opposite ends of the courtyard, the air between them crackling with spiritual pressure. Yuuki grips his sword tighter, his eyes burning with defiance. "Give me a proper explanation." Kusetsu's eyes glow with an eerie light, her silhouette casting a long, dark shadow across the white ground. Yuuki challenges her dominance over his own mind. "If this is my spiritual world, then I should be as strong as I wish within it." He charges forward with renewed vigor, shouting that he will increase his own toughness to match hers. Kusetsu's menacing expression suddenly falters, her lips curling into a different kind of smile. Confetti explodes out of nowhere as two small, dark-skinned girls leap out holding a sign that reads, "You got pranked." Yuuki stands frozen, his sword still raised, looking completely bewildered as the girls cheer and dance around him. He lowers his blade slowly, looking from the celebrating girls back to Kusetsu. "What's going on, and who are they?" Kusetsu walks toward him, her menacing aura completely gone. "So, what do you think? Yuuki Wakura's got guts, doesn't he?" she asks someone above. A grumpy, robotic voice responds from above. "I guess. He just barely qualifies as a vessel that I can inhabit." Yuuki looks up to see a small, mechanical figure sitting atop his own head. "Wah!" he stammers as the robot calls him a weakling. Kusetsu laughs, gesturing to the newcomer. "Yep, that's Rarn," she says, while Rarn yells at Yuuki not to grab him. One of the small girls looks up with a wide, toothy grin. "Undo your transformation too, Fukuma," Kusetsu commands. Yuuki watches in shock as the katana in his hand begins to vibrate and warp. The blade dissolves into a fluid, dark energy, flowing out of his grip and taking a new shape. The energy solidifies into another girl, stretching her arms out as she emerges from the weapon's form. Kusetsu points to the two small girls identical to the newcomer. "These two are Fukuma's offshoots," she explains. The grand estate looms behind them, representing the permanence of their presence here. Kusetsu throws her arms wide with a joyful shout. To sum it up, Tadea, we got more gods living here. Yuuki clutches his head, his world spinning. Why are they all within me? He screams into the void. Kusetsu laughs off his distress with a wink. Oh, don't be like that. This comes with its perks too. Yuuki looks at his hands, realizing his recent physical boost makes sense now. Is that why my body's been in good shape recently? He asks. Kusetsu's gaze turns serious for a fleeting second. It doesn't change how we're powerless in the outside world, but you can relax, she assures him. Rern, still perched on Yuuki's head, sighs dramatically. We've got no choice but to live together now that we're like this, obsolete boy. The little robot points a tiny finger at him. So treat me with proper reverence, he demands loudly. Kusetsu leans in close, whispering to Yuuki. It took me quite a while to get him to agree to this, you know. Yuuki looks at Fukuma, who remains silent and cold. I still can't forgive her for what she did to Belle-san, but he thinks grimly. Kusetsu suddenly pulls Yuuki into a tight, suggestive embrace. Aren't you glad? We've got another beautiful god in here, she chirps. Fukuma watches them with a flat, unimpressed expression, as Kusetsu calls out to her to have her revenge. Kusetsu continues to tease her companion. Your seduction in Shangri-La failed, right? Now we've got two pillars trying it. Let's take him down. Fukuma remains stoic, but a slight drop of sweat on her face betrays her discomfort with Kusetsu's antics. Yuuki struggles as both goddesses press against him. Not you, too, he cries out in frustration. Kusetsu's laugh fills the void. Doesn't this perk you up? You're quite popular right now, while Yuuki begs them to stop touching weird places. Yuuki manages to regain his composure for a moment. More importantly, Fukuma, I'd like to ask about the 8 gods of thunder. Fukuma cuts him off with a sharp, terrifying glare. Don't even bother, she snaps, her voice like ice. Kusetsu smiles apologetically at him. You should have seen that coming, so I can't get any information about the other gods out of them after all. Yuuki sighs, accepting his fate for now. Still, this might lead to a power-up, if I think of it that way. The offshoots cower as Fukuma yells at them, showing the chaotic hierarchy within Yuuki's soul. Fine, I won't ask for information, Yuuki surrenders. Yuuki reaches out, gently taking Fukuma's gloved hand in his, surprising both of them. He looks her in the eye with a calm sincerity. That aside, now that we're like this. He offers a small, hopeful smile. I hope we can get along. Fukuma stares back at him, her sharp eyes narrowing as she processes his unexpected kindness. She looks away, a small yeah escaping her lips as Kusetsu cheers for her sister's understanding. Yuuki's resolve hardens as he wakes up. It doesn't matter if they're gods or not, I'll turn them into my strength. Meanwhile, the sun begins to set over the grand headquarters of the Anti-Demon Corps. Inside the main office, Kyoyuka and her team have returned from Shangri-La to deliver their full report to the commander. Supreme Commander Ren Yamashiro leans back in her chair with a wide, confident grin. You've done great. You could even say that the 8 gods of thunder are now just the 5 gods of thunder. Varvara and Kyoyuka listen intently, the weight of their victory finally being acknowledged by the highest authority. Ren looks over the list of names involved in the operation. Varvara, Prachai, Jenna, Belle, Himari, Shushu, Ni, Yuuki. She gestures to the images of the battle on her screen. We couldn't have one if even one of them wasn't there. That's how difficult this battle was. Kyoyuka nods firmly, her face set in a serious expression. The 8 gods of thunder are strong. We mustn't let our guard down, she warns. Varvara watches Kyoyuka with admiration. Kyoyuka-sama's praise doesn't leave anyone out. She is so kind, she thinks to herself. Ren offers a gentle, approving smile to Kyoyuka, acknowledging the growth of the 7th unit's chief. Yuuki and Belle stand behind Kyoyuka, waiting for the commander's next directive. Ren's eyes drift toward Belle, her expression unreadable for a moment before she speaks. Even so. She breaks into a bright laugh, shocking Belle. I'm sure Belle could defeat all the remaining gods, right? Belle fidgets with her fingers, looking flustered by the sudden high expectations. That might be hard. But she quickly clenches her fists with a determined look. But I won't let that thought stop me. Ren watches her with a satisfied look. I see Belle doesn't need to be with the 7th unit anymore. She makes it official. You will now devote yourself to the 3rd unit. Your unit members also wish for it. Belle salutes with a crisp, Roger. Ren then turns her attention back to Kyoyuka. You've done a great job with Belle's training, Kyoyuka. Varvara beams with pride for her superior. That's a given. Kyoyuka-sama's guidance is capable of putting people on the right path, she thinks. Kyoyuka remains modest, giving the credit back to her subordinate. That is just the fruit of Belle's efforts, she replies. Ren dismisses most of the group. Since you've just returned from a battle, you should go and have a complete checkup. Kyoyuka nods, understood. However, Ren raises a hand. Yuuki, Belle, you too will stay. I have a few things I'd like to ask you. Kyoyuka pauses at the door, glancing back with a look of concern for her slave and her former unit member. Ren notices the look and waves her off with a playful smile. If you're worried about him, then just wait outside. Kyoyuka and Varvara stand in the hallway outside the commander's office.